And here we go. It is round 7 of the Power Series here at Killarney Raceway. And currently, you might see on your screen, the GTI Challenge cars are out there. But there's plenty racing that's going to be happening today, including classics, BMWs, Clubmans. The list goes on, V8 Masters, Formula Supercars, bikes, of course. We've got the list over there. And the person holding that list, of course, is the lovely Simon. Simon.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Power Series. Round 7, can you believe it? It is almost to the end. 2 more to go. It's heating up.
The last time I heard you say that was a year ago, where you said, it's round 7, can you believe it? Or something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing here, but it is round 7. Can you believe it? The year just flipping flies. I'm sure you have said to one of your friends or colleagues or family members in the last couple of weeks, I can't believe it's August, I can't believe it's almost September.
I know, the sun even made Ernest bring his sunnies out again, so it's going to be a great day today. It's going to be, it really is.
What I should have done was bring my jacket out, but these Nomex knickers are keeping me warm here, I must say. And yeah, so how are you doing, and how has the paddock been feeling over the last couple of days or so and hours?
Well, driving in here this morning, my husband was like, what's going on today? Why is it so busy? I said, the sun is out and it's round 7, so it's going to be busy. And what we have, like, just under 200 cars competing today, or drivers or class. It's insane.
I saw the headline. Around 200 entries, which is a recent high, and it just shows you the weather does make a difference when it comes to motorsport. Some guys don't want to drive their cars in the rain.
Or that final push for points.
Final push. So yeah, we'll talk more about that later, because in our class there certainly is a final push for points. The Formula Supercars as well, lots of points battles taking place. But yeah, if you look on your screen, folks, you can see that the GTI Challenge boys are out there at the moment. Skalk Geldenhuys in Class A currently leads us off, just crossing the line with a 25.8. Shane Williams pips in with a 25.3. Oliver Hintenhuis in 3rd place over there, and waiting for the rest of the guys to come through to complete their first and fast timed lap. I'm just going to excuse myself now before it happens, is that I've got coffee parked over there. My producer organized
You were watching last time, he didn't have coffee, and he was having a little meltdown about it. He's got coffee this time.
I was legit having a meltdown. I'm fine now. I woke up earlier. I did my little stretches. I feel much better now. But the last time, racing 2 cars on the same day, and this is the thing.
We were freezing last time.
We were freezing. There are a couple of, the thing about racing is that there's a lot going on. And on a day like today, for our team, for example, everything's basically sorted out. The cars are primed and ready to go. There's some issues. We're having some issues with fire extinguishers at the moment. They weren't expired, but they weren't working. They were gas.
That's not safe.
I know. We just bought them, and then we checked the gas, and there was no gas. So now we're sourcing fire extinguishers. Other than that, everything's fine. But imagine you've got an engine out overnight.
And your fire extinguisher doesn't work.
And that's true. But I'm just saying, imagine you have to rebuild an engine, a gearbox, or something overnight, and you arrive here back at 6 o'clock after only getting 2 hours sleep, and all of a sudden you're wired, and a lot of these guys, and this is why I love what you do with the interviews, there are storyline threads everywhere.
Always. Always. I want to speak about the Lauda Classic cars.
Yes.
29 cars?
Yeah, that's Classic cars and Cultural Supercars.
29 cars on the grid. Are we doing bumper cars? You think they're going to... Yay, that's a lot of cars.
That is just Classic cars. I apologize. That is Classic cars, and looks like Classic cars and Fine cars. I'm getting confused because Fine cars qualifies with Supercars on a Friday, but here they combine with Classic cars. But as you said, 29 cars.
That is a lot.
That's a lot of cars. And Classic car racing has really seen a resurgence the last couple of years with things like the Goodwood Festival of Motoring, David Piper here in South Africa, etc., etc. So now all of a sudden, even me, I look at older cars, and before I used to just turn my nose up because I like the modern stuff. We now look at these older cars and enjoy them.
Absolutely amazing. So we had Michael Hitchcock in the Class A with the best time of 22.7 in that quick Ford Mustang.
That's quick. 22s are very fast around this track.
For a classic car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we had PW Lowe, also Class A, 22.8, so not far behind there. And then Franco Donadio, he hasn't been here in a while, right?
Frank, yeah. Okay, I think so he's been missing for a while, but he's back now, that's for sure. Franco, I think it's Donadeo.
Oh my gosh, I remember us having this.
He corrected me. It's Donadeo, get it right. And you got to give your fingers like that.
Okay.
Before we continue there, if you don't mind, I'm just going to jump in and get back to some of these times over here. Of course, GTI Challenge is split up into 3 classes, Class A, B, and C. They're not racing against each other, although they do race for the same championship overall, but they also have their own championship within their classes, Class A champion, Class B, and Class C champion. So each driver will 1-2 qualify at the top of their class. If you look here, Killarney has got first in Class A, followed by Shane Williams, only just, oh, there we go, Shane Williams coming up twice, so there's a transponder issue there. Oliver Hintenhouse just behind that. Then we got Class B over here, and Class B, leading Class B is Zach Layden, who had a very close call. I saw a close call in video. He spun out at the exit of turn 4 yesterday, and geez, that was a bit close, but his car didn't touch, and he's now running pole at the moment in B, with the Wayland Volksking and Kalfi just behind him. Zaki Hendricks, your champ from 2 years ago, he is also in the mix with Ross Schroeder and Daniel Munna, Adriano Ferroli making up Class C at the moment with 2.5 minutes to go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
You were saying,
nice.
man,
Yes.
before I interrupted you.
Yeah, don't kick me off my game crew. I'm joking. Okay, and in Class B, let me just check it. Jared Evans and Brian Evans, dad and son, again,
Dad and son.
competing tight against
How
each
does
other
that
with a
work?
1 second.
How does that work at dinner on Saturday evening?
I think you've got to let your son just go.
Do you let him win, or
Yeah. I think
deal?
so. I
Okay,
think so.
okay, cool. Okay.
I think you've got to be like, son, this is for you.
Personally, I
Just
would
do
never
it.
do that. You need to earn that win, but that's fine. But lunch could get awkward on Sunday depending on what happens. As we
And
see,
they were being chased there in the qualifying with Boetie van Zyl close up behind Brian with a 26.4, and Brian had a 26.2, so that's really, really close behind them.
And then I see we got Class C there in the mix as well.
Yes, there was one in between. Ian Richards there with a 29.1.
Ian's back.
Amazing. And Class X, Gary Faree. Is he new?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Class X would be Gary Faries himself is not new,
I don't recognize the name.
It's a new car combination, new car driver combination, and as you mentioned over there, there was just before that you mentioned a name, Ian Richards, of course, used to have that Golf before. He's now got the Sirocco. He's been building that Sirocco for a while. It's the big bright red one. You can't miss it, so watch out for him. The thing about classic cars that I love is that everybody's got a car that applies to what they call the 30-year rule, where after, you know, the cars that what car did your parents have when you were growing up?
That's Toyota Corolla,
there we
bright
go.
yellow.
There we
Canary
go.
yellow.
Exactly. And they call that the 30-year rule, where 30 years later, in your case 20 or 15 years later,
thank you.
you find this car and you want to buy this car as a classic, or as a collector's item, or as just something to remind you of days gone by. And I think all of us can look at this grid and have the 30-year rule apply in some way or other. But as I said, you're still too young for Toyota Corolla, so don't worry about it.
He's just firing me up this morning.
I wonder why. I need her to take over the lunchtime show for me later.
There we go. That's the reason. Okay. How are we doing here? Let's check on the guys that are actually on the track. They're almost done. So.
Yeah, they've got 30 seconds to go. So let's quickly run through the Killarney. Still leads us off. Shane Williams still in second place. And Shane has been constantly improving, getting to grips with this car.
It just means his mouth is going to get louder today. Even louder than normal.
Oh, yes. Gemma Olin goes past us, one of our lady racers over there. And then Oliver Hintenhouse in third place. Daniel Sonnenberg currently in second place in B, so well done to him. I saw his girlfriend running past. He just gets pipped now to third by Wayland. Zach Layden in first place over there in Class B, as some of the Clubmans guys now start to come past. And of course, our system over here does some sort of weird glitch. Yeah, we are now.
I don't know how to work this
I don't know what
We're going to have to call Alicia to fix this.
We're going to have to call our producer to sort this out.
Okay,
there we go.
Are we back? Are we back?
There we go. Yeah, we're back. We're back. Yeah, you may continue if you don't mind. I'm going to try and figure this out.
So just to touch on the Pirelli V8 Masters, if you would have read on the Facebook page, Fabio is back today in this round 7 of the Power Series. And of course, he qualified in first place with a 16.7. But however, as we know, the competitiveness of Sean Moore right behind him with a 16.8. And Alistair Brown with a 16.9.
Yes, amazing. And one thing also that's pretty amazing, I think this is Daniel Munna's first pole position in Class C in a very long time. So Daniel Munna at the moment, provisional Class C. I've been known to jinx it, because then all of a sudden someone crosses the line and then it's over. But at the moment it looks like Daniel Munna secures Class C. And just to confirm there, Zach Layden pole in Class B, and Killarney's provisional pole in Class A at the moment. GTI Challenge, of course, looking to be very good. Thank you. Looking to be the pick of the bunch when it comes to battles today once again.
I've got to stop you, because the next class is busy lining up, and I'm seeing a Herbie. And
a Herbie, a literal Herbie.
A literal natural.
If we could just get our cameraman to pan over there.
Pan, because that is so cute.
Herbie on steroids. Herbie on steroids over there.
Herbie on steroids. FIFO Motorsports. Well done, guys. That is cute. That is the first time I've seen this. What is happening today? There are all new things, guys. We've got to get down here today. It's going to be exciting.
That car usually runs in fine cars, and if I'm not mistaken, and that is CHR Racing going past us there. That car usually runs in fine cars. He's running in Clubmans at the moment, and lots of stunning cars in Clubmans. We see the Alpha over there, the Decra Alpha replica that belongs to Cody and his wife. And you know, normally you say that a car belongs to a person. No, this time you say this car belongs to that couple, because they are always working on the car together. Even the babies, they're getting involved in the mix. So Cody and his wife there, congratulations on a beautiful looking car. But yeah, this Herbie belongs to Dierwald and the crew in garage number 1 down the bottom over there. And the FIFO Motorsport guys, they built a Honda before, which was absolutely incredibly well put together. No surprises that they put something like this together as well.
Absolutely.
I'm going to grab a sip of coffee.
Yes, you go ahead. Okay, let's talk about some more qualifying that happened yesterday. We have the Pirelli MGA Racing Clubman Classic Breakfast Run, so those are the bikes. We had Kuni Butis at 18.7, leading quite far ahead of the rest of them. He is in 1,000 there, over 7 laps. And Jean Momberg doing a 21.1, my eyes.
That's quick, eh?
Yeah. And then
fast.
Evert Kutz, 22.2, Wayne Gisse, and those are 600s competing against thousands.
Yeah, no, that's
and
insane.
Those times, I mean, is that just with the bike? It's a little bit more about the driver and how you do turns.
So this is Clubman Racing, and Clubman Racing is usually determined by brackets of time. So each class will get a time bracket where they've got to play within that time bracket. And in this case, it's clearly the case. And it doesn't matter what you have, because it allows someone that's a young Thundercat like Abigail over there, that's incredibly fast on a bike, for her to come there with a 300 and race, I'm not going to mention anybody's name, and race one of the older gentlemen perhaps on 1,000 and still be able to have a tussle. Abby, of course, racing 300s. She won't be in this class, but I'm sure we'll see her name pop up very soon, as it always does. Well, let's see what else is happening here at the moment, if you don't mind.
Cool, there we go.
Are your fingers doing the reason?
I know.
I'm not taking
Can you see? I'm struggling to turn the pages. It's fresh this morning still, okay? But it is going to be a beautiful day, guys.
It's going to be a stunning
Cape Town
day.
has come to play.
I'm waiting for it to warm up. We've got the Clubmans guys about to go out, so while we wait for them, there's still plenty happening here. And I see you've got
excited for this to go out.
Caltron Supercars.
Yes.
Oh, you mind if I grab this one?
No, of course.
So I'm not racing
Just tell
today.
me about Andrew and Glenn's bumper cars. What's happening on the...
Nothing yet.
I've got a joke about these guys, because there is always with these guys, there's always something. I'll run for interviews. It'll be like a part of a car there and a part of a car there. This one's fuming. This one's laying on the floor having a cigarette. Like, there's always something going on
and
there.
by this one on the floor with a cigarette is Andrew Moffat. Usually he was in pole position in class. Andrew gets pole in class, Formula Supercars. And then Glenn Phillips, an uncharacteristically slower qualifying to what his pace normally is. Glenn Phillips, but I know Glenn. Glenn will put on a race of note in the race itself. So Andrew knows he's got Glenn coming for him in the race 1. Someone that I've got to mention here, I think this is his first third place in qualifying, and that's Brad Fenner. Brad Fenner's been new to the class since I think last year, could have been the last year, just before that. Built his own engine, been learning the ropes, been working with Kyle, got Van Edens over there, been working with Kyle Halleck, and Brandon is doing exceptionally well, getting 3rd place. I'm going to skim over Kyle Halleck in 4th. He's been on the front row of the grid already. Someone that comes to mind here, Leon Chetty, doing very well in 5th position over there. Leon also brand new to the class, so well done to him for being in 5th place there. And basically, and this is not an insult, because you've got those super fast guys in front, and to get to that fast group, there's an extra jump that needs to take place. And I think Leon, someone that's brand new to the class, will admit that he needs to make that extra jump. This week he was talking to me about the engine having issues, so he is the best of the rest at the moment, and now he just has to make that leap over that threshold to start playing with the front running guys. I've been working with him. We're using my old car for him for next year, and hopefully he'll be in front by next year. And
a big shout out to him, because I managed to interview him at the last Power Series, and everybody was saying you're never going to get an interview with him. He won't speak to you.
They don't know who they're dealing with. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? They don't know
that awesome Simon that everybody's talking about right here. They have to speak to me. I'm like, yeah, hi. I'm recording. Be nice.
We've got on the list here Shane Bosco, my teammate, but unfortunately he won't be racing. They've got a head gasket issue. William Janssen van Rensburg has got, and I'm looking around here, just getting information from the people around here. He hurt his ankle badly. I think it was this one. His driver's side ankle, accelerator side ankle, hurt his ankle badly. Went for operation, and now just I think 2 weeks ago decided, you know what, I'm going to race. So he's in the mix there as well.
Wow.
And he's done his fastest time, 29.5, by far his fastest time. So well done to him. And then Craig Hume also doing his fastest time lately. Nashreen uncharacteristically further down the field, maybe some issues there. And I think the rest of the guys also having some issues before we get to fine cars. And these drivers and teams have been working together. They've got their own little garage now. They work on the cars together. There's constant driver training happening. There's constant working on the cars, improving and learning. And you can see it with the times dropping. The class is going to be the closest it's ever been today, I think, as we now start chatting about the rest of the field.
Now, why aren't you in here?
Because I'm not racing 2 cars in a day again.
Is it too much?
It's too... I'm done.
He was doing pretty well when he was doing it,
I'm
though.
retiring.
Although he was like doing the lunchtime show, his car was on the track, ready to go. He wasn't in it.
Like... when I spoke to you and Javi about my mental breakdown in the break. It's a lot. It's a lot. And that day specifically was a lot. We got 3 wins on the day. Very happy with that. But I don't want to do it again anytime sooner. I made up the numbers. I helped the guys. We were there. But it's a lot. And when I see guys like Shane that race 2 cars, I can fully... We did it last year. But I think the priorities were shifted a bit. You know, there was focus there, and then the rest was whatever. But when you're focusing on both sides, it's this mental tax that happens. And I feel for guys like Shane Boscombe that are focusing that side, focusing this side, and having to change focus all the time. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah, definitely.
Fine cars are next.
I'm just checking if the guy, they're still
yeah. I don't know why there might be a delay on track.
There might be a little bit of a delay. I think we are cleaning up some oil on the track. Thank you, Alicia, for letting me know.
Oil spill.
I got
clean up the track, oil spill. If anybody can just comment below what they think it means.
Yeah, you guys can see the screen. We can't. We don't know what's going on.
So that looks
but
like...
I know that this is something.
To the left, to the right. So Francois Groenewald gets first in fine cars, Marius Fourie second in fine cars, Yolandi Fourie, and then Natasha Tischendorf and Andre Fourie. Lots of Fouries here. I need to find out if they are all somehow connected and are family.
I think
PHB
so.
Racing. PHB Racing. So, yeah,
so hold on. If I'm not mistaken, Yolandi Fourie, daughter-in-law of Marius Fourie.
Okay.
Francois, no,
Andre.
Andre.
So they all
interviewed one of the Fouries last time.
Hey, there's my
goes your car.
Hey, honey.
Are you supposed to be on the track again?
No. Look, just for those that don't remember, last time I was supposed to be on the track, and then you mentioned, aren't you guys lining up?
He was interviewing, and he was just chatting, and I'm like, Ines, you gotta go. Eventually, I'm like, you gotta go now.
The first thing I did, and as a professional, you always make sure that your wires aren't crossed as you get up, because that's the last thing you want on the live stream. I'm sure my friends Dexter that are watching from home will never let me live that down. Dexter, unfortunately, not racing today, man. He sent his shocks away, and when you send your shocks away in Cape Town, there are a few places that you have to send them to. They're the best. But unfortunately, because they're the best, they are super busy, and there's a 6-week waiting list.
Oh, no.
Literally, once you drop it off, they tell you 6 weeks. That's it. So he won't be making it this time. He's leading the Class D Championship in Formula B in the BMW Car Club. But unfortunately, he's not yet at the moment. But he is having FOMO. He just phoned me this morning, and he's watching from home, and will be enjoying the racing. He might pop around later on today.
Okay. Well, tell me, as you speak of the BMW Club, because I don't have any results, what is happening there? Is there anything exciting? Are there some changes?
There's a lot happening now. I can't look too excited because it's some of it applies to me. But yesterday we had qualifying. We've got some ringers over here. We've got what they call them, road course ringers. These are guys.
Wait, what is that?
A road course ringer is
road course ringer.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of NASCAR lately. I love it. NASCAR is the best. If you haven't watched NASCAR, there's like a Drive to Survive series, and I love how meta.
Is there one for NASCAR?
Yeah. It's awesome, and I love and the thing is, I'm like a fair weather fan, so I've still got a lot to learn. So if you a Formula One fan, you're not gonna watch Drive to Survive. You're like a hardcore fan like my dad. if you're watching, when I told him I wanted to watch Drive to Survive, he almost disowned me. He just
And funny that because Drive to Survive is what got me to actually appreciate Formula One.
Of course.
I was just like, this is so boring. They just go around. But I like the details, the what is going on, what makes things tick, and that's what I got from Drive to Survive.
Exactly.
So it's so funny that
exactly. But they look down on us. That's the thing. I was also not a Formula One fan. My best friend is all in on Formula One. Even my father are very alike in many ways. So the two of them are all in on Formula One. I was like, yeah, it's a bit lame. I don't want to watch other guys drive around in circles. I want to do it myself. Then you watch Drive to Survive and you're like, well, okay, this is pretty interesting. So NASCAR has a Drive to Survive as well. And Bubba Wallace goes full meta in there. He goes, as he sits down, he goes, oh, is this the part like in Drive to Survive where you guys leave the video running and I sit down and do my sound checks? You know, that scene, they always use that same scene. Anyway, so they've got someone, they get someone in there called the road course ringer who's very good at road courses like this, not ovals. And then he's there to come do his best and come beat some of the guys or whatever. So our road course ringer in our class at the moment is Nian de Toy, was my test driver last year. Okay, he's very, very, very fast. So he's racing Class E with us the weekend, and we're looking forward to it. He actually put me in qualifying yesterday.
So you got some new competition.
Yes, so that's going to be fun. It's going to be fun in Class E. But then also, unfortunately, somebody did bust out in our class, so that's pushed us up, fortunately, to lead Class E. And then also we're leading the overall, that car that just passed now is leading the overall championship in Class E for BMW. So that's my shout out to CRA. Thanks for the support this year. My teammate's also leading his class, so we're very happy. There's a lot of shuffling and jostling happening at the moment as we're heading to the end of the year. Myself and Mansour Parker will be fighting it out for the rest of the year. And yesterday was our 1-year anniversary for the class.
Yes, this is true.
Out of the way, man.
You see, I told you he was going to be loudmouth today.
Shane Williams.
More than normal.
Front
That's
row,
Shane.
Front row.
Come on, come on, come on.
Front row of the grid, eh?
I want to say I did that on purpose, but I actually didn't.
Congratulations on the qualifying. Looking fast out there, eh? Yes, man. How's it going?
Going better and better. So
nice.
Quite excited.
Nice. Showing the young boys how it's done, like you did to the oldies back in the day. Give it to them, brother. Give it to them. Enjoy.
I was just about to say, this is live. I can't edit him this time.
No, you can't edit him out. He's not editable. He's not editable. So it's a 1-year anniversary for the 1-year anniversary for BMW Car Club today.
Yes.
That series was the fastest series started ever. We spoke about it on the weekend because the Joburg guys came down, and then by the Tuesday,
literally within a week,
it was running by the Tuesday, less than a week, half a week. So we're very proud of the series. We're very proud that it's a year. We had a little birthday cake for the series yesterday.
Cute.
James King blew out the candle. So it's just, we're very proud of what's been achieved over the last couple of months and year. And finally, and now we're hoping to grow this thing forward. And also we got a very good gees in the club, and we're hoping to continue that going forward.
Yeah. Okay, these guys are out on the track, but just before we get to those, just again, another thanks. And you mentioned sponsors earlier, and you were pointing to your T-shirt. This is the Power Series Round 7, proudly sponsored by Lion Property Management and Smile 90.4 FM. Thank you for making this happen.
Shout out Dean Friedrich. You know when you got a friend at like a radio station or something and you want to feel cool? So this is my shout out to Dean Friedrich at, where'd he go?
Yeah.
I don't trust that guy.
I know.
Of Dean Friedrich at Smile FM. What a character, and he's always at the races, always upstairs in VIP watching the races. He tells me, I always ask him, are you coming to the races? He tells me I wouldn't miss it.
Absolutely amazing.
So legit, it's great to have sponsors like Smile with Dean and sponsors like Lime with Clint, because they are legitimate motorsport fans.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. You don't want the sponsor. I've always said that I would run a Pampers sticker on my car if I got that sponsorship. And if the guy from Pampers loves racing, then so be it. But if they're just doing it as a corporate thing, it's ideal money in the motorsport. But I think we are very blessed to have our sponsors that are actual enthusiasts. So again, shout out to Smile, Dean, and the rest of the guys from Smile FM, and of course Clint from Line Property, and awesome. Michelle and the rest of the team there.
And one more thing I wanted to mention, I might have to look at in Alicia's direction here, are we doing the driver of the day today?
We have to.
I'm sure.
I'm sure. Are we doing driver of the day? I think so.
Are we doing driver of the day today?
Yeah, we
Yes,
are.
okay, amazing. So throughout the day, if you're watching this live stream, check for the number at the bottom of the screen. Send your vote through of who you want to be voted for the driver of the day.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And the commentators will be in on the gag as well, so
Yes.
they can talk about who they want to, who they see performing well, because it's about who performs well on the day. And try not to vote for the same person again. I know your friends and family. I get that. but if somebody is deserving, send them a vote and a text. And let's see who it is. As
Yeah.
Jaco Lambert so far leads off Class A. And Jaco's been so fast in that car, in that Golf of his. Lambert Racing is where that Beetle comes from, actually, that we saw earlier on. So Jaco Lambert now just gets pipped by himself. Jaco Lambert gets it again. Shane Smith in the fight. Gary Smith leads off Class B. Francois van Tonde in Class C. Jesse Huggett, the ever fresh, ever fast Jesse Huggett. Dylan Joubert in Class C over there as well. Leads off a second in Class C. Mario Roux, is that the Mario Roux? I wonder. So Mario Roux and I actually started our first GTI Challenge race back in the day together. So I wonder if that is Mario Roux from GTI Challenge. Bernard Lehman leads off Class D. And then Paul Munich makes up Class B. Charles Opperman in Class D as well. Class F, Cody Alberts. And that Cody was what I was talking about, that Alpha earlier on. That beautiful Alpha. Gemma Olin in there as well with Class C.
Yeah, where's my Herbie? I can't see.
Where's Herbie?
Where's Herbie?
Sandra Becker in Class X. She's in there as well.
Herbie
Where's
was Dierveld, right?
Yeah,
Dierveld,
Dierveld, correct. Yeah, where's Dierveld? Let's see.
Dierveld Lombard.
Class F.
Lambert.
We say Lambert, but I'm also, as the Afrikaners call, a Soti. So my parents aren't Sotis, by the way, but I am. So it's a weird thing, but I would say Lambert. I don't know, what would they say, Lambert?
I don't know. If it's Dierveld, I'm inclined to say Lombard.
Lombard. No, but there would be a D.
Lambert. There we go.
There we go, meneer Lambert. Ons vra om verskoning as 'n verkeerd gekry het. But Dierveld in Class down there in that Herbie. I'm sure that's going to be a fan favorite today.
Yeah, just because it's cute, guy. Okay, sorry. There's the inner blonde female in me. It's a cute guy.
It is cute. You want to pinch its cheeks.
Yeah.
You know. So the sun's coming out now.
Absolutely amazing. My
coming out.
fingers are starting to defrost slowly but surely, but I think I'm still steaming every time I speak.
Yeah. No, it's definitely picking up a little bit now, and the temperature's definitely going to be rising up. Time now is 8:30 as we head into. We got, I think, one more class of... no, we don't. Yeah, I think we got one more class of qualifying after this. One more. Okay. And then the racing starts. And just to give you guys how this works, we've got some qualifying happening on Fridays. Okay, and if you want to see those qualifying, you can go to a site called mylaps.com. Go to mylaps.com. A little bit tricky to navigate, I must be honest, and you can check the qualifying times over there. We've read through most of them. You can also rewind some of this. And have we got more qualifying to read out from yesterday?
I do. We have the Batex, and we have the Bijou.
Yeah.
Bijou.
Trustees,
Formula Libra. Okay, so let's go to the bikes. These are as you were talking earlier about the rider that was over here, the 300s and the 650. Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Hoskins.
Oh.
So this is a tradition here at Killarney.
I love it.
Where sweets get handed out. Thank you. Hope you're well, sir.
Thank you.
some of us are sweeties. I'm going to put mine down over here. So there's a tradition that happens here at Killarney. Sorry, I interrupted you again.
No.
You know, there's a tradition that happens at Killarney.
I love it.
I know that sweets get handed out by the officials to some of the competitors, some of the officials, and it's just a cool way to start the day, isn't it?
Yeah, last time I was here, I was walking through the pits, and one of the mechanics was walking with a big box of like nice ice cold water, and he was like, "Here, you want a water?" I was like, "Sure."
That was my guy, I think.
Really?
Yeah, that was my guy. That's him. Yeah.
It was like water from like a wine farm valley something. Yeah.
No, we just bought it at the shop. Although I am in talks with a water sponsor, so we might see a water over here.
Nice.
Because I have to say that I don't personally drink sugary drinks. Everybody can do what they want. I drink coffee and water. This is my drug of choice. But I'd like to promote healthier living. So we're hoping to secure a water sponsor, and maybe I can hand out some waters as we walk around the pits here.
So the next time you're here and you get water handed to you, it's this guy.
Stay hydrated, people. Stay hydrated. You were saying that.
back to the bike. So we have 600s and the 300s here. Qualified first, Nicholas Hutchings on that STC 650 and a 22.8. Followed not far behind, but Abigail. Abigail.
I think she's Abigail. She's
Abigail.
our Abigail.
Abigail.
She's our Abigail. She is.
Abigail Basson.
She's quick, eh?
23.4.
She's so fast, and Nicholas Hutchings too is very fast, and the two of them are going to have a battle today for sure. And just with the points at the qualifying just updated here. Jaco Lambert still first. I'm just going to quickly go through ABs and the rest of them. Gary Smith first in B. We've got Dylan Joubert first in C. He's leading the championship there in C. Stephen Griffin Wintle in first in D. Mario Reen X. And then in E, I don't see E here. Cody Alberts in F. And I don't think we've got any E's at the moment. There's E, yes, Everett the Toy in Class E. Those are your first places at the moment. You can also, for live timing, go to Z8 Timing. Z8 Timing does have the live timing. You get it on your screen like this, like what we're seeing over here. So Z8 Timing is the one place to see the live timing, and then you can also go to My Laps to see previously done times.
Yeah, mylaps.com. I know you said it can be tricky to navigate. I just go in the search bar and I type in Killarney, and then usually it just comes up.
Nice. Yeah, I
didn't think would Killarney would come up on a international mylaps.com, but it does.
It does.
Okay, we
I navigate there, and it's just like, where am I going? I'm lost now. Yeah.
Cool, okay. Do you, where are we now? Where we got bikes? We're still on the bikes.
Yeah.
Adrian Solomon, 25.0.
Yeah, those
Raymond,
are the 650s and the top three that you mentioned.
That was a 300, so not a 650. So if anybody's wondering about the adjustment from the 25.0 no, I'm blind. My eyes.
I got you. Well, you know what the problem is, right? You know what the real problem is? These pages are printed too small.
Yeah, they really are.
That's the issue here. And just to confirm, Adrian Solomon is in the 650 in third place there, but Raymond Alexander leads off the 300s by quite some margin there. James Late, actually it's only 4/10 of a second. It's less than 4/10 of a second. I apologize. So James Late in second place in Class C, and then Bradley Musto in third place in the 300 class. So 650s and 300s in the Battec STC 650 and SSP 300 class. Their qualifying was done yesterday, and then the Bejo Trustees Formula Libra, Byron Mitchell running away with it with a 112.666. Byron, of course, the winner.
That's fast.
At the hill climb. Now, Byron is quick though. He's the winner at the hill climb, and he does a lot of work for Peter van der Spey. Him and Peter van der Spey have won at the South African Endurance Series. Their class wins there. So yeah, very fast. DJ Boyson, I think DJ's already secured the championship this year. So DJ not having it all his own way at the moment, getting a second there in Class S. And then Damien White first in Class C. And then Richard Carr, Joshua Smith, James Beaumont, Class V in the Brat Pack of Formula Libra with Richard Carr leading off. Class V has really seen a resurgence. Dexter drove one of those cars recently, and I was not interested in driving a Formula V anytime soon. But now that, I'm going to say this on record here, now that Dexter's done it, Dexter and I just like to do the same things. So now that Dexter's done it, I want to get him in a Formula Supercar, and I want to get into one of those. Let's maybe make that happen. I'll put it down on the record. I'm keen to check that out.
He wants to do it. Get in touch.
I want to do it. Yeah, Jaco Lambert still leads us off. They've only got a minute left. So just they've actually got quite a long qualifying here. This looks like a 15-minute session. And because it's such a big class, some of the guys have already pulled in.
Yeah, how many do we have in this class today? It's also quite a large number.
Let's see. 28 guys in here.
28.
It's not that much for Clubmans. I suspect there's a couple of cars that haven't qualified. So I think there's a couple of cars that haven't necessarily qualified. So 28 is not that much for Clubmans per se. They've been known to have quite a bit more before.
And just explain to the viewers, if you don't qualify, you still can race, yes?
Yeah. But I need to confirm that with Clubmans. I think you start at the back of your class.
Okay.
I'm not sure with Clubmans. With our class at BMW, you start at the back of your class. We try to keep it separated as the Offspring song goes. But with these guys over here, I just need to confirm that. But as far as I know, that is the case. You start at the back of your class. Yeah, they wouldn't put you at the back of the grid. And it would cause problems because to carve through like that, it would just... We do it with Nian sometimes. Nian put his class A car at the back just for the spectacle. But I think with these guys, you know, a more established formula like Clubmans, we're still trying to grow our series, so we're willing to try new things and try goofy stuff sometimes just to put on a show. I think with the Clubmans guys, you know, you've got decades of heritage
Yeah.
that you need to preserve in some ways, and I think they would start them at the back of class. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh,
We got the
Groenewald's
bikes going
College,
out
good.
next, right? These guys they're still going, no?
Yeah, they're still going. They've just finished now, so the cars are off
Yeah,
track.
I was going to say, I haven't
Whatever's
heard them
on
go
your
around.
screen is provisional at this stage.
Perfect. What else is happening today, Ernest?
Well, we've got the biltong stand that I still need to find. Still
Which
haven't
one?
found-
Is there more than
There's
one?
one. There's one over
There's
there.
one there,
There's
yeah.
one there somewhere.
It's a good one.
I need to go. Every time I forget.
Chip and dip.
Chip and dip. Oh.
Listen, tried it
I need
last
to stay
time,
away from
going
chip
back
and dip.
today.
I need to stay away from chip and dip. It's too good.
Yeah.
Because you want to add more dip, man. That's the thing.
Yeah, and you
You
know,
know?
can I just, to the chip and dip company, okay? It's in a cone. I need that sauce at the bottom.
Yeah. We do need the sauce at the bottom. We do need the sauce at the bottom. And this is what you can look forward to. We've got kiddies entertainment. There are kiddies parks. There's the members Boma. There's the VIP upstairs. There's a new VIP section that we need to promote. They're trying to separate. You've got VVIP now, which is upstairs here, I think.
VVIP.
The VVIP, I think. And then they've got another section. They're trying to get more people out of the pit lane and into the other areas. So
Nice.
the GTI, the Killarney Motor Club, WPMC, has just got another section on the outside of 4, which is prime real estate. And that is now another VIP area. You buy a ticket, you get lunch, you get snacks and food and drinks at the bar. You get it's just an awesome viewing area as well, and it's on the outside of turn 4. So that's the new section at the moment, and you can pay that. Mr. Anwar Levy over there. Yeah, we're busy interviewing at the moment, Mr. Levy. That is Mr. Senior Levy over there. Of course, the Formula 4 driver and stalwart of motoring in Cape Town, and I've always said he paved the way for guys like me. So we love to see it, Mr. Levy. Always a pleasure to see you, sir. Cheers to the Levy clan. I can't talk now, unfortunately, but we'll talk later.
He's just saying great things about you right now. Just quickly, speaking of tickets, apparently, so I want the viewers all to know about this exciting thing that you can do. We can buy tickets to drift during the lunchtime.
Oh, yes. So Traction Drifting is here. And Traction does passenger rides on days like today. There's drift passenger rides. There are circuit passenger rides. So on the track, Dexter, that's not here today, he'll probably do the circuit rides in the M3 V8, which...
Okay, now how do we get involved? Because I want in.
Yeah. So go to traction.racing. There's a WhatsApp number on there. Traction.racing is the website name. It's simple. You just message the WhatsApp number. The guys will respond. Shanae and the guys will respond almost immediately. And then Chucky, Anwar, and Faisal and the rest of the team will take good care of you. We've been getting rave, and I say we because I do some work for them as well. We've been getting rave reviews on our experience and what we offer as an experience, because Faisal's a little bit crazy, if I'm honest. Faisal's one of those business owners that's like champ from 2 years ago. We've got our man Zaki over there. We've got Mohammed Kalfi, who's leading the championship at the moment, just dropping some names. So Faisal's a little bit crazy. Faisal wants to send it all the time, and he wants his team to send it to the moon all the time as well. So that means that when you get in the car, these guys send it. It's not we're going to go slowly trying to look after the car now. These guys are going to send it. So the passenger rides are always exhilarating. I would highly recommend it. And we also offer in the week, you can drive the cars yourself if you want to.
Amazing.
You can drift these cars. We had a corporate day the other day, Traction.racing. And then Master Drive is also involved with the passenger rides. You've got Gino, who will probably be here with a Mustang today. They do corporate driver training as well. They do skid pan training. So you know what? There are multiple driver training companies here that you can reach out to. Traction.racing and Master Drive here today at the Power Series, making sure that you don't just have to watch racing, you can be part of it.
You can be part of it. That's super exciting. I'm going to speak to the team and see if we can have me plus the camera guy in the back. But I don't know if this is going to be a good look.
We need to get you in one of those cars. We need to get you in one of those cars. Let's make that happen. Let's make that happen.
Oh, no, I'm getting nervous.
No. We need to make that happen.
Oh, geez, just for saying Faisal's a little bit crazy.
No, he is a little bit crazy. You've mentioned it now, so now it's got to happen.
That's happening. Okay. Cameraman, Greg, you in it with me?
So I see that we've got the motorcycles out next.
Yes.
But unfortunately, we're just waiting for them to head out.
I didn't get another sign like this, so I think this. We just waiting.
To the left, I need more types of signatures. So this means that there's track work happening. There's the official track work. I don't know what other signs. We'll figure out the rest, folks. And remember, comment down below. I don't have my phone on me at the moment.
Yes,
so
we haven't been checking the comments. Guys, if there's any comments, let us know. Thank you. Alicia's going to check the...
Would you mind passing my phone here? And then I'll check the comments out. I'll jump on right now. So send us some comments, guys. We've got to wrap up. Yeah, so we're going to wrap up now. Actually, looks like it. We just got the signals. So we've got the wrap up happening soon.
Steve is making me laugh today. I love these guys so much.
Let me just get on to my phone like a professional.
This is what it, guys, when we film down here, I absolutely love it because you've got crazy drivers that want to come and interrupt. You have people that are waiting for the coffee that want to have a conversation. So, you've got my crazy crew in the background holding up signs.
The one thing that we did say though, that the directive that we got given by, there's a car spun out. Okay, they're clearing up a car.
Okay.
I should really have this open so we can see.
We didn't get that side. We should have gotten the...
So there's a car on, that's Sandra Becker's car. Unfortunately, Sandra Becker's car is jammed up on the side. Oh, we've got, I think, a wheel or something. The car's actually jammed up on the side of the track. So
not good.
Hopefully they can sort that out. That is on the entrance to turn 2, looks like it, and the flatbed is there now, so that's the delay.
Okay.
But before we wrap up, yeah,
comments.
Tink says NASCAR racing is great. I agree, man. I love it. It's my new favorite form of racing. I even play it on the sim. It's improved my driving on the track here because you just get used to cars around you in a weird way. Because normally, I always use this analogy, normally with circuit racing, you get somebody next to you for 1, 2 corners, maybe if you're lucky, sometimes 3 or 4 if you're racing Polar Cup or if you're really good. With NASCAR, you can do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 laps with a car right next to you, and both of you are trying to get the better of each other. So there's this intense focus that happens for a long period of time where you're just trying to clear the car that's next to you, and you end up getting used to having someone next to you.
Yeah.
And when you come to the circuit, it feels easier when there's a car next to you now because that pressure, it's just a normal thing. So I really love NASCAR. I love driving it. And we did an oval race last year with Formula Supercars. It was so fun. So for anybody out there that judges oval track racing, it says, the guys just turn left. Yes, yes, they do just turn left. But there is a lot more to it. It's awesome. So Jay Does Motorsport gives us some insight over here. Yellow flag for the 96. Going to take time to clear that. So thanks for that update. For the rest of you guys, please comment in the live stream. We'll be watching the live stream. We'll chat about it lunchtime.
Yeah, if there's anything that you want to see, anyone you want me to speak to, comment. I'll be watching throughout the day and checking out any comments, and we'll make it happen for you.
Yeah, so as was once said, are we going to play this out? Are you going to play us out, Simone? Are you going to play us out? We're done for the breakfast show. And I think
breakfast show has just turned into the giggles this morning. Okay, but on a serious note. Serious note. Okay, it's the Power Series Round 7, sponsored by Lime Property Management, Smile 90.4 FM. Thank you for joining us this morning at the breakfast show, and we will see you at the lunchtime show. Ernest?
See you then.
Cheers.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2.
Well, well, well. Good morning, everybody. Well, good morning, everybody. Frankie and his Mike side. And welcome to round 7 of the Power Series that is brought to you by Lime Property Management in conjunction with Smile FM and all our other associate sponsors today. To everybody around the track, good morning. To the people that's watching this production, wherever you may be watching it, in Cape Town, South Africa, or the rest of the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you find yourself. And we will start today with the Lauda Classic Cars. Joining me, Mike's side, is Mr. Jordan Huben. Jordy, good morning. It was a very weird morning in Cape Town. The sun was out, then a bank of mist came over, and now the sun's burning that away. But it's going to be a lovely, fine, rainless day here in the mother city at Killarney International Raceway.
Yep, good morning, Frankie and Gary, Emil upstairs. We're here for round number 7 of the Killarney Power Series. As you say, first class up Lauda Classic Cars and Caltron Fine Cars. There was a total of 47 or 46 cars on the entry list for the combined class for today. As you say, the weather was looking a little bit unpredictable as of last night. Everyone thought it was going to be clear all week. Rained a little bit last night, early hours of this morning, but the track is dry and we are all ready to go. So they head on down. They've all got into their grid positions and they make their way down behind the Jatour safety car. Very much thank you. What? Very?
I don't know, I just heard you say very thank you.
It's
very
so,
thankful.
yes, there we go.
Yeah, that's probably what you were looking for.
Much
yeah?
thanks to all of our sponsors that we'll get to throughout the day. But first on the list, Michael Hitchcock from Cross Cape Forklifts in the number 65 Mustang on pole position ahead of Franco Donadio. Then it is Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche. You see Jared Evans there in 4th spot. A brilliant qualifying result for Jared Evans. Boetie van Sail also up there within the top 6 next to Brian Evans. So it's going to be a father and son battle. Speaking of father and son, throughout the field, you know what names have come back? 3 of the Ayton Bogarts, Glenn Ayton Bogart, Mark Ayton Bogart.
And Malcolm is back as well, yeah.
Mr. Malcolm Ayton Bogart. And then, of course, the Hutchings, Trevor and Lane Hutchings. And then also, further down the field, we have some of the Lotters that are joining out as well.
Yes, we've got Wayne and we've got Daniel Jr. that will be racing today. As Daniel Sr. will not be racing, obviously. But the other 2 then, the Rowe family, yes. As the cars run up the Tigerberg Straight out of Damps into turn 4, the double right-hander, sidle sweep. There's one line through sidle sweep, and there is that mini of Dion Valentine as we watch the cars work their way through turn number 4, sidle sweep. Lots of cars going down sidle sweep. That's the fine cars, the Caltron fine cars, that is busy working their way through. And I was having a chat to the chair lady, Natasha Tischendorf. They've only got one sponsor, and that is the main sponsor, Caltron. And she was saying to me, if we can get some more sponsors on board for the fine car category, then the fine cars can grow. So we'll pay attention not only just to the classic cars, but quite a bit of attention to the fine cars as well, so that fine cars can actually end up getting some more sponsorship, because with more sponsorship comes more finances, and then that category can grow. The cars are rolling through turn 5, through Pertamina Fostron, as we are about to go racing pretty soon. Right, there are the Caltron fine cars. There was only 9 that initially entered for the fine cars, but the classic cars are coming down the home straight. The lights are off, 9 laps. these guys are going to do as they barrel down into turn number 1 into block point corner. That is Michael Hitchcock. Right on his outside is Franco Donadio. Then we've got Van der Merwe, Eric Van der Merwe, and right there with him is Jared Evans. As they work their way through, Brian Evans is right on his case, followed there by Boetie van Zyl. And on his case is Ferdy Maton on a lockup going into Castrol by the escort of Franco Donadio.
Yep, and as you can see, they very quickly get into a train as now there's a change for position in the lead. And Franco Donadio, even after that lockup in Castrol, he's jumped to the lead ahead of Michael Hitchcock. Now look at this massive train of classic cars, pre-80s and pre-90s, distinguishable by the black numbers on the sides of the vehicles, as opposed to red numbers between the 80s and 90s categories as they come down the Tygerberg Straight and into Sorrel Sweep for the first time.
Well, the reason that Hitchcock is in that second spot, going through the kink, Lundstem kink, he had that Mustang pretty much sideways, as we see the rest of the field and the fine cars work their way through Sorrel Sweep. Into Pertamina Fostrom they go. It is a Franco Donadio that sits out there in P1. Hitchcock is in that second spot. Then we've got Eric Van der Merwe. And Van der Merwe's been hassled there by Jared Evans, Brian Evans, Boetie van Zyl, and Ferdy Maton as the field come running through to complete the opening lap.
Yep, now you see as they conjoin between the fine cars and the classics. We jump back to the front. Jared Evans still fighting there with Eric Van der Merwe as they all come through. There's a difference in class there between A and B, between Van der Merwe and Evans. But here, there you see Dave Rowley, there's Dion Conradi, there is Fourie, there is Berkman, there is Pfeiffer, everyone coming through. Matthew Rowe, there's Stefan Manuel. As there now we see some of the fine cars come into frame.
I will pick up the fine cars for you shortly. There goes that Beetle. But back to the front runners, heading up into Sorrel Sweep. It is Donadio, it is Hitchcock. Behind Hitchcock, it is Eric Van der Merwe, Jared Evans, Boetie van Zyl, Brian Evans, Ferdy Maton. He is coming through as well. Then it's Ian Richards. Welcome back to Ian Richards as the field race down towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Yeah, there you see still this battle between Van der Merwe, Evans. There's Boetie van Zyl in there. Brian Evans is in this as well, just off in that 4th spot in the train. And then Ferdy Maton. So it's a battle of V6s versus V8s and that turbo Porsche in the front of that line. That's coming across the line to start another lap. There you see your leaders, first and second, Franco Donadio, as well as Michael Hitchcock, as they come into turn number 1, block point corner. Then look at the gap between that 4 seconds between Eric Van der Merwe, Jared Evans, Boetie van Zyl. Ferdy Maton's now made a pass around the outside of Brian Evans in the Mustang on the escort through block point corner as the rest of the field comes through.
Right, yeah, they come down towards us, Eric Van der Merwe, and he is leading a train of fields. Jared Evans, Boetie van Zyl, Ferdy Maton, Brian Evans. Here comes Ian Richards coming through. Then it's one of the Eighton Bogarts that is coming through there. And then we see Dave Aladef. There is coming through there. We've got Bruce Evan Taplin. We'll pick up Evan Taplin. He should be coming through now. There is Trevor Hutchings. There is Conradi. Here comes the row, the Rowley Beetle. And as the field work their way through Castrol Corner.
I also saw Gary Fourie in that new Mark II Golf that they've made. He was at Rallycross with his son David just the other day. We were commentating on that. As now we jump back in towards Pertamina Fostron, out of Pertamina Fostron, through turn 5A, underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge. It's still almost neck and neck between the front two. Michael Hitchcock's got a little bit of a gap between the two of them as we jump back. Ferdy Maton still ahead of Brian Evans. There's Ian Richards. There's Mark Aiden Bogart sliding that fair lane around like you won't believe. And then you look at this train coming through. It is Bruce Evan Taplin leading this train out.
Yeah, and here comes the Valentine Mini. Wayne Lotter is in that fight as well as the field go down. Dancing Dave Aladef. Oh, somebody's smoking heavily. Somebody is smoking heavily. That is Wayne Lotter going down into turn number 1. There's a lot of smoke that was coming out the back of that escort. It could have been bodywork on tyre, I don't know. It seems to have gone away right now. We'll keep an eye on it as they work their way up the Joubert Straight towards Castrol.
Well, it's not slowing him down because he's got Robert Rowan is inside into the E30 Boxy Beamer. There they go side by side almost between the two. Still going to be side by side on the exit of Castrol Corner, as there is Gary Faree. There is Dion Conradi, as now they come back to the lead, and the gap still 0.5 of a second between Franco Donadio and Michael Hitchcock. Michael needs to try and close that gap as much as possible with 6 laps left to go.
Yep, as they work their way down that Killarney straight now, we'll pick up the fine cars that is heading into turn number 3. We'll have a look at this train of cars that's working about. That is Jared Evans. That's gone very, very wide as Jared Evans, is he slowing right down, Jared, as the field come through. Now he's picked up the pace again. He's right there next to his dad, next to Brian, as they work their way into Blockcoin Corner.
But they did drop he did drop 1 or 2 positions. As they see, it looks like a massive lockup there with a bunch of smoke hanging in the air, but it could also be missed on that side of the picture. There we see the Beetle of Dave Rowley has the escort just behind. Dave Rowley is just sitting ahead there of Gary Faree and Herman de Kock in the other escort. And there, Wayne Lotter stood in the background of this frame, also smoking quite a bit. And I wonder if it is tyre rubbing on bodywork.
Yeah, it could be. There's Dion Valentine coming through with a Mini, as Lane Hutchings are side by side with Bruce Evan Taplin as they head into Cassia Corner. And that Valentine Mini is right there. That Valentine Mini is right in there. Then it is Rob Rowe coming through as well, and that's all of them going through that kink into Damstip.
I just saw Francois Groenewald pulled in a green BMW, as there's a very slow car coming towards your picture. That looks like a 1 Series BMW. That's one of the cars in fine cars. I'll just have to see who that is as they go through Sarl Sweep.
Now we've got a car going very, very slow out there, working its way through turn 4. Look at the smoke pumping out the back of that escort. The smoke is piling up the back of that escort. That's the Wayne Lotter escort, and he is in serious trouble as he works his way out of Pertamina Fostron.
So that 1 Series BMW, the 135 3.5 litres, Yolinda Faree in that black BMW. But still, Wayne carries on. I wonder if very shortly he'll get the black flag pointed at him, because definitely that shouldn't be allowed, as there Robert Rowe gets heavy on the brakes, locks up ever so slightly just ahead of John Valentine. And Wayne Lotter's going to keep on keeping on, because, I mean, if he doesn't get black flagged with 4 laps to go, he can at least score some points.
Right, yeah, they come down towards us. There is Lane Hutchings coming through into Castrol Corner. Behind him is Bruce Evan Taplin. Then it's Rob Rowe. Then it's Dion Valentine. And then that Smokey Joe escort of Wayne Lotter. You just saw Aladef go through your shot there now. That's that group of cars being led out there by Lane Hutchings, by Aladef, by Rowe, by Lotter, and the Mini of Dion Valentine.
Yep, there, look at that train coming through. Now we jump to what is the lead, I believe, of fine cars. That yellow BMW is Marius Faree. That runs just behind one of the Porsches. We'll just have a look who that is as they come on through. And I lie, sorry, it's Andre Faree. No, sorry, my mistake. It is Marius Faree, and he's got Piet Mateer fighting there in the Porsche. Then Calvin Bierkman in the Morris, as just ahead Roger Lewis. And there we jump back to Mark Aitenbogard with Ian Richards just behind in picture.
Yeah, then behind Ian Richards, we'll have Dancing Dave Aladef. Here comes Dave. Many, many years ago, he used to be the alpha man. Then it's Lane Hutchings. Behind Lane Hutchings, it is Bruce Evan Taplin. It's Robert Rowe. It is Wayne Lotter. And then the Mini of Dion Valentine as that group heads out of Blockcoin.
And you know what? Wayne Lotter hasn't slowed down one bit. He's not letting that smoky tyre, I would assume, because if it was something like oil, he definitely would have slowed down. And they would have definitely had some spinning, as now, yeah, there's some blue flags being waved down the back straight. Here we have a look once again. There is Lane Hutchings leading out this group in the Scirocco. As there we jump back to the first corner. And we look to the lead for Marius Fourie in that yellow BMW coming into picture, as well as the leader of the classic cars. And look at Michael Hitchcock in second place. He's got plenty of traffic there, and he's losing out majorly. And they are holding up big time. Look at the sandwich that he's held in. There's no way you can catch up to Franco Donadio now.
Well, we go back to turn number 1. We can see there goes Donadio. There comes the Mustang of Hitchcock in that second spot. We're going to wait now for that Ford Fairmont GT. That's in that third position. That is Boetie van Zyl. There comes Boetie van Zyl. He's picking up a couple of cars. There he turns right, that orange GT. There's Eric van der Merwe. Behind van der Merwe's Fadi Maton. It's the Porsche versus the Mustang. Then we've got the Capri of Jared Evans and the Escort of Brian Evans.
Yep, they've got Roger Lewis just ahead there in the MG that needs to move over to the side of the circuit just so that these classics can get on by. Boetie van Zyl makes his way by, so does Brian Evans. Here comes Fadi Mouton, then there's Jared Evans behind. Oh, sorry, there's Brian Evans now, you're right. And Jared, as they now make their way on the inside of Roger Lewis through Sorrel Sweep. Then we see Mark Ayton Bogard in the fair lane coming on through. We haven't seen that car around the circuit in a little while. As there we jump back to turn number 1 and the lead with 1 lap left to go, Frankie.
Yeah, this will be the final lap for that man, Franco Donadio, in the Escort. Well, he took that lead away from that man the moment he got a twitch there in the Lundstem Kink. Coming through now, we've got a couple of the back markers coming through. There is Beekman. We're waiting for, here comes Boetie van Zyl. Van Zyl sitting up there in third. Then behind him it's Eric van der Merwe. As they go through, van der Merwe's being chased down there by Fadi Maton, putting a lap on one of the slower cars. Then it is Brian and Jared Evans that is coming through towards us as they are now well in between all the fine cars. But this is the final lap, and the leader is heading into Pertamina Fostron.
Yep, after all that traffic there, we see that is Herman de Kock and Gary Fourie fighting it out in the mid-pack of classics. The overall leader, however, should be coming into frame. There he is. It is the number 32, Franco Donadio. He will come out of Pertamina Fostron. There is Michael Hitchcock, 6 seconds adrift after all that traffic problems coming to the line. Franco Donadio will take race 1 victory ahead of Michael Hitchcock, who's just coming across the line shortly.
He'll finish in second, going into turn number 5 now. Pertamina Fostron, you'll pick up, there's that orange big Ford Fairmont GT sitting in P3. That is Boetie van Zyl. He's got Eric van der Merwe right on his case. He's got Fadi Maton right on his case as well. And they head towards a checkered flag. Then it is Jared and Brian Evans that cross the line in that order. And then it's Mark Ayton Bogard that finishes his race as well.
Then a few others that now come across the line. We just wait now for Ian Richards. There's Aladef in your picture coming across the line now. Ian Richards comes across the line. Then we see a few more on our picture. There's Lane Hutchings. We're also waiting for the leader. I don't know if the leader of the fine cars has come across the line, and it was Marius Fourie. As there now, Marius. There is the battle between Robert Rowe and Dion Valentine to the line. There's Natasha Tischendorf. It's all quite close together.
Here comes Dave Rowley towards us in the Beetle, and Trevor Hutchings is right behind him. Yes, Herman de Kock coming towards the line, and he has got Gary Fourie right in there behind him as the two of them complete their race as well. And that will be P17 and 18 across the line.
And not a bad, first race of the day, but also a brilliant classic and fine cars race to start the day off. I think as far as I can see, nothing major happened so far this morning. We'll touch wood and make sure that doesn't for the rest of the day, but it's looking like a splendid day so far, Frankie.
Well, we did have a problem out this morning in Clubmans qualifying. Remember that Sandra Becker has shifted from fine cars over to Clubmans, and last weekend at Rallycross, I don't know if you heard, but there was a problem with that motor. And they obviously tried to get it sorted out. I think it might have come back because that motor blew itself to pieces going into Castrol this morning for Clubmans qualifying. But yeah, out for classics, no issues, no hassles for their opening race of the event. Brought to you by Line Property Management in association with Smile FM. right, folks, here we go with race number 2 in the Battec STC 650s and the Super Sport 300s. Altogether, if they're all out on track, only 13 motorcycles in both classes, but guaranteed the racing is going to be top-notch by the 650s and the 300s. Once again, hello everybody, my name is Frankie Ennis. I'm joined by Gary Fleming, Jordan Ibn, Mike Side, and Gary with the cameras as well, and then Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's Pit Box. He's the man that gets all the necessary information for us from the radio and operates the binocs and does all the assistant work. Tiny, quick one, good morning.
Morning Frankie, morning everybody, and yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the production today.
Right, that's our radio man, JT, here we go. Battec STC 650 and Super Sport 300s.
Yep, Frankie, the first two-wheeled action for the day. And of course, before we go any further, the program has gone back to its old ways. And now we have, everyone does a race before lunch and their second before, or sorry, their second after lunch, which I think has helped out a lot, because of the problem with the bikes, especially this class that generally goes first in the morning, they get you super early, the track's very damp or still green. They go out, they do their first race, and then 3 hours or 2 hours later at 10 or 11 o'clock, they have to go again, and then that's them done for the day. So they get to do the whole day, and of course join us at prize giving this evening. But so far they'll go out for their one warm-up lap out of the pits, and they'll all come up to their grid box to line up in order and get the proceedings underway for the first race of the Battec Super Tin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300 motorcycles.
Right, so as they roll into position, we see Abigail Bosson. She's on that front row of the grid. Nice there for Abby. And then we've got Nicholas Hutchings. He's in pole position. And on the front row as well is the number 4 machine. And that is Adrian Solomon. That is your front row. Your second row is Raymond Alexander, Wesley Hendricks, and James Late. And then your third row is Elmo Mossad-Pidiel and Bradley Musto.
Yep, and then the last two rows of the grid will be Mitch Robinson, Jordan Sayman, Cody Redlingace, and Jamie Hall. But just a little bit of info. Jamie Hall, why is Jamie Hall here? He should be racing his S-Rad. He's back for the first time on a borrowed 650, the ex-650 champion in the class a year or so ago. He is on Lance Jonas's bike. The revs climb, the lights go on, and they go out, and away we go. And a brilliant start from Nicholas Hutchings, leaving Abigail Bosson, who was in that second spot, in the dust. Abigail Bosson now has Adrian Solomon alongside as they go into block coin. And of course, Max Munton is not out today. He's suffering from an injury, and he can't race this weekend. So it's just the two of them that have to catch up to Nicholas Hutchings ahead as the rest of the field peels out of block coin and down towards Castrol Corner.
Working their way through turn number 2 through Castrol Corner. Here they all go through the Lundstem kink. It is a line of motorcycles that's busy working their way through Damstip. Up the Tigerberg straight they go. It's Hutchings, Bosson. I'll have a look at that. And Solomon, that is your top 3. As they work their way through Saddle Sweep, through turn 4. Down that back straight they go. And those front 2 on nose to tail as they work their way out of Pertamina Fostron. And there's nothing between the two of them as we head towards the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, and they rocket their way down through 5A under the Swiftio Cape Town bridges. Here we see the rest of the field. There's Raymond Alexander, Wesley Hendricks, James Lade, Elmo Mostert, Peter Hill, Bradley Musto, Mitch Robinson, Jordan Sayman, Cody Redlingace, and Jamie Hall. But look to the front once again. Nicholas Hutchings down the inside goes Abigail Bosson, around the outside of what is, let's just have a look. That's Jamie Hall is fighting with Raymond Alexander through Blockwain corner as back to turn number 2. And there is the front battle between Nicholas Hutchings and Abigail Bosson once again.
Yeah, and Solomon sits there in third. Then it's Raymond Alexander and Jamie Hall. That is Hall. You see ahead of Alexander working their way out of Castrol corner. But we've got to pick up those. Oh, that two of them. That is P1 and 2. That's first, second, and third in your shot there. That is Nicholas Hutchings. Abigail Bosson sitting out there. Right behind the two of them is the number 4 machine of Adrian Solomon. If they keep each other up, he'll catch up onto their back wheels. Out of Saddle, they go down the back straight as we see the rest of the field working now towards Saddle sweep.
Yep, there they go. There's Bradley Musto, there's Peter Hill, there's Wesley Hendricks. And look again, side by side for Nicholas Hutchings and Abigail Bosson as they go in to Bertamina Fostron once again. The position will stay the same. It will be Bosson on that Project 60 SA number 51 and Hutchings on the Hutchings service, squeezing Abigail Bosson right up against the Jabert pit lane as they rush on through. That was a very, very dangerous move towards the grass. But yes, they fight, and Adrian Solomon is just watching, and he's closing that gap dramatically.
That's what I was going to say. The number 4 bike is getting a whole lot closer now. That's Hutchings, Bosson, and Solomon. Here comes Jamie Hall. Right behind him is Raymond Alexander. He's the leader of the 300s. Then Musto, Yill, and Mostert. As we go back to this leading trio that's busy working their way out of Castrol corner.
So while the front 2 fight, Adrian Solomon has set the fastest lap of 1:23.674. So he definitely is gaining a little bit of ground as the 2 ahead of him battle it out for the lead position. But now Nicholas Hutchings has sort of gotten away from Abigail Bosson as we see Adrian Solomon go through. There is Jamie Hall, who definitely, him starting from the back, caused a little bit of an upset, I'm sure, because he could be right there at the front. There's Raymond Alexander. There is Bradley Musto on the KTM with 888 Motorcycles. Then we have Peter Hill and Elmer Mostert fighting it out as they go into Sorrel Sweep, but we jump back to the leaders going into Bertamina Fostron.
Yeah, the 2 of them are making the 3 of them are working their way out of Fostron corner. It's Nicholas Hutchings from Abigail Bosson from Adrian Solomon, and he has closed. He was 1.04 seconds behind them. That's going to be a lot less now when they start the next lap. And he is 0.6 of a second behind them as we watch this other group now work their way out of Bertamina Fostron.
I believe, let's just have a look, that's Peter Hill and Alme Mostert, as well as James Late. James Late had an accident yesterday in turn number 2. Ronald Slammert had helped him out after his incident in the Superbike practice yesterday. So James Late is lucky to be back out again. Very good to see him racing. But there is Jamie Hall. It is still quite hazy on your picture. I'm pretty sure there's just a little bit of dew on the cameras. There's Raymond Alexander, the first of the 300 class. There's Bradley Musto getting followed by Alme Mostert and Peter Hill just in picture. And look how close those 2 are as they go through Castrol corner.
So we watch out for the leaders. Down the back straight goes your top 3. It is Nicholas Hutchings is still sitting out there in P1. He's getting slightly away from Abigail Bosson. Bosson has now been hauled in there by the number 4 machine of Adrian Solomon. And Solomon is getting closer. Once again, Bosson closes up under braking onto the back wheel of Hutchings. P1, 2 and 3 rolling through 5A as Hall and Alexander make their way now into Bertamina Fostron. And then there's a gaggle of bikes right in there behind them.
Yep, there's a 3-way fight there between Bradley Musto and Peter Hill and Alme Mostert. Alme Mostert, a brilliant move up the inside for the lady racer and takes that position away from Peter Hill on the R7 as they run on down the main straight, the Porsche straight once again. And look at this, Abigail Bosson, once again, I thought maybe she'd used up all her energy trying to keep Nicholas Hutchings at bay in the first few laps. Now we've got 5 to go. And she's just behind him. She's on that rear tire, that rear Backtech tire of Nicholas Hutchings, as Adrian Solomon is falling a little bit behind from the front 2.
And Bosson is the quickest one out there with a 1:22.480. And she sits there in that second spot behind Hutchings. Keeping an eye on them is Adrian Solomon. He was 1.159 seconds behind Bosson when they started this lap. When they end this one, there'll be 4 laps to go. He has got the best seat in the house because he's 12.6 seconds ahead of fourth place man Jamie Hall, as the three of them work their way through. Pertamina Fostron, Boston right on the heels there of Hutchings, and they're beginning to get slightly away now from third place man Adrian Solomon.
And they are. We'll see the gap now as they come across the line. The difference between the front two was 0.2 of a second. It's now over a second and a half, 1.6 seconds between Abigail Boston in second position and Adrian Solomon in that third spot in the King Pools Kawasaki, as they run out of Block Coin Corner now down the Joubert Straight towards Castro Corner. Abigail Boston just trying to find a spot to stick her nose in and try and get past Nicholas Hutchings. With the laps counting down, we'll see how close it gets closer to the end of the race. But we jump back to turn number 1 now to see Raymond Alexander. Then just behind Peter Hill and Alme Mostert, as Bradley must have had some sort of moment that just slowed him down ever so slightly. As now Peter Hill and Alme Mostert, the gap widens up between them as they exit Block Coin Corner.
Right, we watch these bikes work their way up towards Castrol, and the leaders are going down the back straight. The leaders are going down the back straight. They've got 3 and a bit laps to go as they race down towards Pertamina Fostron, Hutchings, Boston and Solomon, and Abigail right on that back wheel there of Nicholas Hutchings. And yeah, they are now getting away from Solomon. He's getting further and further behind the two of them. She will have 3 laps when she crosses the line under the set of Cape Town Bridge to try and make a move somewhere on Nicholas Hutchings. I wouldn't make the move yet if I was Abigail, but she also has to keep in mind she got Solomon's behind, and yeah, it's now gone to 2.5 seconds, a gap between Boston and Solomon.
Yep, as we jump back once again, there is the mid-pack. There I see Alme Mostert pulling ahead of Peter Hill on the R7. Alme on that SV pulling very well so far, sitting in 6th overall. Then we see Peter Hill in 7th and Bradley Musto 2nd in the 300s class as they run down the main straight, the Porsche straight towards turn number 1, Block Coin Corner. There's Alme Mostert, the first in that group, ahead of Peter Hill. Then Bradley Musto as they come on through Block Coin Corner.
Leaders heading down the back straight towards Pertamina Fostron, and Nicholas Hutchings is trying to break the toe there on Abigail Boston, but Abigail is right in there. She's not going to be driven away from, or ridden away from, I should say, as she's still on his heels, as a matter of fact. So yes it is. So we've got Boston is in P1. Boston is in P1. I just saw it all of a sudden. Hutchings has dropped down to 2nd. Abigail Boston, what I said earlier on, she got 3 laps to take the lead away from him. She's now on a penultimate lap, and she is pulling away from Hutchings, and Solomon is now nearly 3 seconds behind the two of them.
As we watch that, so far leading out with a lap and a bit left to go, Nicholas Hutchings looked down. It looks like maybe his foot slipped off the pedal, or the foot peg rather, as he was going out of Pertamina Foster, and he lost all that time. Adrian Solomon is now not close enough to close that gap. He is not having the best day, but he is still right there. That is 1st, 2nd and 3rd as they come on through Sorrel Sweep now, and it's not that far where they get the Nest Gaggler bikes, which will be Jordan Seaman, Wesley Hendricks, Mitch Robinson and Cody Redlingace that are now exiting Pertamina Fostron. So with now coming up on a lap to go, there's going to be a bunch of bikes together.
Well, I'll tell you what, when Boston got her nose up front, we'll get to this group coming past us now. When Boston got her nose up front, she up-ducked and disappeared, and Nicholas has not got an answer. He's got no answer for Abigail. 1 more lap to go. She's the quickest rider out there with a 1:22.256. And she is nearly 1.5 seconds now ahead of Hutchings in 2nd, who is 3.5 seconds ahead of Solomon, that is in 3rd.
Yep, here they come out of Block Coin Corner with a lap left to go. Coming in to turn number 2, Castro Corner. There's 1st and 2nd. Nicholas Hutchings, 1.4 seconds adrift. Anything can happen, of course, but it just looks too big of a gap unless for whatever reason he can pick up the pace, as well as Adrian Solomon, 3.5 seconds behind Nicholas Hutchings on the Hutchings Service Centre, number 72. The gaps are just too wide between first, second and third to make any dent. Look how big that gap is between Nicholas Hutchings as he goes very wide on towards the red and white paint through Sorrel Sweep, and down the Killarney straight they go for the final time.
Here comes Solomon into our view now. He's 3.5 seconds behind them. The leaders are now heading. They're going to catch up onto this back group, but I think the back group should be safe. I don't believe that Boston, Hutchings and Solomon is going to catch that group that's just ahead of them. But Abigail Boston, what a ride by this young lady as she brings that machine to the checkered flag in P1, and a maiden victory for Abigail Boston. Well done, young lady.
Just like that. Her first victory in the Super Twin Cup 650s ahead of Nicholas Hutchings. Apparently, what I heard from Emil Tiny Brunt, a piece of Nicholas's bodywork had come off down the back straight and sat up against the wall. Sorry, down the main straight, and that's obviously why he looked over. As there, Adrian Solomon came home in third. Jamie Hall, his first time back on that Samurai Racing. Lance Jonas, number 83, he comes home in fourth. Raymond Alexander will come home in fifth, but he had Almay Mostert right on his tail. That was very close. Almay Mostert's looking incredibly quick today. She's been doing nothing but improving the last little while, and it will be a drag race to the line. Almay Mostert will bring it home fifth overall, ahead of Raymond Alexander. Raymond Alexander first in the Super Sport 300s class, ahead of Peter Hill. Bradley Musto comes home second in class, and then the rest of the field will peel on through.
Yeah, James Light will be the next man coming towards a checkered flag. Here he comes, James on bike 74. Will cross the line now, and then we are waiting for Wesley Hendricks on bike 78 to come towards us. And here he comes across the line, and then behind him will be the 71 in P11 in the 300 class. That's Mitch Robinson. That will cross the line. Right there with him is Cody Redlinghuyse and Jordan Simon. So that concludes the first race of the 650s and 300s.
What a brilliant race that was, and what an incredible victory for Abigail Boston. After so many struggles, after so much time in both the 300s class and now in this Super Twin Cup 650s, she takes victory overall in race number 1. And I'm sure Mom will be very happy about that, as well as Trevor Westman and the whole Project 60 team after a brilliant, brilliant performance in that race. But I'm sure race 2 will come by a little bit later on, and I don't think Nicholas Hutchings is going to let that slide. But still, brilliant race number 1 for the bikes, and now we wait for the rest of the classes to come.
All right, next up will be the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series. That will be up next. And after that, we'll have the Beeger Trustees Fine Cars. Then we'll have the API Property GTI Challenge. Then we'll have the Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Supercars, followed by the Pirelli Seal Pro Wineland Superbike Supersport Challenge Masters and 600s, Thermofires Clubmans, and the last race before lunch will be the Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans Classics and Breakfast Run bikes. There's a replay of Boston. That's ahead there of Hutchings. And when she took that lead away from him, that's a fight there between Jamie Hall and Raymond Alexander. that was early on in the race, working their way out of turn 1 block win. Lots of little fights out there. This is when the two of them were still literally nose to tail. There is first, second, and third. That was in the replays. Bosson, Hutchings, and of course Solomon. And as we see this replay, the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series race number 1 over 8 laps works its way out onto the track.
Yep, race number 1 of the BMW Car Club of Cape Town, and the big news for the BMW Club is the time attack, which is going down here at Killarney International Raceway in 3 weeks from now, will count as a points scoring round for the BMW Car Club of Cape Town. And that time attack is starting to look very, very interesting. I do believe that it's going to be a lot bigger than what we've had last year. Frankie, last year's one was okay. It was a decent turnout, but with Eugene Norse of Master Drive now coming on board, it's a whole new ball game.
Yeah, that changes the landscape of everything with the Master Drive coming on board, that one. But before we get to that one, Geordie, on the 13th, the second Cape Town round of the Extreme Festival, the National Championship Series, will roll into Cape Town 1 week before the Killarney time attack powered by Master Drive.
And then one quick thing, Gary, another big piece of news for the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series. Today, this round marks their 1-year anniversary since they started last year. They had a little birthday party yesterday for the club. So I think an incredible opportunity to bring a new class to the fray. They've come to the forefront, and they've absolutely given us a show. And they've brought everyone who loves the iconic Bavarian brand a chance to bring their motorcars of all classes, of all builds, of all whoever. So I would like to just say a big well done to Ridwan and the Car Club of Cape Town team. BMW South Africa, I believe they do have support from BMW South Africa, and everybody who is a part of the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series. I think everyone needs to give themselves a round of applause a little bit later on tonight at prize giving. And it's looking like a very, very good race number 1 with what looks to be, I believe, 25 cars out on the grid this time today.
Well, it all happened and it all came together when we had the regional Extreme Festival here in Cape Town, where the when they came to have their race here, they did their thing, and a couple of our BMWs that raced in Clubmans joined in with them. And directly after that, there was a couple of phone calls that went down, and I remember climbing on the phone and having a chat to Dexter Bruce. I said, Dex, this needs to happen. And he said to me, Frankie, yes, you're not the only one that's saying so. Ridwan is saying so. Ernest Page is saying so. There's a lot of people that's busy saying so, and you guys are the ones that's backing this. So we've got to take it from there. And I think it was 2-3 days later, he phoned me back and said, it's happening, it's on, we can do it. The club said, let's go for it. And as you say, 1 year later, and it's a huge success.
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest success stories that we've had at Killarney International in the last couple of years. If you think how few new classes have evolved in the last couple of years, this is one of none. I can't remember when last there was a new class that came out other than this one in the last decade. So, but the one thing that Frankie, that you guys said right at the beginning, you and Dex and Ernest, when you spoke about it, this should have happened a long time ago. I don't know why we didn't think of it and didn't implement it 2-3 years back. The time was already right for this class for Cape Town.
And the thing is, the chairman of the BMW series up north, the moment he heard that we're doing it in Cape Town, this guy was over the moon. And he turned around and said, hell yes, let's do this, because we can guide you with guidelines as well, and we can have a north versus south thing, which I'm sure will still happen somewhere in the future. But either way, it's a year later, it's a success. And I remember the first time they were told you need a minimum of 15 cars or more, and they came out with I think 17, and then it just grew from there. In theory, we're supposed to have 25 cars out today if everybody pitches.
Well, one has just gone back into the pit lane. I hope that it was not Dex. Oh, is it? Yeah, because there was a black BM that went into the pit lane. We'll have to try and pick up who that was that we lost out on. But looks like just about everybody else is out there. So for the folks at home, there you can see on your screen the different classes according to the colors. Class B, Class C, Class D, Class E, and Class F. Obviously that Class E is the biggest class out there right now as they work their way around. Look at that, a massive, massive field that's working their way through. Parker being the only Class B car out there. Remember, Neander Toy's car, the fancy one that he's got, is being prepared for the time attack, which is 1 week after Extreme Festival, which is 2 weeks away from now. So a big, big month at Killarney International in terms of main circuit racing.
Yeah, information is pouring out. Instead of Tiny taking a microphone and sharing it, he's shouting it in our ears over here. But there is lots of things that's going down. Marco Red has got BMW financial plan colors on his BM from way back in the day when we had the touring cars. Yeah, what an era that was. The touring car era, a golden era that'll never come back again. And I initially thought it was pretty similar to the BMW EnviroCar colors, but it's not. It is the other color scheme that they had out there. But have a look at it. If everybody is there, yes, one guy took a dive into the pits, and that was Jacques Dutoy. So in theory, we should have 24 cars out there if everybody has arrived on the day.
Which in real terms is one of the bigger classes overall for the race day, being round 7 of regional racing at Killarney International Raceway in conjunction with Lime Property Management and our media partners Smile 90.4 FM.
And a big thanks as well to the City of Cape Town. A big thanks to you guys, to Blockcoin, to Castrol, to everybody else for putting your money down. Fostron, everybody that makes this happen on the day.
And a massive amount of support in the last couple of years, Frankie, from City of Cape Town.
Yeah.
But then again, Killarney International came to the party in terms of taking robot racing, and also the other thing was to get the spinners off the circuit as well, or off the roads and onto the circuit as we go racing down towards turn number 1.
All right, here we go. Down into turn number 1. It is Mansour Parker that will lead them through out of Blockcoin. There's a lockup. That's Jacques Dutoy that went into the pits. He's starting. There he comes. He's a pit lane starter. So he came into the pits, got his problem sorted out, and he is back out again from the pit lane. As we watch all these BMWs, we'll pick him up one by one, locking up as they head into Castrol Corner from the Hubert Straight through the Lundstem Kingthe race. All different sorts of line into turn 3, into Damstip. That's a whole line of these BMWs, everybody trying to find their own way around the track and outsmart the other one. It is Parker and Jacobs that are sitting up there in P1. Look at this train of BMWs coming up the Tygerberg Straight and into the double right-hander sidle sweep as the leaders are absolutely tanking it down the back straight towards Pertamina Fostron, turn 5.
Can't be a much nicer sound than a whole trail of BMWs at full tonk down the back main just about everybody would be 200 plus kilometers an hour. Even the Class D and Class E BMWs would be picking up that kind of pace. But up front is going to be Parker, and is going to open up. And Smith has got himself up into second position, that ahead of Jacobs. And Retter is coming into play already. Marco Retter ahead of Volskank, and the new man into Class D that has moved up, that is James King.
Well, it is Mansur, Parker, Smith and Baby Jakes. There is Dylan Jabir. He's having a fight. The 444 car is out there. Volskank was a 52 car that I was seeing, but it's all about Parker and Smith, P1 and 2. Then as they make their way out of Damstip, going up the hill there, we see Retter and Volskank. Then it's King, De Toy, Joubert. Page is in there behind him. Then it is Zach Leyden, followed by Josef Hendricks, as this whole field works its way out of turn 3, Damstip. Leaders heading down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5, Fostron.
Quite a battle going on there for that 4th position. Retter's going to have a look on that outside line, and he works his way. Baby Jakes originally was in that 2nd position. He's dropped now down to 4th, but look at the battle behind that. King, De Toy, Joubert and Page. Ernest Page, our breakfast showman, finds himself 2nd overall in his class and on his way down towards turn number 1.
So this whole group of cars working their way into turn 1. There goes King and De Toy. There comes Joubert as the field work their way through. Ernest Page busy coming through as well. Zach Leyden is in there with them. Then it's Baby Jakes. It's a whole group of them that is just filtering through turn number 1, block coin corner.
Well, getting quite tight up front. Shane is getting a lot closer. Smith all over the back of Parker. That is the leading Class B and the leading Class C car that you see there on the screen. Behind that, here comes Marco Retter. He's past Jacobs, that was originally in that 2nd. Volskank, King, De Toy, Joubert, Page, Zach Leyden that came through there as well. He had a big off yesterday, and there we see the rest of them. Tubus, Michaels, Brady, Swanepoel and Rowe, all of them in quick succession up the Tygerberg Straight.
The leaders are coming back towards us under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Here they come, and it is Mansur, Parker, Shane Smith. He's right on his heels as they come running through. Then it's Marco Retter. Behind Marco Retter, it's Baby Jakes. Behind Baby Jakes, it's Volskank. Then we have got King has gone. King has gone because it is De Toy and Joubert that is going through. Neon De Toy and Dylan Joubert. And then we've got Ernest Page and Zach Leyden. That's just behind these two. That's working their way through block coin corner. There they come, interview. Page is just ahead there of Zach Leyden.
Well, keep in mind that Page is running 2nd in class right now and diving towards that outside line and locking up the front. And that runs pretty wide. Zach Leyden holds on. Zach Leyden had a very, very big moment coming out of Sorrel Sweep last week. Yesterday, should I say. And, well, he recovered from that. Didn't touch up against the barriers at all. But look at Smith all over the back end of Parker as they go down into Pertamina Fastron.
Just got information here from Tiny and from Geordie that James King has pulled off. He is out of this one as we keep an eye on this. But look at that. That is Smith. That's on the case of Parker. There is Zach Leyden coming through. The leaders are going into turn number 1 into a block coin. And Smith is only 0.6 of a second behind Mansur Parker. Then Marco Retter is in that 3rd spot as this whole field work their way into Pertamina Fastron.
Oh, I tell you what, Michaels and Brady having a very good battle between the two of them as well. And they've been pretty much side by side for a lap and a half already. They further on down the field, but now the field is getting pretty much spread out. Parker is being pushed, and he's being pushed very hard. He's got a bit of a gap on Smith, And at the end of the day, Smith has done the fastest lap of 1:19.703. There comes Marco Retta, who got past Baby Jakes on the second half of lap number 2. Valen Volsken coming into picture. Behind that, Neandertoy, that's the car that he did all the videos on. They've taken so much weight out of that one. There comes Joubert and Page. A bit of a gap. There comes Zach Leyden. Zach Leyden's now broken a bit away from Levy, but Levy's got no problem behind him as the rest of the pack come through.
So the leaders are making their way into a turn number 1. And I'll tell you this for nothing, Parker and Smith. There's a back mark. It's going to keep right out of the way. That's Kobus de Kock, yes. Right out of the way. And we've got a side-by-side. We've got side-by-side out there. That is Retta and Jacobs. And Baby Jakes gets his nose ahead there of Marco Retta coming out of turn number 1, out of Block Coin Corner. They are being followed there by Volskink. That is Wayland Volskink at the back of the picture as you watch these 3 cars work their way out of Castrol Corner.
Well, there's nothing much between the 2 of them, and Retta is putting in a hard charge. He did get ahead of Jacobs, but Jacobs just followed, watched, saw where the best spot was, and made the move again. Can Retta fight back and take away that 3rd position? Well, you're going to have to keep an eye on them.
Well, it looks like Dylan Joubert had a spin there in Block Coin Corner because it was yellow flags busy waving there, and that will be the end then of Dylan Joubert. When the leaders come around, there'll be 2 more laps to go. And that's the leader going into turn number 1 as we have a look at this fight. That is Baby Jakes. And he is involved there with Marco Retta. It's a massive, massive fight. Then coming towards us now is this Volskink. Yes, it is Woden Volskink. Then we've got a back marker. That is Kobus de Kock. That's the back marker as the field work their way around here.
Well, there's fights going on all over the show, and I must say the turn 5 Pertamina Fastron has been quite an interesting position to be viewing the racing from today.
Right, we've got a back marker that's just in the way there, but there's a fight there actually between Ernest Page and Zach Leyden with a back marker that's in there between them as it's a bit of a lock-up. That is Leyden that is locked up. They've both gone past the slower car as they work their way out of turn 1 out of Block Coin.
Well, Frankie, here comes that other side-by-side battle that we watched through turn number 5. As we come down towards Block Coin Corner, who's going to be the latest on the brakes? Well, normally the guy that smokes up the left-hand front is the man that's hardest on the brakes.
Sebastian Swanepoel is the man that just came out there, and he's in a fight there with Matthew Rowe as we watch them work their way around. But the leader, there's the leader, final lap. That's the man that sits out there in P1, the number 46 car of Parker. He is way, way down the road in this fight between Baby Jakes and Marco Retta for that 2nd and 3rd place. Here they come, and the gap's got big. It's Retta that is ahead of...
Yeah, but that's not Baby Jacobs. Baby Jacobs fallen a heck of a lot.
Volskink is ahead of Baby Jakes as well.
So something's happened, and I believe it was in the turn 5 Pertamina Fastron region, because there's Baby Jakes coming out of turn number 1 Block Coin now. So something happened in between. There's a back marker there in the red BMW. There's Volskink that's taken that position. Then just behind that will be Neandertoy that's catching up to Baby Jakes.
Yeah, that's the toy coming through. And then the leader is going down the back straight for the final time towards the checkered flag. And he's the quickest man out there as well with a 1:18.926. He's your race leader. That man, the 2nd car on your shot. And that is none other than Mansour Parker.
And here he comes to the line, making his way under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Mansour Parker, race number 1 victory in Class B, ahead of what will be Marco Retta, the first outing in his brand new Motorplan BMW. Here he is coming down the main straight. What a beautiful angle, getting the rear of that E36 BMW. Across the line he goes to take 2nd position from Valen Volskink. which I believe this is his first third overall. Then Baby Jakes, as the rest of the field will come into frame. Baby Jakes takes 4th overall.
And here comes Neon de Toy towards a checkered flag, the man of NDT Racing. He will finish his race. We're waiting for the rest of the guys to come through. Page and Layden, that's the next 2 cars. And here they come towards us. Ernest Page just ahead there of Zach Layden. Then Ephraim Levy will finish his race in the boxy BMW. And then it's Tubes and Brady that cross the line as well.
Then a change of position there right at the line between Dylan Jabir and Arnu Michaels. But there's still this battle between Swanepoel and Road to the line. 2 youngsters cross the line now. And it was a swap right on the last lap between Matthew Rowe and Sebastian Swanepoel. Then Kobus de Kock comes across the line and back down. And another race to the line between Shane Boscombe
and Cedric Berger.
No, I believe that red car. Oh, where's that? Ibrahim Levy, sorry, in the red car coming to the line, the 245. I believe Cedric Berger, yes, he was out on field. There he is.
Yeah, he has
so
finished,
he was a lap down.
Well, nice to see Cedric Berger back out on track again. He hasn't been racing for many, many years. And when I walked into the pit area, into the paddock this morning, he was driving his bus. And he said to me, it feels good to be back again. And he was busy driving his tow vehicle out of the paddock area when he greeted me this morning. Well, that was BMW Car Club Cape Town race number 1. And a 1:18.926 was the quickest time posted by Mansour Parker. Well, Nicholas Wilby was saying, I love this home track. Wish it was in more sim racing. A proper laser scan version. Hey, someone important, get hold of Kudus. Yeah, that would be awesome if that could be in sim racing, especially in iRacing, if you could have Killarney. I think Kyalami is in, not iRacing, what's the, Assetto Corsa, yes. Kyalami is there.
Well, in Assetto Corsa, they've actually brought in all of the local circuits, Frankie, since you last commentated on it.
Okay.
We have, in fact, the SAO, South African Oval Racing League has gotten involved with the main circuit type stuff now. So we've got Kyalami, we've got Killarney, we've got the East London Grand Prix circuit, and we've also got PE Elvis Krabanti. That's available to us as well. As Nicholas Wiley just said, yeah, he wish that Jordan was probably up there with the BM. Jordan, you should actually tell the folks that you were out there in the Hay Simon BMW last weekend in Rallycross, and that's why this gentleman was putting that on. And that was your maiden outing. And yeah, race 2 was wet for everybody. So everyone was pirouetting all over the place. But in general, I'm sure you had a, like with South Afrikaans, a vet jaw. Well, that explains why my house windows is dirty. That dust cloud that came, it was about 11:15 he went out.
Yeah, it was the mud that he threw up, yeah.
It was about 11:15 in the morning. Yeah, my wife actually mentioned that the windows. Jordy, was it good fun?
It was, as you say, an absolute jaw. I would say, I have to say a big thank you to Amanis and Deirdre Haysom. And Amanis not racing at the moment, but I do know he's got a car on the way. So hopefully October round we'll see him in one or two of his cars. But yeah, an absolute jewel. Just the Rallycross guys are something special. Zach Layden, one of the guys that races an E36 Cup, he can probably tell people if you wanted to get into racing on main circuit that Rallycross helps a ridiculous amount. So if you do want to come do Rallycross, you just need a roll cage and a bucket seat and a harness, and you can bring your own car.
And about 10,000 rand.
Not quite.
For the drinks afterwards.
Oh, for the drinks afterwards,
well.
yes.
But I must say that you are the third commentator that's now had an opportunity since Rallycross came to South Africa in 2017. Francois Butler has had a full race day, and also I've had a full race day in the four-wheel drive Subaru as well. Francois Butler going out with the Helderberg Nissan on a full race day as well.
Now we've got a gentleman that says greetings from the USA. And good day to you, sir. We hope that you are enjoying the production there. Wherever you are in the United States, maybe you can type in there exactly where in the USA you are. But yeah, we're going out worldwide on YouTube through IMUSAT. And a big thanks to Stephen and Gideon and the entire IMUSAT team.
Yeah, and that in conjunction with Lime Property Management, Castrol, City of Cape Town, Pertamina Fastron, and all the other associate class sponsors that there is as well. Beautiful day for racing today. How's it to all at the members, from the members Boma? Yeah, the members Boma, that is a nice opportunity if you are a club member. And then there is also a VIP facility, pretty much where the camera shot is that you are looking at now. It looks at around about 500 Rand per person per day. And you can go and have a look on the second gear page. You can go and have a look on the Western Province commentators page as well for the adverts for that experience that you can have on a Killarney main circuit day. As the the BJ Trustees Formula Libras race number 1, the likes of Donovan Ramsey in a Formula V with Richard Carr, James Beaumont, Ricky Anderson, Nick van der Westhuizen, Cyril Somerville and Ben Jack Phillips, all in the V's. In the S's is Byron Mitchell and the Super Quick DJ Boyson, and then a Damian White in Class C.
Well, Slate van Nikkak's mom, Samantha, has just said to us, greetings from Mauritius. Hi, Sam. Hope that you are enjoying it with us there from that tropical paradise.
Yep, I'm sure her and Uncle Willie will be watching their son come Superbikes Race 1 a little bit later on. And hopefully it's not too rainy and stormy this time of the year. But yeah, Formula Libra is BJ Trustee sponsored. Class S, Class C and Class V. We'll go through the list. Yes, Frankie?
No, I love the fact that Stephen and the guys are now putting these little pop-ups here, because if we get to read it and the people that are putting it there can actually see that we are seeing it and acknowledging it. And hopefully because of that, we will get more coming through as the day goes on. So Steve, to you and your guys, thanks. Evolving for the better all the time is IMUSAT. Right, the Formula Libra sponsored by BJ Trustees. Roll up 10 cars, well, only 8 of them. That is out there. There's no Cyril Somerville and there's no Ben Jack Phillips. But the other cars are there according to our timing monitor.
Probably find it's going to be all about Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson at the front end of the pack. Race number 1, Class S, Class C, and then the Formula Libra, Formula V's out there as well. For those of you that arrived late, this is our 4th race of the day. Back to the original layout of everybody having one race before lunchtime, everybody having a race after lunchtime. And remember, in 2 weeks from now, we'll be back here for Extreme Festival. And in 3 weeks from now, we'll be back here for the Time Attack, the Master Drive, Eugene Norse Origin behind getting that all together, that time attack. A lot of big names going to be here. And the big news, the BMW Car Club of Cape Town, that has made that a points scoring round for the BMW Car Club of Cape Town series, the new series that started out here at Killarney International less than 2 years ago, that has gone from pace to pace, and now in excess of 20 vehicles out there. So this is race number 1, BJ Trustees, Formula Libras. It'll be Donovan Ramsey, Byron Mitchell, and DJ Boyson that will be coming off the line at the front end of the pack as they work their way down towards turn number 1. It's going to be all about those 2 winged vehicles right at the front.
Yep, and then we see Damien White, one of the only Class C car after Hayden Elwood's car, unfortunately, had a bit of a mishap yesterday. But they run on down to the Class S cars of Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson as the rest of the field comes through. There's Damien White, there's Richard Carr, there's James Beaumont, Cyril Somerville, Ben Jack Phillips, Ricky Anderson, and Nick van der Westhuizen all come through Castro Corner now, as the leaders in the 2 Class S cars make their way out of Dam's Dip, down the Tygerberg Straight, through Sorrel's Sweep now, and down the Killarney Straight towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Well, here comes the rest of the pack, and I must say those Formula Vs will all be on very, very similar pace as our 2 lead vehicles work their way down through turn 5, Cape Town Corner, otherwise known as Pertamina Fostron. They'll come through there. It'll be all about DJ Boyson and Byron Mitchell. They will be the 2 quickest out on circuit.
Yep, so here they come across the line. There is the difference already after the first lap from a standing start. 2.9 seconds between Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson. Then we'll wait there just behind the City of Cape Town Bridge. There comes Damien White, the first on the first and only Class C, ahead of James Beaumont, Cyril Somerville, Ben Jack Phillips. Then we wait and see for Ricky Anderson, Donovan Ramsey, Richard Carr, and Nick van der Westhuizen as they all pile in. Richard Carr jumps up the inside there of Donovan Ramsey as they go through Block Coin with Ricky Anderson just at the front of that train. Good to see Ricky Anderson back, as well as Nick van der Westhuizen in both those black and pink Aruba and GT Raps cars as they race down into Castro Corner. Now they go on through, down through Lunsdem Kink, as here we jump back to the lead. There is Byron Mitchell with DJ Boyson in the back of the picture, but the gap is absolutely massive so far around. So you watch them come out of Pertamina Fostron now. We'll see the difference between Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson when they cross the line. We'll give that a moment. As there we jump back to Damien White, as well as the V's that are coming towards us.
Yeah, that will be James Beaumont, Cyril Somerville, and the 17 car of Ben Jack Phillips, as the 3 of them work their way out. Ben Jack Phillips right on the case there of Cyril Somerville. Just ahead of them is the 8 car of James Beaumont trying to get away. Then Ricky Anderson and Gavin Ramsey having their own little fight just behind these 3. They will be coming into view. There the 2 of them go. Actually, it's more than the 2 of them. Richard Carr is in that fight as well as they work their way down the main straight behind these 3. That's the 3 that's heading into turn 1 Block Coin.
Yep, there they go into Block Coin Corner, and that is Richard Carr and Ricky Anderson. They are both going to be chuffed. Richard helped us spanner on those cars of Ricky and Nick van der Westhuizen just the other day, so he knows it quite well as he races his own. He was up in East London just the other day as well, was Richard Carr, as they come through Castrol. Now Ricky goes a little bit wide through Castrol. There is Donovan Ramsey and then Nick van der Westhuizen as we watch the front top 3, Beaumont, Somerville and Phillips go past us. There is Carr, Anderson, Ramsey and van der Westhuizen as they go through Dam's Dip.
Yeah, that's the 4 of them. The leaders are now heading into, well, second place man is heading into turn number 1. That's Boyson. The leader is heading into Castro Corner as we keep an eye on these 3 that's busy weaving their way down that back straight, and that will be White, Beaumont and Somerville. No, it's not. It is that fight that's just behind them. That is the one with Carr and, yeah, and Phillips, yes.
Yep, so they come out a couple of handful car lengths between them. Then we see there is Carr, there is Anderson, there is Donovan Ramsey, and then we see Nick van der Westhuizen. But back to this group of three at the front, it's James Beaumont, Cyril Somerville in that red car, and then Ben-Jack Phillips. They're all quite close together. So as far as I can see, the V's are definitely closing up on each other.
Yeah, indeed, they are closing up. We're going to keep an eye out on this group. Here they come now. That is Beaumont, Somerville, and Phillips. And not too far behind them is Carr, Anderson, and Ramsey. And the last car coming out of turn number 1, Blockcoin, is Nick van der Westhuizen, as they work their way now through the Lundstem kink and into Damstip. Beaumont, Somerville, and Phillips, Carr and Anderson. That's a whole lot of them out there. But where are the leaders? We need to just pick up the leaders because there's 4 more laps to go. All on his own is the Dolphin Engineering man heading into Damstip, and that is Byron Mitchell. There he comes, all on his ace out there. He is 13.8 seconds ahead of second place man DJ Boyson for Dyco Auto Electrical.
Yep, and as we see him come in and out of frame now, there's Nick van der Westhuizen in the second of the pink, the black and pink cars, with in the V class, as they race down to Pertamina Fostron. As you say, there's the Dolphin Engineering Byron Mitchell car. As they come out, there is Ben-Jack Phillips. It looks to be Ben-Jack Phillips will pull into the pit lane and drop a position down to Carr, Anderson, Ramsey, and Nick van der Westhuizen. As there we still see there is Donovan Ramsey that has Byron Mitchell coming around his outside and then down the Joubert straight. There is Ricky Anderson, there is Byron Mitchell. So Byron Mitchell just making his way through the field, lapping the entirety of the grid almost as he comes out. He's got 2.5 laps to go. There is Richard Carr, just ahead of Ricky Anderson. So now they are splitting up quite a bit. But there's still this battle at the front between James Beaumont and Cyril Somerville. They were chopping and changing on the time screens. It's actually the other way around on the circuit. So with 3 laps left to go, what will be 2 laps left to go after they get passed by Byron Mitchell, that's going to be a humdinger right to the line.
Yeah, that's that fight for 4 and 5 and P1 and 2 in the Vs. That's the 2 cars you see going through your screen right now. And that's about the only real fight out there on the track is between the 61 and the 8 car. The 8 car currently is behind the 61, so Somerville is ahead there of Beaumont as the 2 of them come through, and then right behind them is Carr, and then the leader that starts his penultimate lap is just there behind these 3. That is Byron Mitchell, that is busy working his way out of Blockcoin corner.
Yep, there they go. Cyril Somerville on an absolute charge. He said to me the other day that the car was feeling so strong during practice in the week, and now you can see that it's doing just that. James Beaumont now has just, as you say, Gary, Byron is just sitting and watching. He's 12.5 seconds away from DJ Boyson. He doesn't want to interrupt them just yet. He'll wait for the straight to get by. Now with 1.5 laps left to go for Byron, he's just going to watch these guys in the Vs as they go. And in fact, I believe right in the center of those 3 cars is Byron Mitchell's old car that was given to James Beaumont, or that was sold to James Beaumont. So now it is Somerville from Beaumont, from Carr, as there goes James Beaumont up the inside of Cyril Somerville through Pertamina Fostron. They'll go side by side. This will give Richard Carr the chance to catch up. They're going banging wheels together as Byron Mitchell gets the front row seat, grabbing his popcorn as he watches them go down the Killarney straight, with now coming up on 1 lap to go.
1 more lap to go, but Carr's going to be careful here with Somerville and Beaumont. That is virtually side by side. He must be careful that he doesn't get caught up with them. And as they come through, it is Somerville and it is Beaumont that is right there, followed by Carr. And DJ Boyson is right there as well. DJ is right in this fight. And Byron Mitchell must not play around. There he is, their second place man right behind him with one more lap to go. As a matter of fact, they're approaching a half a lap as they work their way through Lunchtime King. They've got these V's ahead of him, and there's P1 and 2. The two Reynards are right in there behind this fight. Has Mitchell got a problem, or was he waiting for Boyson? I don't know, but they've got about a quarter lap left, and 1 and 2 is nose to tail.
But guess what? This is 1 and 2 in the class S class or S class, and 1, 2, and 3 in class V.
In the V's,
so
yeah.
they race on down. They race on down towards Pertamina Fostron for the final time. They managed to get past the 3V class cars, and now it will be a drag race towards the start-finish line. There is Richard Carr that's gotten ahead of Beaumont and Somerville, but to the line it will be Byron Mitchell ahead of DJ Boyson, and then a drag race to the line. It will be Richard Carr from Cyril Somerville and James Beaumont right at the check-in.
300ths of a second between Carr and Somerville, and 9/10ths of a second between Somerville and Beaumont. Wow, what a race we had up there. 10.6 seconds, Ricky Anderson behind that group as Donovan Ramsey finishes his race. Man, what a fight we've had out there. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. As Nick van der Westhuizen finishes his race. And the one guy that we hardly saw, and that was the 29 car in Class C, and that was Damon White. But he doesn't get the checkered flag behind his name on the monitor. So Damon White must have had a problem out there, because the checkered flag is out, I think. Yeah, well, yes, here we go. Yes, he's still on the lead lap. He's still on the lead lap, so he will be classified as third, and 1 minute and 8 seconds behind DJ Boyson, who was 0.8 of a second behind Mitchell. So we never got much screen time on Damien White, but he was in that twilight zone throughout the entire race. But well done to all the drivers out there in the BJ Trustees Formula Libras.
That was probably one of the best races that I've seen. And as Nicholas Wilby says, phew, what a small time gap, great race. And I think so as well. And now I can't wait for race number 2.
Yeah, they might not have the numbers out there, but they have certainly got the quality.
And I just want to say, I'm sure Reg Anderson is going to be absolutely chuffed after grafting so hard in the last week, since the one motor popped of Ricky Anderson's car last round, as well as Nick van der Westhuizen's car, getting both of those cars prepped with a little help from me. Both of them came to the checkered flag in race number 1, and I'm sure they'll both get to the checkered flag in race number 2. As here, Gary and Frankie, your class baby, your baby class, or whatever you call it, GTI Challenge, sponsored by API Property Group, comes out for their race number 1.
Yeah, and I was at their post-race meeting for the last event, and Jordan and I actually did say thanks on behalf of you and Gary for those lovely hoodies that they gave us. I've actually worn mine once. I wore mine to the Cape Old Drivers general meeting, and a lot of people there were like, where did you get this? You'd love to know.
And it works in the beach buggy as well.
Yeah, and a big thanks to API Property for that one.
So for the folks that have just joined us on the live stream, good morning to you one and all. Welcome to IMUSAT Round 7 Killarney International Raceway 2025. A regional racing brought to you by Lime Property Management in conjunction with the City of Cape Town, with West Province Motor Club. So 2 weeks from now, we'll be back here with Extreme Festival. That's going to be a biggie. It's the second last round of Extreme Festival for 2025. And then 1 week later, another biggie. And I think it's going to be pretty much a family type event, the Killarney Time Attack, and it's been put together by Eugene Norse, head honcho of the local branch of Master Drive, and talks are underway for IMUSAT to be on site on that day as well. And that will then mean that for the folks that cannot get down to Killarney on the day, you'll be able to watch that time attack race as well. And the big news, as we said earlier, on the BMW Car Club of Cape Town, that has now made it a point scoring event for their 2025 season as well. So that adds a quick bunch of extra 15 cars at least. If you think they were 23 in the race today, so even if you talk about 20 of them plus, that is going to be out there on circuit for the time attack as well.
So, Jordan, the rider of the day competition and or racer of the day. It's not rider, it can be a car driver, it can be a motorcyclist. You can WhatsApp the name to 060-352-2890. And you at home can vote for your racer of the day, be it a driver or a rider. That is entirely up to you.
And we spoke about it at the last event, but I must say we were all very surprised at the number of votes that actually went down. It turned into massive with immediate effect.
But the last two went all to bikers. First, second, third for both events. So it would be nice to actually have a car guy walk away with it this time.
That's obviously an impartial statement that you're making there, but then
no, because
give it to the bikers.
But it doesn't matter. The people can vote whoever they want to vote for.
Sure, but give it to the bikers. They did have some amazing racing.
Oh yeah, no, for sure, definitely.
I do think that because they were above and beyond their, shall we call it, norm, you ended up with a situation where that was your main nominations for driver of the day. So keep that one in mind. All the details will come up on screen and be part of that. Well, Timothy, sorry to hear that you're at the office, but I suppose then again, we are in the office today as well. We just can hear and smell and see it.
Well, Timothy, I hope you don't get caught for watching racing. You might have to hide your phone in the corner if the office themselves. In actual fact, Timothy, I hope you're sharing the racing today with everyone in the office out at work, and I hope everyone is sharing the live stream and telling their friends and family to come out to Killarney for a spectacular day of racing today.
Well, here they come. They are all beginning to line up. I'm going to stand here by the window quickly before I move back into my proper position. Killarney, Shane Williams, Ian Cup, and Ollie Hintenhouse. Nathan Victor's name was on the list, but he is not in for this one today, so we only got 4 Class A car.
It was a late edition on the list, so I don't know if it was. You don't think you get a such thing as a provisional entry. Well, look at that Class B. Is Class B going to be the attention drawer? Leyden, Volskenk, Sandenberg, Hendricks, Colfie, surprisingly only 5th in class. He's normally right up front there. Sandenberg, Moore, and Corbett, and Mohammed. But, Frankie, Brad Pack.
Yeah, that's led there by Daniel Muna and Ross Schroeder, who is Mr. API Property Group himself. That's going to be a heck of a fight in Class C. Muna, Schroeder, Ferrari, Finneran, Mark Fontini, Devon Dreyer. Man, it's going to be an absolute war between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 Class C cars out there. And then you've got Smith, Patrick Walton, Andre Rowe. Is it Andre or is it his daughter? Then it's David, yeah. And then it is Connor Hubert in a P24. That is overall position.
Well, let's hope it's going to be a 3-light start, because that makes it much easier for us to identify. But it's possible that they're going to go to a 1-light start. Well, you can see the gap between Class A and Class B. And then there's also, although you can't really see it from that camera shot, a gap between the rather large Class B and the very large Class C Brat Pack contingency. There has been discussions in terms of bringing down the costing to run these Class A cars, and or take away the Class A, make the Class B rules and regs the new Class A, because as you can see, there is only 4 in Class A. The balance of the cars, the other 20, falls in Class B and what we love to call as the Brat Pack.
I see that Zubair Mohammed, the last man in Class B, just took up his position there. They were just waiting for him. Everybody's in place, light on, and away we go. With this one, API Property Group, Volkswagen GTI Challenge, race 1, over 8 racing laps. Here we go, down into turn number 1, and watch out for those Class C cars as they roll through. Oh, somebody's gone right off. Somebody's gone completely straight down into the runoff area in Blockcoin corner. But the rest of the field, there's cars running wide all over the place. It's dirt and dust. These guys are jostling for positions, and this is the Class B group that's working their way through, and right behind them are the Class C cars.
Well, locking up there at the back of Class C, I think that was Rowe and Davids that probably made contact as they went out of picture. But this Class B battle is probably going to be where the biggest action is. It's all about Geldenhuys, Williams Cup and Interhouse at the front end of the pack. But look at that Class B.
That's Class B and Class C together. They're going to mix it up as they go down that back straight. It is Williams that sits out there in P1, Cup is second. Then Interhouse is third. Remember that Geldenhuys is gone. He went off there in turn number 1 into Blockcoin. And now we're down to 3 Class A cars only as they work their way through. But look at this Class B group. Look at this Class B group. It's absolute chaos. Volkswagen's Leiden's dropped a little bit further down in this group of Class B as they all race down. They are side by side. Have a look at this. You wouldn't expect this in a month of Sundays as they're coming through. It is Sandenberg, it's Kalfie, it's Leiden, it's Hendricks, it's Moore, it's the other Sandenberg. Wow, as they all come through. Class C is being led there by Daniel Moona from Ross Schroeder. There the C cars are coming just out of turn 1 Blockcoin.
Well, blocking one another going into the corners. Some dive towards the outside. Sandenberg ahead of Kalfie. Kalfie is normally one of side by side in the front end of Class C as well. The 2 API cars side by side there as well. Moona not giving a millimeter as they work their way through turn number 3.
Yeah, that original Brat Pack is been led there by Moona and Schroeder. And then right behind them is the Coffin Cooper car of Mark Fontini. They are absolutely nose to tail, the 3 of them, in a Class C. But the leaders are down into turn 5. Into Fostron corner, we've got a challenge. Hintenhouse is challenging Cup for second. And Ollie Hintenhouse gets his nose ahead there of Cup as Shane Williams races away in Class A.
Well, that's one way to go, is looking at that group, but look at the next group that's going to come through behind that. This is going to be the Class B battle that's going to come into view right now. That is your Class B as they work their way up the front main.
Well, on the Porsche straight, they go down. It is absolute chaos out there. It's Donnie Sandenberg. Remember, there are 2 Sandenbergs. One is junior and one is senior. From Leiden, from the other Sandenberg, Moore. And then these guys are locking up heavily. I want to go to the leader of Class C, and that is not them. We should find them round about here going into turn 2. There they go. That's first, second, and third, Class C. It is Daniel Moona, Ross Schroeder, and Mark Fontini. The 3 of them are side by side. Then Ferrari is in there. That's Adriano Ferrari. He is right in that fight, and he is 4.1 seconds behind the combination of Muna, Schroeder, and Fontini.
Well, Fontini has not, remember the high-speed mugging that we saw 2 meetings back, the 2 API cars and Mark Fontini. Well, the 2 API cars are ahead of him right now in a Class C. That is the front end of the Class C battle. But believe you me, it's not over yet.
Just out of screen, Zaki Hendricks is going very slow into turn 3, into Damstep. Just a mention there, he's going very slow, but here we go. First, second, and third in Class A. Williams, Hintenhouse, and Cup working their way through Blockcoin corner. Then we've got Donnie Sandenberg. He is leading Class B, and the rest of them are just diving down. Zach Leyden is there in that second position. Then it's the other Donnie Sandenberg, Volskenk, Moore, and the Class C guys are busy coming out. They are right on the case of the 51 car of Moore. You should see Moore coming into shot there. That's that red car. Then behind them is first, second, and third. The 2 API property cars and the Goffin Cooper car. That is Muna, Schroeder, and Fontini.
Yeah, Fontini does not have an answer for them at this stage of the fight. The 3 of them have got massive respect for one another, run very, very close to one another without any problems whatsoever for the last 2 meetings. We've got somebody that is, I think that is probably Zak, that has pulled off, and that takes him out of it. There's your 3 Class A cars. The quietly spoken Williams up front with Ollie Internas, and Cup is the next one through behind that. And then let's have a look at the lead of that Class B come into picture now. There they come.
Yeah, that is Donnie Sandenberg. That is Zach Leyden. And then the other Sandenberg, remember it's a father-son combination. They are sitting first and third in class as the rest of them come through. They are absolutely nose-to-tail. Waylon Volskenk is coming through as well, as the rest of the pack just dive bomb each other, heading down into a turn number 1 into Blockcoin, waiting for those API property. Here they go, right on the case of Moore is the API property cars of Schroeder, and ahead of him is Moore. Fontini still sits there in that third spot. It is Roche, it's Schroeder, Fontini, and Ferrari. Where's Daniel Muna gone to?
Okay, here comes Corbett.
Daniel Muna's got ahead of Moore. Sorry, Gaza.
Dreyer and Rowe, and then Mohammed. Here comes Flashman Finneran, Smith and Robertson in the background as we go back to our Class A, going down into Pertamina Fastron. Williams, the quietly spoken Williams, I don't know how I got to the word quiet for him, is really one of the movers and groovers in a GTI challenge, does a lot of promo for GTI as well as he comes to cross the line. 4 laps to go, Williams, Internas, and Cup. But that Class B battle, let's have a look at the front end of that.
Yeah, that's Donnie Sandenberg. He's sitting out there in P1. And then he's got Zach Leyden in there behind him. And right on the case of Leyden is Waylon Volskenk as the cars come through. Donnie Sandenberg coming through, and here we go. Now, these Class C cars, they are getting ahead of Moore. Moore is a Class B car. These 4 cars coming towards us. That is a Moore, and he's got the Goffin Cooper car behind him of Fontini, and he's got the 2 API property cars ahead of him in Muna and Schroeder.
Yep, so behind Fontini that you saw coming through there now, we'll pick them up as they go. There's first, second, and Fontini dives up on the inside. Muna, Schroeder, Fontini. That's for Raleigh. A little bit of a gap back to Corbett. Dreyer goes for the inside line. Then it is Mohammed and Rowe with a light lockup as they work their way into turn 3, Castro corner.
The leaders are making their way through Pertamina Fastron. That's Williams, Hintenhouse, and Cup. As we watch these group of cars working their way through, they will come. Here they come towards us now, under the set of Cape Town Bridge. It is Shane Williams, from Ollie Hintenhouse, from Ian Cup. They're the 3 of them. diving down into Block Point Corner, and they are light years ahead of the leader of Class B, which is one of the Sundenbergs. As a matter of fact, as we watch the three leaders head along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol, he comes across the start-finish line now, and he's 20.5 seconds behind Cup, and he's only 2.5 behind Leiden.
Well, Sundenberg and Leiden have broken away now. That's Volskenk, the second of the Sundenbergs. A gap behind him. There's the two Class C leaders, Muna, Schroeder. Fontini has now got past Moore. Ferrari Jr., that's the 4 car. That is lying 4th overall in Class C. Then we've got the 2 Class B of Corbett and Mohammed. And then behind that, Dreyer, Rowe, and Finneran. And one more, Smith.
Well, if we can go to the exit of Castrol Corner, you'll see 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Class C heading now towards Damsdip. They're heading towards turn 3. We'll pick them up now as they come. This is 1, 2, and 3 in a Class C, and that's the lost Class B car of Moore that's in there behind them. It's Muna, it's Schroeder, it's Fontini, API Property, P1, P2, Goffin Cooper in that 3rd position. And these three, the original Brat Pack, they're having a hell of a dice in Class C heading into Fostron.
Frankie, just one thing I want to point out. Keep an eye on Muna and Schroeder. They do not try and pass one another. They tailgate one another to get that extra pace, and that is how they are staying ahead of Fontini. They're working together. But look at this.
As we watch the cars coming through, here we go. This is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the class, heading down into turn number 1. As we jump back to these others coming out of 5 now. Now we go back to the guys that are in turn number 1 in Block Point, and it is absolutely nose to tail. But Gaza, this is the last lap. This is the final lap out there, and the leaders are going down the Killarney Straight towards Pertamina Fostron.
Yep, and it's been Williams all day long. He got to the front. The moment he got to the front, from there on out, it was always going to be plain sailing. And Williams, well, ahead of Internas at this stage. Cup right in there as well. But it's going to be about Williams this time around.
Shane Williams, P1. Ollie Internas, P2. Ian Cup, P3 across the line.
Right, let's go back to Sundenberg. That's leading out, going down into turn 5. That is the leader in Class B. That is Sundenberg. Zach Leiden, that car prepared by Chase Herald in that 2nd position. That's 1st and 2nd in Class B. There is Waylon Volskenk. There's the 2nd of the Sundenbergs. They'll be super duper chuffed. Let's watch them go across the line, and then we'll go back to the lead in Class C.
Yeah, we're going to get that Class C fight. Here comes Volskenk across the line. Here comes the other Sundenberg. And here we go towards the checkered flag. And the two of them are side by side. And it's going to be Daniel Muna. Daniel Muna gets to the flag. 800ths of a second ahead of Ross Schroeder, who's 1.6 seconds ahead of Mark Fontini, that finishes in P3 in Class C.
And that was the first time that they challenged one another all the way through. They assisted one another to stay ahead as they needed. Class C, Muna, Schroeder, Fontini. Moore in the lost Class B car there for Roddy, and then Finneran and the Dreyer that round out the 5th and 6th position in Class C.
And so Finneran and Dreyer were side by side. There was 100th of a second between Flashman Finneran and Devon Dreyer at the checkered flag.
So of the 4 Class A's that started, Frankie, just one that fell out, and the order remained the same. Williams from Internas, from Cup, from there on out, having lost one of the Class A cars.
And then we had
before the race and one in the race.
And then we also had one of the Sundenbergs. I know it's Sundenberg Junior and Senior. I'm going to lie if I must tell you which one is which out there.
We need to Senior that is at the front, but I'm not 100% sure.
We just need to actually get the confirmation. Nicholas Wilby says, drivers pushing hard this morning. Love it. Yes, Nicholas, we love it too up here. Great action from Killarney International Raceway, brought to us by Lime Property Management in conjunction with Smile FM, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club.
Well, Frankie, I must say that Class B, Sunderberg, Leiden, Volkswagen, very much on the same pace. The gaps between them didn't really change at all for the last 5 laps.
No, it was very, very close, but I loved that Class C fight between Munashoda and Fontini. Absolutely brilliant stuff out there.
On the next round, it's going to be the invert, which means Fontini will then be ahead of the 2 API property cars, and that could be a completely different scenario. Might just lead to one of those high-speed muggings once again.
Well, Schulte says, well done to the Class C boys. Muna and Schroeder played it well to keep Fontini at bay. As they know, Fontini never backs down. Well, he won't back down, my friend. He's an ex-oval track racing champion. And he comes from good oval track racing stock in his dad, Andries Fontini, and his granddad, Andrew Fontini. So he comes from a good racing background. So yeah, you're quite right. Mark Fontini will never ever back down. Right, next up is the Owen Ashley Challenge, Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars. All right, so we just want to say thanks. We hope that the sound system is working in turn 5 now. Patrick Vermaak was saying that the sound was off, so our race control guys seem to have sorted that out. So we should have sound in turn 5 in Fostron corner now.
What would Patrick Vermaak be doing in turn 5 other than taking some
photos? Yes, he's one of our MSA accredited photographers, together with Aubrey de Bruin, Uncle Colin Brown, Frankie's Funky Photos, Desmond Butler. There are so many. Christine of CLR Photography. There's just so many of them.
And an unofficial photographer.
And a lot of unofficial photographers
like
as well.
Tiny Brunt.
Dave Abrams is another man.
Yep.
Yeah, and then young Liam Henning, that normally sits there in turn 1 with his family there. And this is a youngster that's got a bright future in photography. And I've met this young man on 1 or 2 occasions at Rallycross. And he shares his material on the Western Cape Motorsport Commentators Facebook group. And this young man from the, how can I call it, the spectator side of the fence, he takes a lot of great photos as well.
Right from the beginning, you could see he had an eye for it. It stood out. You often get photographers coming through the ranks and you pick them up in time. This was a case of the very first photos that he put up was a case of, wow, that was quite fine.
Right, so here we go, Gaza. 9 laps of action in the Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars.
Well, there's a nice contingency of supercars out there once again, and a big thanks to Line Property Management that have really got on board, put their money and their planning and their organization where their mouth is, and got more and more of these supercars out on circuit. And there was a time that there was a thought of sort of like Formula Libras and supercars is probably a dying sport as such, but that definitely has not been the case of late. And up front, you'll probably see a lot of that blue motor car. That is Fabio Tofani. You'll probably see a lot of that motor car, which is Mr. Moore himself. Mark Ridgway out there as well. So nice contingency of Pirelli V8 Masters. Another class that's starting to look very comfortable out there on circuit. There comes the supercars. Accustomed to seeing Ben Phillips, Moffat, Halleck, Chetty, Boscomb's been in there for quite a while. Janssen van Rensburg, our lady racer, Mrs. Slosh, and then De Vos, that's the newest of the additions to the class.
Right, so here we go with the Pirelli V8s and the Caltron Supercars. Well, I've got a bunch of commentators that's busy eating cupcakes. Big thanks to...
Happy birthday, Frankie Eunice, for
Megan.
Monday.
Yeah, that's Monday is come and gone. Megan, thank you very much. The guys are absolutely enjoying it in the commentary box here. Thank you very much. They went out to the world that you guys are eating cupcakes. Okay, that's fine. It's all good.
From the cupcakes.
Our friend in the USA was also hearing about the cupcakes.
From the cupcakes down to the V8 Masters. That's the supercars at the tail end. And it looks like William Janssen van Rensburg has dropped slightly back from the pack as the V8 Masters work their way down towards turn the number 1. Fabio Tofani on the inside. It's Moore on the outside line. And I do believe they're all going to make it through quite fine. Frankie, there comes the Caltron Supercars.
Yeah, and it is Andrew Moffat that will lead them around. Moffat with Phillips inside there and Fenner. They're just behind these V8s as they work their way through. That's Ridgway that is coming through there in that V8. The supercars will come into view shortly. Here they come. The supercars are right on the heels of the V8s as they come through there. And it's Moffat, Phillips, Fenner and Halleck. They are the first of the supercars.
Watch the V8 Masters go through Dam's Dip, and very closely following is Andrew Moffat, Glenn Phillips. Then you see Bradley Fenner, Carl Halleck, Leon Chetty, Shane Bosco, William Janssen van Rensburg, who is back after an injury involving his knee or his leg. So he's back racing once again. Craig Hume, Nashveen Schloss is in there, and Robin De Vos. I believe they are out at the back end of the grid. But look at this battle already at the front end. That is second, third, and fourth position. Sean Moore's in there, Alistair Brown, Mark Ridgway. We'll see where everyone stands as they come across the line after the first lap, and the roar of those APV V8s making their way by us is shaking this commentary box down.
What a sound of rolling thunder in the supercars. That's heading into turn number 1 now, into block coin. It is all about Moffat that sits out there in P1. Glenn Phillips is second, followed there by Kyle Halleck. Behind Halleck, it's Bradley Fenner. It's Nash that sits in there just behind him as the rest of them come filtering through. But the V8s are heading along the Tygerberg Straight towards 4. We've got trouble for one of the supercars there in turn number 1. He's going again, got himself turned around, and he is back up and running, but he's at the tail end. That's Rob DeVos. Oh, there's drama. There's drama in the V8s heading into... That looks like Dennis Hajduk that could be in trouble there. Or it could be Vogt. I think it's Vogt that's in trouble there. There's no Dennis Hajduk out there today.
Yep, but which one? I think there's only one Vogt this time around. I know Josh Vogt was there, and it is Josh Vogt, in fact. We'll just see where the names shift around on the screen. I know on the live stream, Ian Parsons is racing, but his name's not on the list. But there is first, second, so Andrew Moffat, Glenn Phillips, there's Kyle Halleck and Bradley Fenner. It's second, third, and fourth for the Pro Oil guys and Hobo Racing. Then we see that is Nashveen Schloss and William Jans van Rensburg just coming by us, as well as Robin DeVos.
Right, here they come down into block coin corner. It is Moffat that sits out there in turn 1. It's in P1. Phillips is in second. Then it's Halleck. Then it's Fenner. And then behind Fenner coming through, we've got Slosh. That's the next one that's coming through there as well as the rest of them come through. But the V8s are busy making their way. They are tanking it down the backstretch. And the defending champion, Fabio Tafani, who hasn't raced for a while, he has got Sean Moore, the man that's won the last couple of races in this class, who is the chairman of the V8s. And look at this, side by side, Ridgway and Brown. Alistair Brown and Mark Ridgway, and Brown just gets his nose ahead of Ridgway. Ridgway dives to his left. They are side by side. Will Ridgway get his nose ahead of Brown? And yes, he does. Mark Ridgway in the 53 gets his nose ahead of Alistair Brown in the 22.
Oh, that was very close. Something's happened down in turn 5 as we keep an eye on Tafani and Moore. They lead out ahead of Brown and Ridgway. But there is definitely something that has happened down in turn 5. We see quite a bit of smoke from whatever it was that was down there. But moving down towards turn number 1 is our leader in the Caltron Supercars.
Yeah, that is Moffat that sits out there in P1 with Phillips second, followed there by Halleck and then Fenner.
Yep, so there's a couple of V8 Masters guys that have spun. There is that one, the 17 of Gary Thompson, that's parked it in the sand trap outside of Pertamina Foster. And Dennis Hajduk was the one to spin earlier on coming out of Damster. But look at this. There you see, so no overtaking into turn number 5, Pertamina Foster. So there will be yellow flags there for a while as marshals are out there. But I don't think we've seen Fabio Tafani have some serious competition since Marcel Angel was still racing these things quite a few years ago. But now it's Marcel Angel, it's Sean Moore, it's Alistair Brown and Mark Ridgway that have swapped positions. And that's a fierce battle itself. Then we see Stuart Spooner, Josh Vogt. Then we see that is Evans. There's Martin Bench and Ken Finneran as well. So George Evans is in there in that 9th spot as they run on down. And we jump back to the supercars making their way in towards Pertamina Fostron.
Well, Fostron is where they are at now. And they have got to try and get a move on. That is the race leader in that class. That's Moffat. Then we've got a V8 behind him. Then we've got Phillips. Behind Phillips, it's Halleck. Behind him, it's Bradley Fenner. And behind Bradley Fenner coming through, we have got, is that Nash that's busy coming through as well. We'll have a look and see as they come through. At East Slosh, then it's Van Rensburg and DeVos.
Yep, I see Leon Chetty's name jumping up and down, but in actual fact, Leon Chetty pulled over to the side of the road after the first lap. That's why you don't see a time next to his name on the live stream. But we'll watch now as here, once again, is your leaders. We've got 4 laps to go, and look at the difference between Fabio Tofani in the number 1 and Sean Moore in the 73. They are getting squarely into the brakes down into turn number 1, block coin. Then the gap is opened up between Alistair Brown and Mark Ridgway as they run through block coin corner now. So they have just fallen off the back of these front 2.
Yeah, there is Ridgway with a lost supercar just ahead of him, followed there by Alistair Brown as they come through Castrol corner. But man, they've got 4 laps to go as we watch the rest of them come through with the quickest man out there with a 1:16.849, and that is Sean Moore.
Yep, and now look at this once again, watching the lead. There is the gap between Fabio Tofani, Sean Moore, then Mark Ridgway and Alistair Brown. So it's quite open between the 4 of them. As we watch, there is a back marker that will be overtaken by the lead group of V8 Masters. They're coming about 3 laps to go. I believe that should be Robin de Vos that makes his way to the left-hand side of the circuit. No, I lied. It's the 24 of Nasreen Schloss. Nasreen not having the greatest race today. She's been very quick last time out. This time, that car doesn't sound too happy.
Yeah, she was in the top. Here comes Ridgway, and here comes Moore through. That's 3rd and 4th. And then the rest of them are busy coming through as well. That is Spooner, and then Vogt, Everts, and Bench coming through. Then we've got Finneran in that fight as well, and we're going to be waiting for the leaders of the supercars to come through. They're busy working their way through turn 5, the supercars, as we watch these guys work their way through saddle sweep.
So I'm just watching now, and on our second timing screen, I do see Mark and Josh Vogetto out there. But on the live stream, IMUSAT side, there's 1 or 2 names missing. So maybe there's just a transponder issue on that side. As there we see the gap opening between 1st and 2nd, Sean Moore and Fabio Tofani. Then there is Mark Ridgway with Alistair Brown as they pass Robin de Vos. They get their way by Nasreen Schloss, rather. They make their way out of Pertamina Fostron and now onto the penultimate lap for the V8 Masters.
Yeah, there goes your 2 front runners through your shot there. That's Tofani and Moore. Here comes Ridgway and Brown busy coming through. That is your first 4 cars coming through as we pick up. There's a lovely dice heading into turn number 1, and that's the one behind Spooner.
Yep, that's the 55 of Stuart Spooner and Josh Vogt, rather, as they run on through. Then we see there's Ian Parsons that makes his way by, and then 2 more. The V8 Masters are absolutely fiery out there today. The 12 and the 16 of George Evans and Martin Bench. Martin used to race the Ford Capri in Classics. This time around, he's changed to the V8 Mustang, and he looks to be having a great time.
Right, so we have a look down there oh, here we go. This is in Pertamina Fostron. It's the fight for 1st and 2nd between Moffat and Phillips. So Moffat slows down. Moffat has slowed right down, and he is in trouble. The man that was leading the supercars is in trouble as the V8 start their last lap. Here we go. Here is P1 and 2 in class and overall. That's Fabio Tofani right on his heels. We have got Sean Moore in that 2nd spot, and there was 0.8 of a second between them. As we watch our 2 front runners, the overall front runners make their way into Castrol corner. Where is this other fight? Here we go. Here comes Ridgway. He's sitting 3rd overall, and right on his heels is that red 22 of Alistair Brown, and that's the first 4 in the V8s.
Yep, you saw those 2, Alistair Brown and Mark Ridgway, separated by that of Bradley Fenner. Now they've both gotten past him, so no need for the...
And they've got Halleck ahead of them.
And they've got Halleck, so Now it's opportunity for Brown to make some sort of move on the final lap as the leaders go into Pertamina Fostron for the final time in race number 1. Here comes Fabio Tafani. Here comes Sean Moore. Sean Moore is running out of time and he's got a corner left to go.
Through Pertamina Fostron they go. We haven't seen much of Fabio Tafani this year. He is the reigning defending champion and he is going to win race 1 in the Pirelli V8 Masters from Sean Moore across the line in that second position. And it's 1.9 seconds between them. And here we go. It's going to be Mark Ridgway. Mark Ridgway just to the line ahead there of Alistair Brown.
But look at this, another battle that's going to come to the line. This will be Vogt, and let's just see, just like that, what a race to the line. It will be the 21 of Josh Vogt and Mark Vogt. It was the two Vogts that got to the line, 1 and 2 between themselves, and I believe that was the lead in silver class. Stuart Spooner came along. Ian Parsons finishes this race now, as do the rest of the field. What a brilliant race for V8 Masters and Caltron Supercars combined.
Unreal stuff out there as we still wait for the rest of the guys just to come through and to finish their race. But awesome stuff out there by the Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars.
Pirelli Seal Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge 600s, and then the Masters among the many. Come out for race number 1 on a beautiful Saturday for racing. Everybody will be coming to the side of the circuit. They'll be standing up. They'll be watching from the pit lane fence. They'll be watching from turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 grandstands. There next to the bull bar. If you want to go support the bull bar, of course, go support Louis Powell and everyone there. The clubhouse, of course. The Joubert pits. Plenty of people standing up there, down in the pit lane. This is going to look like a brilliant race number 1 for the Pirelli Seal Pro Wineland Superbikes Challenge and 600s. 11 bikes out on the grid, and they line up as we get ready for race number 1 to get underway.
Yep, and Tristan Pienaar, Slade van Niekerk, and Johnny Towers will be on the front row of the grid. Johnny, of course, on the 600. Then the second row will be Malcolm Rapson, Dion Ebel, and Eden Haynes. The following row will be Mark van der Berg, Alistair Hyatt, and the learner, Michael de Toy. And the last row will be Zander Taljaard and Wayne Arendse. So if everybody's there, it will be 11 motorcycles that will take part in this one. The Pirelli Seal Pro Wineland Superbike Challenge 600s. And that's going to be absolutely great stuff. Lovely to see that we've got 11 of them out there. Zander Taljaard has also got a new motorcycle that he is campaigning here today for the first time. And I know Tiny knows where they come from. They come from the Southern Cape, I think, somewhere out there in the Knysna area.
Yep, so Zander Taljaard now on that 750. He used to be on the CBR 600, and then they bought that bike from Dylan Anderson after racing that up at PE and around the country for a while. Sponsored there by 888 Motorcycles and Korea Doha Constructie. Louis and his company. Tristan Pienaar coming back to Power Series after his stint in national racing. He takes pole position from Slade van Niekerk. Johnny Towers on the 600. The lights are on, the lights are off, and away we go. Straight out of the gate. No Ronald Slammert after breaking a chain yesterday during practice and ripping that bike apart. And unfortunately, Ethan Dinner getting caught up in that issue yesterday in practice also wrote the bike off. So 2 guys not out on the grid today. But look at Tristan Pienaar pull away on that CBR 1000 ahead of Slade van Niekerk. Johnny Towers on the 600 CBR is also pulling in a tremendous speed. Again, on a 600 amongst the thousands. There's Malcolm Rapson there in that 4th position. And then Mark van den Berg as well. Good to see him back after touring the world, watching MotoGPs with his son Alex, obviously of GFP Motorcycles, as they race on down towards Sorrel Sweep for the first time and down the Killarney Straight.
Right, down the back straight they come now. And it's absolutely, they just blowing it away. It's Pienaar that sits out there in P1 with van Niekerk second. Johnny Towers, Rapson in that 4th spot. Rapson P4 for Superbikes, and he's leading the Masters category. But that is Pienaar, van Niekerk and Towers that are busy working their way out of Pertamina Fastron. As they come through, that is Pienaar coming through. The field just working their way through. All of them now have come through as we watch this group head into one.
So this is Eden Haynes, who broke out from Clubmans last round, and he jumped straight into Superbikes this round. He's racing on that BMW S1000 RR for 888 Motorcycles, for Project 60, and Trevor Westman, who was also supposed to be on the entry list today. Then Michael de Toy, the learner, good to see him back, as well as Dion Ebel on the Honda CBR 1000 RRSPR, however many. Good to see him racing. He's back and forth, but good to see him back. Then Zander Taljaard, Alistair Hyatt, and Wayne Arendse just behind that pack as well. Good to see Alistair back as well. So there's a big gaggle of bikes coming towards our picture now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nose to tail as they race through Sorrel Sweep and down the Killarney back straight once again.
Right, the leader is Tristan Pienaar, and he's got Slade van Niekerk right there on his case as they make their way out of Pertamina Fastron. Rapson is in that fight as well, followed there by Towers and Mark van der Berg as the field goes through. This is another fight behind Van der Berg. That's Haynes, that's the Toy, that's Erbel, Taljat, Hyatt, Arendse. They're all in that fight as they race down the main straight. Here they come behind this group going into one. There is 6 of them that is busy dipping it into the left-hander. That is a block coin.
Yep, absolutely fierce racing from these gentlemen. Is going very wide there. I believe that's Alistair Hyatt. We'll just have to see from this side around. He went a little bit wide on the ZX10. Obviously getting major help from Jacques Ackerman and the JA10 stable to help him out there. Jacques obviously coaching as well as trying to get in some riding when he can on short circuit. But there you see the leaders come through. There is Malcolm Rapson rather, in that 3rd position on the Jigsaw 1000. Then Johnny Towers, then Mark van den Berg as they run on through. Now here it comes, the group. Haynes, De Toy has Dion Ebel right in on his case. Then it's Tolyard, Hyatt and Arendse as they race through Sorrel Sweep, and the leaders come into Pertamina Fosterod.
Yeah, and that is Tristan Pienaar. You can hear that thunderation of that other group heading down into turn 5 into Fosterod. Here is Pienaar. This is Van Niekerk and Rapson. And then Johnny Towers, P4, and leading the 600s. That's Towers going through a shot there now. Here comes Mark van der Berg. He's got Haynes right on his case, and here we go. Michael De Toy, the learner, from Dion Ebel, Sander Taljat, Alistair Hyatt, and Wayne Arendse as they work their way out of block coin.
Oh, incredibly close. Dion Ebel has his knee down on the inside of the curb on the dirt, kicking up some dust, trying to fight there. The learner, he does it every single time. He sticks his foot out like a real MotoGP and World Superbike rider as they go on through Castrol Corner. They are fighting it out very close. Those two guys are as well as they race on through towards Lundstem and then down into Damsdip, the slightly banked right-hander that will throw you off if you chuck it in there a little bit too quickly as the leaders go down towards Pertamina Fosterod. We just have a bit of a frozen screen there as we wait for the next camera angle to pick up. There is the back shot. Yeah, so that frame is a little bit frozen as down into one. Here they come. Tristan Pienaar on the CBR 1000 with Slade van Niekerk on the ZX10. Look how close they are. These two rivals from juniors through short circuit up into 600s and now top liter bikes. They're racing nose to tail.
I'll tell you what, these 2 youngsters are setting the world alight as they race down into Castrol Corner. 0.3 of a second between Tristan and Slade as they exit Castrol through the Lundstem kink. The 2 of them go into the right-hander. That is turn 3 Damstep. There is nothing between them. Malcolm Rapson is leading the Masters. He's in a distant 3rd position, nearly 8 seconds behind the 2 leaders.
This is Towers and Van den Berg also racing now on the CBR 600 and the Jigsaw 1000. There is, now we see, there's, sorry, now I got to catch up. That was Rapson, Towers, and Van den Berg, so I got a different shot. The shot was of the 2 leaders. Now here, look at this. Eden Haynes has De Toy and Ebel now on his case. Eden Haynes seems to was pulling a gap, now dropped the gap slightly to the 2 behind. And now it's a 3-way liter bike battle down towards the final corner.
Yeah, and then Taljard, Haynes, and Arendse are the last 3 bikes out there. But man, it is absolute pandemonium out there as these three work their way out of Fosterod, and it's a nose to tail as they work their way through the Lundstem, through turn 5A.
This is incredible. Watching these superbikes as now back to the leaders. Tristan Pienaar has the wild child Slade van Niekerk right there on his rear wheel as they go through Damstip right up against the inside curb, down the Tygerberg straight and into Sorrel Sweep, throwing those liter bikes onto their side, tucking the knee down in the double apex right-hander and racing down, twist of the throttle, up to 270, maybe even 280 k's an hour as they get down to the last corner. But here, once again, Malcolm Rapson, the Foster's accountant, on 2 wheels, races on bias, as well as Johnny Towers, who's not that far behind. Then we see Mark van den Berg a little bit off the pace, but still very close. Then comes this 3-bike battle once again.
Yeah, that is Haynes coming towards us with Ebel and Michael De Toy. That's Eden Haynes, Dion Ebel, and Michael De Toy coming through. That's Sander Taljat He's the next man out there, as followed by Hyatt and Arendse. But where are the leaders? The leaders are heading into Castrol corner. They're going into Castrol. We'll pick them up now, the first two.
So there is that. Malcolm Rapson and Johnny Towers. Then Mark van den Berg. There's Mark van den Berg in the Gixxer 1000, the GFP bike. There is your leaders once again with 3 laps. Now 2.5 laps left to go as they race once again. Slade van Niekerk is just trying to find a point of action for him to dive or make his way around the outside of Tristan Pienaar, as we'll move on to looking for Malcolm Rapson once again. The ex-champ now still racing back out on the circuit after a little bit of time, as well as Johnny Towers there. And then we see Mark van den Berg once again. And then just behind them will be that 3 battle again of Haynes, Erbel and De Toy as the leaders come by.
Yep, and the quickest man out there with a 112 dead is Slade van Niekerk. He sits in that second spot. And they are chopping, and they're going to chop and change as he got him. No, they are literally, and it's now van Niekerk ahead of Pienaar with, 2 more laps to go, including the one that they're on. And it's going to be war out there between them. There we see Haynes, Erbel and De Toy. Eden Haynes, Dion Erbel and Michael De Toy working their way through 5A.
Yep, 3 different brands as we chop and change between frames once again. There is your leaders. It is Honda versus Kawasaki, 2 major brands as they race on down. Or Kawasaki versus Honda in this case, after Slade van Niekerk took away that front position from Tristan Pienaar. Now the drag race will happen to the last corner and then on to the final lap as we watch them go side by side, picking the right line, trying to stay out of each other's way, but they will be banging elbows as they go into the braking zone, and Slade van Niekerk later on the brakes as they go down into Pertamina Vostron.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to go all the way down to the wire, because when they cross the line, there will be 1 more lap to go in race 1 for them. Here they come, they across the line. There is 600ths of a second that van Niekerk is ahead of Pienaar. Heading down into Block Coin corner. Slade has to hold. Tristan has to attack. Will he attack? Will van Niekerk hold? Here we go, along the Joubert Straight. He's going to try and ride around him on the outside. No, he's not going to get it right. Will he do the out in on him? He tried, but it was not successful. Now Slade must have eyes all over his head, because he now, Geordie, is being mugged here by Tristan Pienaar.
Yep, he's running out of time. They're into the 3rd of 5 corners. At the start of this lap, there was 3.32 kilometers left. Now there's only a couple of hundred of meters left, rather, as they race through Sorrel Sweep and down the Killarney Straight for the final time.
It'll happen in turn 5 into Vostron. Here they go. He's along on the outside as Pienaar. Has Pienaar got him? No, they're next to each other. And Slade holds. Jordan, there is a few meters left. Bring them home.
Here come the 2 youngsters under the city of Cape Town Briggs. There will be a drag race. The drag race will close with Slade van Niekerk taking victory by 200ths of a second to Tristan Pienaar in 2nd position. Then we wait for Malcolm Rapson, who rounds the final corner on the Gixxer 1000. Oh my goodness, I'm out of breath already, Frankie.
I'll tell you what, here comes the quickest accountant around. Malcolm Rapson will cross the line in 3rd and 1st in Masters. Johnny Towers wins the 600s, coming home in P4. Mark van den Berg should be the next one. Here comes Mark. And then we're going to have this fight between Haynes, Erbel and De Toy.
Watch this, Frankie. BMW versus Honda versus Yamaha. 1, 2 and 3 across the line. Haynes, Erbel and De Toy. Just like that. Haynes wins out in Superbike Challenge ahead of Dion Erbel, and then Michael De Toy. Then Zander Taljard comes across the line, and another battle to the line.
Yeah, that is between Hyatt and Arendse. They are nose to tail. They're going to cross the line now, and it is Arendse that gets to the flag just ahead there of Alistair Hyatt. But my goodness, 0.4 of a second between Haynes and Erbel and De Toy was 1/10 of a second, and 900ths of a second between Arendse and Hyatt. Man, that was brilliant stuff.
What a race, number 1 that was. What a superbike race that was. And to think we could have had Ronald Slammert in there. Thank you, Nicholas. He also said, wow, what a race. That was incredible throughout. With 11 bikes on the grid, the numbers don't matter. It's the quality of the riders, of the bikes, that really shows you. Brilliant stuff from the Pirelli Seal Pro Wine and Superbikes Challenge in 600s.
Jordan needs to go have a lie down in a dark room now after this one.
I think I've given myself tinnitus, Frankie.
Wow, that was great stuff. And the quickest man out there was a 1:12.020 by Slade van die Kerk. What?
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.cape Town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Yeah, and of course a big thanks to Mr. Lime Property himself, and that is Mr. Clint Ridden. A big thank you there to Clint and everybody at Lime Property Management and at CRA, Clint Ridden Associates. And then also big thanks to Castrol and City of Cape Town, Pertamina Fostrom, the Porsche Club for the straight here. Big thanks to the new kid on the block, that is, excuse the pun, that is Blockcoin. And then we also want to thank King Tony Tools for what they did for us here at the WPMC for a while. They used to sponsor the bridge, or should I say the subway rather. So King Tony, a big thanks from everybody else. Right, so now the top 3 voters go to Elme Mostert so far. Cody Redlinghuis, then we've got a couple of car guys. Tied for 3rd is Ken Funneren in the V8s and Mark Uitenbogard in the classic cars. So 4 guys so far for the top 3 races of the day. Yep, folks, keep voting and let's see who wins this one. So it's 2 car riders, drivers, not riders, and 2 bike riders so far. Thermofires Clubmans, regional saloon cars, race number 1 over 8 laps. That is busy rolling out onto the circuit, and it's going to be interesting stuff. Now, a lot of you may wonder where Jaco Lambert is. Well, I did get a WhatsApp from his brother Dewald, and Clubmans is a very strict class. There's rules and regulations, and you have to be within those rules and regulations when it comes to times in this case. And even qualifying counts, not just the 2 races. And Jaco Lambert unfortunately bust out. So therefore Jaco Lambert has to sit out for the rest of this event, as I understand it. So that's a pity though. Would have been great to see him out there. But we do have a Smith in pole, and it's not Shane, it's Gary. Gary Smith is there in pole position. And Jess Huggett, the legendary, living legend, Mr. Jesse Huggett, is there in P2 on the front row of the grid. Michael Essier and Trappis van Tonder, they qualified on the second row of the grid, with the third row going to Dylan Hubert and Gemma O'Lean. And Gemma was up in the commentary box with us watching the GTI Challenge race earlier on. And when I said to Gemma, where you qualify? Third in class and P6 overall.
Yeah, that P6 overall, I think, is actually the most important part of it, because the likes of Griffin Wintle, Michaels, Lehman, Minnick, Alberts, Kannemeyer, Lambert, Jacobs, Roberts, all of that behind the lady racer on overall lap times. So that is fantastic for her.
Yeah, and then it's Steve Griffin Wintle. And then we've got the Class X car, and that is ex-GTI Challenge driver Mario Roux. That is there in P8, now in Clubmans.
Michael this year shows up as Class A with Jess Huggett. And then Smith, I'm not sure if Smith is going to be on the grid or not. Yeah, so it's Gary Smith. Yeah, that's correct. That's Gary Smith. So probably will be on the front end of the grid. Yep, there he comes towards us now. The yellow BMW with the red on the bonnet, which means Jess Huggett will then bedeck the front row of the grid with Smith, the Sear and Van Tonder, Trappis. Steps is out there. Then Hubert and our lady racer O'Lean, and then the first of the Class D class is Griffin Wintle, and I think that's Griffin Wintle Jr. Is that Steve himself? So Steve Griffin Wintle, that is the first of the Class D cars, then the first of the Class X cars coming through behind that, and that is Roux, Mario Roux. That is one of the pride of GTI Challenge that we find in Clubmans today.
Yeah, that's why he's in Class F. Then it's Anu Michaels. And then we've got Bernard Lehman. And Bernard Lehman is in the Opel Corsa, finding himself there in P10 overall, rounding off the top 10. Oh. And he is currently third, qualified third in Class D.
Another new car driver combination out there is Cody Alberts in the Alpha. Beautiful looking spray job on that one. There is the Alpha going through. Cody Alberts X-Class A. And I see that is the Beetle of Lambert that's in there just behind him, with Roberts, Omar, De Toy, and then Heidenrich. Now Heidenrich, yes, that is Steven Heidenrich. Emil Tiny Brunt, the background behind that motor car being driven by Steven Heidenrich.
Yeah, Gary, unfortunately the Origin Oil Skyline has been having a bit of mechanical issues, gearbox and diff related, and the car is in today or this afternoon is a car which was bought by Shane Justice. It's actually one of the ex-Willie Swart. It was one of his cars. He campaigned last meeting, and Shane actually bought the car. Shane was out with the car at the tarmac attack last weekend, and yeah, gave the car over to Stephen just to have a bit of a feel for what the car can do. So yeah, a little bit of midnight oil being burnt the last couple of days, but yeah, Stephen out in a front-wheel drive car, and yeah, let's see how the car goes today.
Midnight oil, Frankie, and the coffee and sugar reserves at the workshop have probably gone down just a little.
And I think they also, Tiny, they put new rubber on that car as well, if I'm not mistaken. Tires, because apparently, according to Shane, he was slipping and sliding while it was wet last week, but he never had any grip with the old rubber, so they put 4 new boots onto that car as well for Stephen.
Oh, Jess Huggett also getting some new rubber for the last 2 races, and the problem that he's been having is with a single tire going down, blowing on him. A second run tire going down and blowing on him. And he's now purchased 2 new rims and thrown one rim out, which appears to probably have a hairline crack in it. It's all about Smith going down into turn number 1, locking up. They're all very close to one another. It looks like Van Tonder has got himself stuck on that outside line. Jabez on the inside, and the lady racer Gemma O'Lean right in there as well.
And Michael Asier is just ahead of them. He sits there in that 3rd spot as they work their way through Castrol Corner. Through Castrol they go. Steve Griffin-Wintle is in that fight as well. I see Bernard Lehman is in there, followed there by Paul Munich. And then Cody Alberts as they work their way through the King. Watch out for that red Alpha of Cody Alberts, but it's all about Gary Smith and Jess Huggett. Then it's Michael Asier, Trappist Van Tonder, Dylan Jabez coming through, Gemma O'Lean right on the case there of Van Tonder as the field runs up the Tygerberg Straight and into Saddle Sweep.
Looks like Lambert's made up 2 positions as well with that Beetle, but Jess Huggett has not given up. He does not have the straight line speed of Smith with a BMW, but he got a good toe going down into Pertamina Fastron. Having a look around the outside. Oh, he just gets squeezed out there. But it's Lesieur that's in the gap between 3rd and 4th. And that whole group of cars is then being led out by Trappist Van Tonder, 4th through to 7th.
Well, have a look at Shane Smith. He's cutting and carving his way through the field. He's in Class X, man. Here he goes, Shane Smith. In he raced that BMW earlier on in the BMW class. There's Cody Alberts coming through. There's Evert de Toy. I see him, that Ford Falcon. Then we've got Anton Jacobs ahead of him, and behind them is the Beetle of Devot Lambert. So it's a whole up. There is Griffin-Wintle coming through as well as the field run through Castrol Corner. But the leaders are now making their way through T3 Damstip.
And for the first time in a long time, it's Jess Huggett that leads out the Thermo Fires Clubmans ahead of Smith, Lesieur, Van Tonder just holding on from Jabez, with the lady racers still holding on to that 6th position.
I'll tell you, Gemma is sitting 3rd in class and P6. She's behind Van Tonder and Dylan. And a heck of a fight that is raging out there. But the leaders are working their way through Pertamina Fastron. There they go. There is Smith that is busy. Trappist Van Tonder is in that fight. Then on the outside of Trappist is Dylan. There's Gemma O'Lean. Steve Griffin-Wintle is also in that fight as they work their way down into turn number 1 into Blockpoint Corner.
Michael Lesieur makes the move on the inside line up to 2nd ahead of Gary Smith. Closes that line off on Smith as well. Jess Huggett, the multiple South African champion, getting away. Lesieur goes for the inside. Smith goes for the outside line. And then Trappist Van Tonder has dropped down 2 positions.
But the quickest man out there, believe it or not, 123.733 is Mr. Jess Huggett. He's the quickest man out there. Well done to Jess. Here comes Shane. You just had a glimpse of Shane. He's in Class X. He sits there behind. There's Huggett. There's Lesieur. There's Gary Smith. And here comes Shane right in there as well. And then we've got Dylan Jabez, Trappist Van Tonder, Gemma O'Lean coming through, followed there by Arno Michaels, and then Bernard Lehman. There goes Bernard Lehman with the Opel Corsa. And right behind him, leading the next group, is Peter Kannemeyer.
Yeah, and then behind Kannemeyer was Jacobs, Alberts, Lambert, de Toy, and Arends. Having said that, Jess Huggett is starting to get a bit of a gap between himself and probably the fastest VW Golf for a long time around Killarney International, which is Michael Lesieur. Smith and Smith, the 2 yellow BMWs. Then there's a gap. Trappist Van Tonder has lost out to Hubert. Gemma O'Lean is right in there still. Then Griffin-Wintle comes through, and Anna Michaels. Then the gap back to Paul Munich.
Yeah, then it's Paul Munich, and right behind him is Bernard Lehman. Then it's Peter Kannemeyer. Then it's Anton Jacobs, Cody Alberts, it's Evert de Toy, and Devot Lambert in that Beetle followed there by Lance Arendse as the field rolls through Block Point Corner. Bernard Lehman coming through. That's the same names that we just mentioned now that is now in there as well. There's the Beetle lock up there by the Ford Falcon of Evert de Toy as they exit Castrol Corner.
You can see Cody Alberts is up into that 14th position. That's a stock standard motor. It's his ex-road going car that he's using now to race with. The previous one was his mother's car, Michelle Alberts, which became the 3 Series Class A class winning car. Oh, Michael this year, he sees 2 yellow BMWs, hits panic mode, climbs right over the curbstone, and well, behind the 2 Smiths, Jabir, Van Tonder, O'Lean, Griffin Wintle, and Michaels all together.
Well, as we watch this lot, and now Steve or Shane Smith has now got his nose ahead of Dad Gary as they oh, look at that BMW sliding out of Block Point Corner of Shane Smith, and he's going after Michael Lucia. Here comes Gary towards us. Then look at this fight. It's Dylan Hubert. Behind Dylan Hubert is Francois Van Tonder. Behind Van Tonder is Gemma O'Lean. Behind O'Lean it's Steve Griffin Wintle and Arno Michaels right in that fight. Here comes Paul Munich with a bonnet problem. And then right behind, the problem is it's not there anymore. Then Bernard Lehman, Kannemeyer is the next man coming through. And these guys have got all different lines. And Evert de Toy. De Toy sits on the outside of Anton Jacobs. Cody Alberts is in that fight. Then we've got Delvart Lambert and Arendse. What a rumble we've got in that pack that's heading through Lundstem Kink and into Damstip, the lowest part of Killarney International.
Yeah, I must say Lambert and Cody Alberts very much on the same pace there, and both of them sitting in there behind Alberts. I heard a funny sound coming past us underneath the commentary box. That was the leaders that came through. That's Jess Huggett. That is Michael Lucia. That is the 2 Smith BMWs that you see go through there as the leaders. That's the front 4. And having come from a long way back, Shane Smith past Gary Smith and away from Dylan Jabir. There, Dylan Jabir comes into view. Trappist Van Tonder is quite fine, but it's Gemma that's just checking that the gardening is up to date at Killarney International Raceway. And there's Griffin Wintle and Michaels. Yep. It should be Paul Minnick will be the next one coming through behind that. There's Minnick that has gone through Lehman, and here comes Kannemeyer in the cadet. In there behind that will be Jacobs. Then we see Arendse, Lambert and Alberts, and that is for the class battle for Class F.
Yeah, there goes Lambert, and then we've got Cody Alberts coming through as well in that fight. Ahead of all of them, we've got Arendse coming through. There is the Ford Falcon. That's Kannemeyer that's going through your shot there now. Then we've got the rest of the field coming through.
I believe we've got a car that's gone off. Michael Lucia that has gone off. And yeah, there you can see Michael Lucia that is on the exit section of Sarl Sweep. And that camera shot was picked up by the marshals as they had a look at that. But that battle going down into turn 5, that is a brilliant battle in Class F.
Well, there is Cody Alberts. Devon Lambert is ahead of him. Then we've got Anton Jacobs just ahead of the Beetle of Lambert. And it is a massive fight out there with Jacobs, Jacobs and Arendse just ahead of them. Yeah, Michael is here. You can see dropping down the leaderboard because he's out of this one.
That's why Jess Huggett has got tons of space between himself and the 2 Smiths that have now ended up very close to one another. And in fact, they have swapped positions, the 2 Smiths. Then it is Dylan Jubert and Trappist Van Tonder. And look at this fight going on behind that. Gemma with Griffin Wintle, Steve Griffin Wintle, Senior. And it is Michaels that's in there in that 3-way battle.
Jesse Huggett starts his last lap as he races into turn number 1. When last have I seen the living legend win a race here? I'm not going to say anything. There's one more lap to go for the master himself to work his way around 3.267 kilometers of Killarney International Raceway in the Jetta 2. Sir Mr. Jess Huggett making his way through Castrol Corner.
Well, that's actually the man that brought me into motorsport back in 1984, and I put back for Jess Huggett. And, well, that was in 1984. And, well, now we'll move on 24 hours to tomorrow, Sunday, and we'll be riding beach buggies around the Cape Peninsula. Jess Huggett that raced a beach buggy here once upon a 2 times many years ago. He's got in excess of 20 South African titles. He has won races and series and classes through probably about 13 different categories of motorsport. He is at the tender age of 70. He is the number 70. He is the epitome of a gentleman on a racetrack, Jess Huggett.
Jesse Huggett wins race number 1 for Thermo Fires Clubmans. And it gives you a lump in your throat when you say that, because you say it with pride. And here they come, father and son combination side by side. It's going to be Shane. No, yes, it's going to be Shane Smith that gets to the flag just ahead of his dad, Gary. Here comes Dylan Hubert.
Do you think Dad gave it away?
No. To the checkered flag, Dylan ahead of Trappist van Tonder. And here we go. This is side-by-side stuff across the line. And it is Gemma O'Lean that beats out Steve Griffin-Wintle and Arnu Michaels.
Yeah, she held on to that 6th position all race long.
Paul Munich, well, here comes Bernard Lehman.
And there's that battle we were looking at, Frankie, the Class F battle.
That's Kannemeyer that's crossed the line there, just ahead of Arendse. And here comes Jacobs to the line. And the rest of the field just coming through Opperman Lambert and Cody Alberts.
So Class A was Huggett from Smith Jr., Shane Smith. The Class B battle was Gary Smith. And then the Class C battle was Joubert from Trappist van Tonder and Our Lady racer Gemma that started in 6th, 3rd overall in class, ended 3rd overall in class and a 6th position. Then Class D, Steve Griffin-Wintle, not his son Seth out there. Honor Michaels from Lehman and Kannemeyer, and they were very close, Griffin-Wintle and Michaels, as they went across the line. Class F, Arendse, and then the battle that was the real big one in Class F, Lambert, Alberts and Roberts, the 58, the 100 and the 145, ending up 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Class F. And then Class E was Everton Toy from Mr. Fielding himself.
Yeah, Ever de Toy dropped way down to P17 because he was involved early on in that fight there with Kannemeyer, Arendse, and with Jacobs as well. And yeah, even Dewand Lambert as well. Dewand Lambert also just dropped off the leaderboard.
And the midnight oil didn't pay off for Stephen Heidenreich and the boys either, 3 laps down.
We also lost Mario Roux in that one as well.
Do you think he's on his way back to GTI Challenge, or was that just a mechanical error?
We lost Munich as well. Yeah, Paul Bonnetless Munich.
That's going to stick. Say that again, Paul.
Paul Bonnetless Munich.
That's like Patrick Stinky Walton. You don't get away from that connotation whatsoever.
Oh, I'm sure he will hear that Thursday evening at the Clubman's post-race meeting.
All right, so we just got confirmation. Michael, this year, remember, we had the COCs downstairs that panned the camera in turn 4. That was to pick up the car of Michael this year. And he's turned the Golf into a Reliant Robin. What's the denomination between them. Both of them have only got
3 wheels.
3 wheels.
Only difference is the line drivers got 1 wheel at the front and 2 at the back, and then they do oval track racing with them, and then they turn themselves upside down. But they have a
There
total
you can see him
jaw.
go off. In fact, Frankie, there is
That's
you can
the
see
replay.
the left rear is gone on the replay for the folks at home. The left rear that decided to become a loose wheel. There you can see as he comes past on 3 wheels. And yeah, there the wheels come off already. In fact, as he works his way down the straight, that wheel wants to go to the Bomas. The WPMC Boma had a bird's eye view of that one. So congratulations to Jesse Huggett in Class A, having missed a lot of the first part of the season due to continuous clutch problems. Then 2 race meetings back-to-back having tire problems. Although it was new tires, found out that one of the rims was in fact faulty. You pump it up and you leave it and it's perfect. Put it on the car, put it under stress. Must be a stress fracture somewhere on that rim. He's bought 2 new rims and it all came together and he comes away with a win.
But I don't know if this is the same camera. Yes, it is. There you can clearly see. There the 3-wheeler comes past. And another replay with that wheel that escaped off. Yeah, it slammed into that fence. Oh, thank goodness I just ricocheted off that fence. Right. Here we go.
Yep, race number 1 for a limited class of Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. And Kuni Buertus is on pole position in the Clubmans class, part of the Clubmans 1000s, ahead of Jean Momberg on his GSXR 750 in Clubmans 600s. Then Evert Koorts in Clubmans 600s. Wayne Gresser in Clubmans 1000s. Conrad Meyer, good to see him back again. He was here last round after, I think he said to me, 2 years. So good to have him back on the grid for 2 race meetings in a row. Then we have Gerard Joubert in Clubmans 600s. Willem Lowe, first time back after his somersaulting acrobatic things in turn number 2, jumping on the brakes and somersaulting over the handlebars, hurting some ribs, but he's back and is all blacked out ZX6. And then Mario Ferreira on the Cagiva 1000. I believe that, as far as I know, it's borrowed from Willie Morris. So good to see that thing out there as well. Evert Koorts has his other motorcycle still being built behind the scenes. He's waiting for that to all get sorted. That's him with the horn. You can't hear it on the live stream, but we can hear it from the commentary box. That is a complete road bike that's just got some race stuff on it. He's still got a working front lamp. He's got a working horn. Everything's there. But now it's about putting the visor down and getting ready for 9 racing laps of Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. And Kuni Buertus on the BMW S1000 RR sits on pole position. The lights are on, the lights are out, and away they go. And down to Block Coin Corner they race. And look at that, Jean Momberg right up into the lead from the middle of the grid. And just like that, they all slot into place, all 7 motorcycles, or 8 motorcycles rather. And now out of Block Coin Corner and down towards turn number 2, Castrol.
Right, so 8 bikes out there and working their way through Castrol Corner. Not too many, smallish field, but I can guarantee you the racing is going to be fast and furious out here with these guys. They are all nose to tail. Nobody's dropped off yet. We've got a change of lead going through turn number 3 through Damstep. And it's that Ferreira and Buertus. These 2 guys are sitting out there in P1 and P2 as they work their way up the Tigerberg Straight into the double right-hander. Turn 4 saddle sweep. And now they'll tear up the tarmac as they race down towards Pertamina Fostron.
So what you can see, in fact, Mario Ferreira is not in the lead on the Cagiva 1000. He will be at the back end of the field. I think the transponders are just getting mixed up a little bit. As Evert Koorts just behind. Oh, there's the Cagiva, I believe. Or maybe I lied. That's Wayne Gresser that just got a little bit caught up on the ZX10. He's used to running his old farm bike, the Yamaha R1, but he's changed over to ZX10 this time around to race it here in this round of the Power Series. He sits in 2nd place with Conrad Meyer just behind him. Then it's Evert Koorts and Jean Momberg sitting there in 4th and 5th, in 1st and 2nd in class. Then Mario Ferreira, then Gerard Joubert, then Willem Lowe at the back end of the field, just getting back to grips with racing after quite a few months out.
No, that's Gresser, Meyer, Koorts and Momberg. That's the 4 bikes you see working their way out of Castrol Corner, followed there by Ferreira. As you said, was at the back, is made up 2 positions as Ferreira. And that is Mario Ferreira. But it is all about Kuni Buertus, that man that sits out there in P1. Then we've got this 4-way fight for 2nd and 3rd. And down he goes. That was, I think it might have been Meyer, yeah, the 58 bike that has gone down there in turn 4 in saddle sweep. But luckily, he is okay.
And you know what? In actual fact, good job to Killarney, because there was more sand that was added to that part of the corner, I believe, and it was very well graded, so that bike slowed down immediately, and luckily he is going to be a little bit sore after taking a tumble, but he's up and standing and he's all right. As we continue watching on, as there is your leader, Koenie Botha. His good buddy Eden Haynes broke out into Superbikes. He's waiting to do the same thing, as now a 19.106 Foster's lap for Koenie Botha, as Wayne Kresse sits there in a second position ahead of Evert Koorts and Jean Momberg. Then it is Mario Ferreira, Gerard Joubert and Willem Lowe.
Well. There we see coming through now. That is Ferreira. That is the man that is in P5. And he leads a classic, well, he's the only classic motorcycle out there. And yeah, he's first, second, third, and last. As we have a look at this fight, Jordan working its way through turn 3, Damstep.
There is a very big chance that Mario Ferreira will be able to catch up to these two, as they have rolled that motorcycle of Conrad Meyer out of the way. And I'm sure he will be sitting up against the fence a little bit shaken and disappointed that that's the outcome of his day. But I don't think anything bad would have happened to that bike in the sand, so hopefully he'll be back out for race number 2. As Koenie Botha now runs all on his own. He's got no chance of slipstream, but he's got a lot of clean air, so no tow. But we'll see what this lap time is this time around. He does a 1:19.9, as there we see Kresse, Momberg, as well as Evert Koorts race on down past the pit lane wall and down into block coin.
Yeah, and then the last man on your shot there, right at the back, that is Mario Ferreira, that is leading the classic bikes as they work their way out of a block coin corner. And Kresse, Momberg, Koorts there. Ferreira comes into your shot now, P5 and first in class. But that's a lovely fight here for second, third, and fourth on track between Kresse, Momberg, and Koorts. Then we've got Joubert coming through there in a bike 6. That's Gerard Joubert coming through in that 6th position. As we go back to this fight between Kresse, Momberg, Koorts, and Ferreira coming into view as the leader, all on his own. That is Koenie Botha making his way down into Pertamina Fostron. And when they started this lap, he was 12.1 seconds ahead of Momberg.
Good lines he's taking.
Sorry, ahead of Kresse, apologize.
Ahead of Kresse, yes, you're right. As now Jean Momberg has taken over that second position. He had some big gremlins the last time around, electrical problems and ECU issues, and the plugs were burnt and overfilled and whatnot. And so he couldn't race in both heats last round, but he's back again and fighting for the championship now at the front end of the field. He is in first. Now it's 14 seconds between Botha and second place Momberg, then Wayne Kresse, then Evert Koorts and Mario Ferreira. Mario is still on his own, of course. And then it's Gerard Joubert and Willem Lowe, also a difference of 3-4 seconds now between those two around the circuit.
Yeah, and of course we're now down to 7 bikes because Conrad Meyer put the bike down in turn 4 in a saddle sweep. But it is all about Koenie Botha, the man that sits out there in P1. And that is Botha that's raging down that back straight, all on his own. 14 seconds when he started this lap ahead of Momberg. That's in that second spot. Remember, that has changed because the previous lap Kresse was ahead of Momberg. That is now the other way around, as they are fighting each other. He is way, way, way down the road ahead of the rest of them. That's only working their way out of Fostron corner now. Here comes Momberg towards us. And then behind them is Kresse, and it is Koorts. Yes, Momberg heading into block coin corner, and right behind him you see Kresse and Koorts. Where is Ferreira? There he comes. He has dropped way off pace. There's Ferreira, is 8 seconds behind the two of them.
There was a change for position and overall podium between Kresse and Evert Koorts as they run out of block coin. There is them once again. Everett Courts, I believe, promised me that he'd turn the headlight on, and he's doing just that. Usually it's a tactic that they use, or Franco Donadio, we know best. He puts his headlight on in the afternoon when it gets a little bit dim, and it's used in endurance racing as a little bit of a distraction tactic. And Everett Courts has done just that. There is Koenie Botha. Once again, he'll have 3 laps to go coming up on this lap. He rounds the final corner on that BMW S1000R, helped and prepped by Trevor Westman and Alan Westman from Project 60 SA and Team Wayward. There we see Jean Momberg on the number 9 race through on that GSXR 750. Then there is Everett Courts and Wayne Gresser.
Yeah, they're having their own little fight out there. Is Gresser and Koorts, and Ferreira isn't too far behind them. As a matter of fact, well, there's only 1.7 between these two, between Koorts and Gresser, that has started this lap. Ferreira, you can hear that bike thunder past us into turn number 1 into Blockcoin, and Mario Ferreira is nearly 10.5 seconds behind Wayne Gresser, that is there in that 4th position.
Yep, so they're still very, very close between those two. As we watch now, it's 1.7 seconds the difference as they race down into Dam's Dip once again. Koenie Botha will have 2 laps to go once he rounds the final corner and crosses the start-finish line. We'll catch up with him in a moment, as that will be Everett Courts. There's Wayne Gresser. And down through Sorrel Sweep they go. And down the Killarney, back straight. As here we jump to Koenie Botha in first position on the BMW S1000RR. Putting his knee down and getting his way through Blockcoin corner. Now what will be as Jean Momberg crosses the line, we'll see the difference, Frankie.
Yes, here comes Momberg, and it is nearly 20 seconds behind, but Koorts is right on his case. So there is, well, he's 4.6 seconds behind Momberg is Koorts. Ferreira is coming through now, and then we will have that 47 of Gerard Hubert coming down as well. We're still waiting for Ferreira, Hubert, and Lowe. Only 7 bikes out there, as they're now on their penultimate lap.
Yep, and here they go. So they've all spread up quite nicely. Obviously, I think we would have had a nicer battle if Conrad Meyer was still there. But unfortunately, I'm curious to see the replay after the race ends as to what happened. I believe he just got a bit unsettled and he sat up and the bike couldn't lean back down and around the corner. So just very, very unfortunate. As here comes Koenie Botha in first position on the 84. He moves on to his final lap with a time of a 1:19.106, still the fastest lap of this race. He goes through Blockcoin. And we'll see him go down the Joubert straight. Then next up there is Jean Momberg, who will be 20-point-something seconds away. See, 21.251 seconds the difference. Then Everett Courts, who's not that far off from Jean Momberg. When Gresser now crosses the line as well to start his final lap, that's 4.1 seconds the difference between himself and Everett. Then Mario Ferreira still rounding the final corner on the Kajiva 1000. A very interesting bike that. No front visor, very alien looking motorcycle, but a very, very special and awesome one nonetheless. And there we see Willem Lowe rounding the final corner to come and start his final lap. As you see that cameraman on the inside getting the best shots possible of Koenie Botha as he rounds the final corner. Koenie will come to take victory in race number 1 in the Clubmans 1000 class. What will be 22 seconds ahead, maybe more than 22 seconds ahead of Jean Momberg when he comes across the line. Here he comes under the City of Cape Town bridge. There is Everett Courts, also on his Gixxer 750. There it was, 22.756 seconds. And Evert Koorts comes home in third place overall, second in class. Brilliant result from him. Wayne Gresse, second in class, fourth overall on his Kawasaki ZX-10. Then we wait for the three last bikes out on the circuit to make their way around the final corner. There is Mario Ferreira, and not that far behind him was Gerard Joubert, who's had a number of things happen within the last 10, 12 weeks. He had a big crash, fixed that bike with after 9 weeks, him and his father. Then he had a bit of a mishap at the last round, sticking it in the mud on the outside of turn number 1, just getting it dirty, scratching the fairings up, but he's come back. And so has Willem Lowe, coming home 7th overall and 4th in class. A brilliant, brilliant race for all of these Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans, Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Hopefully we see a few more out next round. The next round being the 11th of October. So it is just under a month and a half that everybody has cars and bikes to get themselves sorted and bring us some more entertainment as the year comes to a close. Now it's on to lunchtime. So everyone take a short break. Go find yourself something to eat and drink at the many establishments. The Joubert pit side, or Joubert Lounge. On the new pit side, there's the Killarney trackside clubhouse, as well as the Bull Bar by Louis Powell on the north side of the circuit. And we'll see you all very, very soon. As here, for those watching the live stream, just a sit up. And Conrad Meyer had nowhere else to go. Rolling, tumbling, he might have a little bit of sand in that helmet, and maybe in his suit. But he got up, he looks to be all good. But once again, we'll see you all in a little while.
Hi guys, I am here with Daryl. So doing something a little bit different. We're always interviewing the drivers, okay? But there is massive teams behind all of these drivers. And right now we are standing in the pits of the V8 Masters, the V8 Master Series, sponsored by Pirelli. And I'm here with Daryl. Daryl heads up the entire mechanics team for all of the V8 Masters. Daryl, introduce yourself and tell us how the series is going.
Hi, my name's Daryl, as you just said now. So I run the V8 Masters team. We run the mechanical side of everything, make sure the cars are race ready when they need to be. Obviously the whole arrive and drive package has been explained before, so it's our job to make sure that when they arrive, they're ready to drive.
Awesome. And anything that went wrong yesterday and you have to fix today?
No, nothing serious. Minor adjustments here and there. Yeah, some small checks here and that, and nothing out of the ordinary.
So, for those of you that don't know, I've kind of been behind the scenes with this team and these guys for probably almost 3 years, and I've seen some crazy things happen behind the scenes. But one thing I do want to ask you, how do you ensure fairness when you are working on the cars for all these competitors at the same time? No one gets special treatment, right?
No, of course not.
Never, Fabio, no.
No, look, I mean, that's the bonus or the advantage of us being the only ones that work on the cars is, I mean, we just remain, you know, Sweden, and no one can cheat, you know? No one's allowed to work on their own cars, so it's not impossible.
Awesome. And any shout out to the rest of your crew? I see some of them hanging around here, but the others are probably taking a quick break.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I'd just like to thank everyone for their hard work yesterday. It was a very busy day. We got a nice turnout this weekend of 13 cars. So it kept us busy, kept us on our toes, but the guys performed without flaws. It was brilliant.
Awesome. Well, Fabio, Sean, we'll see you on the track. Good luck. Thanks, Daryl.
Only a pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Hi guys, I'm here with Calvin, who will introduce himself a little bit more. And standing in front of this amazingly cute, and I'm sorry to use the word cute, but it really, really is, Morris Minor. Please tell us more about you, tell us more about the racing, and tell us more about this car. And I have to just mention a shout out to my mom, because my mom, before I was even born, had a Morris Minor, and I remember she loved that thing and told all over town with that in the days before children, really. Calvin, hi.
Hi. So I'm obviously Calvin Beekman. And sorry, just coming to terms with...
Literally, can I tell you, he literally just got out of the car. I said, I'll let you take your helmet and your gloves off, and then I'm standing in front of you. So he's hot off the track.
I'm trying to ground myself now at the moment. Yeah, so Morris Minor, everybody's got a story about a Morris Minor. That's the best part about this car. It's the oldest car in the field, smallest CC motor besides the Rotary, but that's a different kettle of fish. Yeah, the car belongs to Rob Tissington. He built it, a retired engineer. My father-in-law had the seat before me. Before that was Andrea Bates. And I was lucky enough to get the seat last year. I swing the spanners and Rob does all the...
So this really is like a classic that's being passed down the line.
Pretty much, but it's I find it a privilege to work on the car, to drive the car. You know, I'm a 80s boy, so this is a total privilege. The car at the moment is winning the championship, overall championship. So it's about reliability and consistency, and you know that's what it's about at the end of the day. Look, I'm not as fast as the rest of the guys, but it's about showing up, making it happen, and yeah, just enjoying the chaos at the end of the day.
Yeah, and definitely there is some chaos. I'm so glad I came to this side of the pits today. Tell me, like, are there any little modifications that you've done to the car, or is it like mostly in its original state?
Okay, so the bones are pretty original. The motor is a 1293 cc, which is basically the max you can get out of the 1000 cc Morris motor. It's got a 300-degree cam, a whole bunch of Swift tune little bits and bobs in it, so you can't get much more out of it, maybe with a few more tweaks. It's about 120 horsepower, still a 4-speed gearbox from a Morris Marina as well. That was the Postal Service vans back in the day. Yeah, suspension-wise, if you have a good look around it, this is probably, I'm going to say it's probably the neatest car here.
It is. And that's why it caught my eye. I was like, I have to speak to this driver.
Yeah, it's, you know, Rob being a retired engineer, he tends to be very pedantic about stuff. You'll find no raw metal or anything like that. It's all electroplated and aircraft-grade bolts. So we try to save weight where we can. In a sense, it's a heavy little car, just shy of 900 kilos still. But yeah, it's a total privilege. Have a look at all the engineering that's gone on.
I'm going to get the guys to do some footage of this now. Well, guys, you've heard it here, winning the championship, Calvin Beekman and his Morris Minor. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Calvin.
Thank you for having us.
Guys, these cars are hot off the track. I saw them come past. I had to go do another quick interview, and then I had to come into this garage. I'm now standing here with Michael Hitchcock, and as you can see, he is literally still sweating from getting out of this car. Stunning Mustang behind us. Michael, how is it going?
The whole year has gone very, very well. She's been good to me the whole year, reliable. Fortunately, I lost my second gear today. So my big competitor, Frank Donadier, it's his day today. So well done to him as well. But yeah, she's been good to me the whole year and the whole season. Just had some bad luck with my second gear today.
And this is such a sexy car. What has been done to it?
Okay, so all the internals, obviously, we buy and we design a setup to be able to take all the RPM and the horsepower that she does have. She gives way over 500 horsepower, so it's a lot of power on all the components. And so today, I think my second gear just said, hey, I had enough of all the wide rubber and horsepower, and she dropped me out today.
And do you have a team here that's going to be able to fix this for you before the second race, or is that you're going to have to call it a day and go drink some beer?
No, we always do try. We've often swapped motors and gearboxes in between the races, so we'll definitely give it a go. If she's not on full performance, we will still try and just finish the second race just to maintain some points. Because we've come a long way this whole year, a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of wives complaining of us getting at home at 11 and 1 o'clock at mornings, and you know, we're working on cars. So no, we'll definitely give it a push. Yeah.
Well, guys, Power Series round 7, things go wrong. Hopefully they can get it fixed before the second race. If not, they're just in it for some extra points to close off the round 7. And there's 2 more races left for the year. I'm sure you're going to finish strong, right?
Yeah, we are. We must. I must lose some weight so I can stop sweating in this hot car, but yeah.
It's the Cape Town weather. We'll blame it that we actually have heat today. We're not freezing. Michael, good luck.
Thanks for the support, guys. Thanks. Cheers.
As always, I love to find the spectators, the guys that take their time out of their day to come and watch the racing. So I'm standing here. Oh, I've got another fan. Yes, my crowd is growing. I'm loving this. So I'm standing here with these boys. They are going to introduce themselves. I will start on this side. Your name is?
Kian Lot. Damien Greer. Rickert Ferreira. Alexander Wagner. Jan van Wyk.
Okay, guys, I want to know, why do you enjoy coming to Killarney? Now I'm going to start on this side.
I just go to the racing as always. I race self, I race go-karts, so I enjoy racing. It's what I do, it's my passion, so yeah.
And you?
I come here to watch the Mustangs, especially the Ford Mustangs. So yeah, we like to watch Ferdi Mouton and Michael Hitchcock, our favorite drivers on the track today, and they did very, very well today. Just unlucky on that second corner there and race second lap, sorry.
See, they're watching these races closely. And why do you guys come to Killarney?
I'm from a racing family. I also race dirt carts, same as Kian. We both race at the same track, so I've been coming here since a very young age. I love to look and watch at racing. It's very fun, it's my passion, and I really enjoy racing.
I just came here to see the cars in action, that's all.
And you're definitely getting the action today, and you?
I came with my friends to support my friend's uncle, Michael Hitchcock, driving, and yeah, it's just fun.
Awesome. Guys, well, we always talk about how do you get into racing, and we always say, come and do go-kart racing. So we've got 2 guys over here that are doing go-kart racing. Watch, okay? In 6, 7, 10 years, if these guys on the racetrack, you saw it here first. Thanks, guys. So guys, this is the BMW class that's lined up here right now. These engines are coming on and they're roaring. What's really, really spectacular to see is that this is a class that was started just a year ago. A decision made so quickly within a week after making the decision to actually go ahead with this class. People walking past, this is live, this is Killarney, it's happening. Just to see how this class has grown, look behind me, look at all of these BMWs. The engines are roaring, they're about to go on the track, so I've got to get out of their way.
And we are back, we are back, we are back. And on your screen, you'll see the main straight, and you'll hopefully be seeing us as well coming in after that main straight, because it is the lunchtime show. And my name is Ernest Page, joined of course by the lovely Simone.
Yes.
Simone, well, they know you so well already because you've just done like the whole interviews.
I know, you just saw my face for like 5 minutes straight.
I know. How did those
I'm done.
Yeah, exactly. Can I have my shine now, please? How did those interviews go?
Really, really great. The crowd is amazing today. The drivers, there's so much going on. You would have seen me chatting to Michael Hitchcock. We know that it was intense this morning, and his second gear gave up completely. Very keen to see if he's going to get that fixed for race 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very exciting. The spectators, those guys that you saw me chatting to, those lovely young boys. I started with 3, and then the next minute I turned around and I had like 7 of them. Yeah.
They just multiplied.
But really, again, young.
There are a lot
races.
of young'uns here today.
And 2 of them are doing the go-karting at the moment.
Okay,
so
nice.
hopefully in a couple of years' time we'll see them on the track.
Yeah, so hopefully they make their way across here. There are now lots of initiatives to get those drivers across the attraction. We actually offer driver training for younger drivers that want to learn how to use gears and things like that, because that I find was the big difference for someone like Charles Visser. I sat, my claim to fame is that I sat passenger with Charles Visser the first time he drove a saloon car around the circuit after making the jump from go-karting. And that's the thing that those young drivers struggle with the most in the beginning, is changing those gears. So there are initiatives to get them over here. There's no longer a gap between here and there. You've got Angry Racing Academy as well that tries to nurture those young drivers. Ernest Steer in the mix as well with their karting academy. We've got Brad Wadley, you've got RDSA, you've got Raceway, you've got Master Drive. So there are all these places that young drivers can now go to make the jump. And we are really seeing a lot more karters. We've got guys like Brett Roach with his 2 sons. His one son that won a championship, and the 2 of them went to stock cars first, and now they're here. So they want to come here. So there's this progression of these karters having this natural progression to main circuit, and then hopefully to nationals, etc.
Yeah, definitely the growth and the opportunities are there.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to kick you off for a few seconds, okay? Because speaking of growth, speaking of opportunities, and it is Women's Month.
Yeah, and we've got an international rider here.
I need to introduce someone and come and have a conversation with her.
I'm going to go then.
Okay. I'm gonna kick you off just for a little bit, okay?
Who's this Abigail? Who's this Abigail that I'm hearing so much about? I'm going to say goodbye.
She's coming on like a punk rocker with a flower in her hair. Hello.
Hi.
I am so excited to be sitting with you right now.
I know, me too.
I got to see Abby earlier, and this morning I must just mention I made a spelling error or pronunciation rather, and I was like Abby girl, but I do want to right now go Abby girl, cheese and rice. Wow, I got to see her as she came off of her bike. The excitement was beyond. I could see the shaking. She was just rumbling of so many things that happened on the track. I was like, okay, I'm not going to talk to you now, but you need to come and talk to me at lunchtime show. So here we are. Please introduce yourself.
So, hi guys, I'm Abigail Boston. I race in the 650 class on my Kawasaki ER. And yeah, in race 1, I got pole position.
And it's Women's Month.
Yes! Yeah, no, I had to go represent out of there. It was a tough race.
You did. Pink hair, bike, pole position, the works.
Exactly.
Okay, representing for the females out there. So tell me a little bit more about yourself. How old are you? Okay, and then I want to know, how did you get into racing bikes, riding bikes? I never want to say driver instead of rider. I want to make sure I get the terminology right. And how is it competing against so many males in a previously male-dominated sphere?
Yeah, so I am 19 at the moment.
What?
I'm turning 20 at the end of the year. I started racing when I was 9 years old. What? So yeah, it's almost 10, 11 years now that I've been racing. I got into it because my parents used to race. So I actually raced under my dad's number, 51.
Nice.
So yeah, so they kind of got me flowing, and then I had to beg my mom for years to actually get into riding, because she was like, no racing, no racing, and I was like, please,
not my baby girl.
And then eventually I got it. She thought it was a pace. The pace never ended. But yeah, going out there and racing against the guys, it is tough. It is tough. Like earlier, like in my career, it was really tough, especially mentally, like everyone like puts you down and stuff like that. But now I'm like, I'm still a girl and I ride fast. So So
And you got pole.
Exactly, and I got pole. So
Go sleep, boys. Go sleep. Retire. She's
Exactly.
here. She's here to stay.
Yeah, so my little feminine ways of doing stuff, like I love showing that, showcasing it. It's like, and actually inspiring other girls that you don't need to be like a tomboy or something to actually get into racing.
Absolutely.
Like,
you came here with your pink hair and your flower behind your ear. I'm loving it.
So yeah, and I exchange my boots for heels sometimes. So yeah, I want to be an inspiration for a lot of like young riders who are like, no, but it's only like people like that who can ride. It's like, no, everyone can ride and everyone can be fast. And yeah, I really want to get that message out there to everyone. And yeah, that's just me.
Absolutely. Now tell me, what was your strategy today? Where was your head at?
So this whole week, I was like, so last race weekend, I only got like 4th place. So this whole week, I was like, no, I'm gonna get P1. That's how it is. Like every night, like I literally convinced myself that I'm getting 1st place. And then I got yesterday qualified 2nd place. I was like, okay, cool. Now 1st place is in sight. Literally, I was just like, I'm gonna get 1st place, I'm gonna get 1st place. Went out for this race on the grid. In my head again, I was like, I'm gonna get 1st place. And then I went out there, gave it all I got, and I got P1. So I was so excited. Like when I came in, I was like, yeah, I was over the moon. And it's my 1st win on main circuit. So I'm really, really happy with my results. And yeah, hopefully in race 2 I can get another pole and make it a double for the weekend.
I'm rooting for you, and so is every other female out there. A little girl sitting right now playing with her dolls, you can be on a bike, you can be in a race car. Root for Abigail. We want you to do it again. Prove that it wasn't just
exactly.
a one-time shot.
I will watch race 2 and you'll see me.
Abigail, thank you so much. You have literally inspired so many. You have made so many proud, and I'm sure your mom, who was hesitant.
Yeah.
Okay, well done. Really and truly well done. We wish you all the best for your second race.
Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. Bye. Awesome. We were going to get Ernest back in here now.
Can I come back now?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
You're not
Who's
as
that?
pretty as her, but...
Okay, I tried, I really tried. It ain't gonna happen. But it's interesting that because you know, in the current PC world, there's certain things I can't say, but there's certain things she can say. And the fact that she said it, I'm going to repeat it. So she said that you don't have to be a tomboy to go racing. It's interesting, eh?
Yeah.
We got Alicia here that had a drift car for a while. Lady like Alicia, you've got Abigail, and again, there's no box when it comes to motorsport. We've got all sorts here, and the environment caters for all sorts.
Yeah,
you know,
I love it. It's expanding so much, and it's become so inclusive, and you should have seen her when she came off that bike. She was shaking and she was screaming at her parents of everything that happened, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
You could just feel
and,
like the proudness that she had.
Astrid, if she's watching in Germany as well, mentioned to me, as she mentioned, that she's running her father's number, and her father was a legitimately fast rider. He's super well known in the space, and she's got big boots to fill, but the racing boots, riding
She's determined.
boots,
If you heard
clearly
her now,
filling them.
Manifestation, she was like, I'm getting it, I'm getting it, I'm getting it, I've got it.
Done. So let's talk about some of these results over here. What have we got?
Okay.
And for those of you guys, you can go check out the results on mylaps.com. Go check it out on mylaps.com.
I'm going to share this because I'm not wearing my glasses right now.
Let me,
there we go.
I'm telling you, we need to work on these printing things over here.
Can they zoom it in for us?
Yeah, they need to zoom it in, but let's go through the results. Shane Williams gets his win. I think this is his first win in class since he's been back. And you have to understand that when Shane started racing, he was a bit of a prodigy. Exceptionally talented and fast. The Williams clan, his brother John Williams raced Nationals Rally. His other brother was very competitive in karting and then challenge. And then Shane came here, was one of the fastest, and ended up going to the USA, racing Jettas in the USA, which he won. Then he went to the UK, and he did the Seat Cup over there, which he also was winning at. And we've got Clubman's chairman trying to interrupt us here, and with his t-shirts, I'm not going
to park his bike right here.
Our Clubman's chairman likes to have un-PC t-shirts on every time. I can't show it on camera, bro. I can't show it. Clint Reynard, I'm just going to say hello, Clint Reynard. Thank you for all you do for Clubman's. So Shane Williams over there. in first place, and again a super talent, and now he's back, slightly older. And then you've got these younger drivers that are the guys. There's always someone younger, faster, and Shane was that younger, faster guy, and now he's racing against those younger, faster guys, and he gets his first win. So I think it's his first win in A since he's back. I stand to be corrected, but well done either way on the win on race 1. Daniel Sundenberg as well. I also think this could be his first race win in Class B. So well done to him. Again, I speak under correction, but it's definitely one of his best results in recent times, followed by Zach Layden and Waylon Volskink. Senior Dani as well, also in the mix there. And again, another new winner. Munna hasn't been in the front for a long time. He's been there or thereabouts, but now finally he gets right to the front. So we've got these 3 guys that are mixing it up. Challenge, it's often been the case that you get the same winners over and over and over, but the way the class is designed, you want close racing in front, which means it's anybody's game. And if you watch again, I'm using the NASCAR example, you can go 3 years in NASCAR without a win.
Yeah.
There's just so many cars, so many drivers, and they're all tip of the spear guys. And we see this in GTI Challenge. All these guys are fast. It's just who can put it together on the day. And congratulations to Shane, Dani Sundenberg, and senior, or junior at least. And then, of course, Daniel Munna for putting that together in a very, very competitive GTI Challenge. Well done.
Very, very exciting today.
Yeah. Then we've got the Lauda Classic cars. I'm just going to quickly go through this. Franco Donadeo.
Donadeo.
Does it again. Does it again. I saw someone wearing his t-shirt earlier. Gets first in A. First in B is Boetie van Sail. First in C is Ian Richards. And then Fine Cars, first in Fine Cars, Marius Fourie. And then Andre Fourie in second place. Again, awkward conversations at the dinner table tonight and tomorrow.
Very much so.
Yeah. And then first in the Battec STC 650, your friend and mine, the lady Abigail Bosson.
Yes.
Abigail gets the win I mean,
incredible.
Look at that, eh? Gets the win by 0.6 of a second against someone from HSC Racing, the Hutchins clan. So competitive, those guys. You know Nicholas Hutchins and the rest of them. So competitive, just pipping Nicholas. So the racing is close there. And then first in the 300 class, as I hear myself coming over the PA system. Hello, Killarney.
I was going to say that.
Good day, Killarney. All those out there. All of a sudden, I can hear my voice.
Thanks for that, guys.
the voice of God, they call it, but it ain't him. It's only me.
Just please, I'm not your father.
Yeah. So I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger. So welcome to those that are here at the track at Killarney Raceway. Thank you for joining us today. We are looking forward to another half a day of exciting racing. Of course, this is the first half of the day done as we head into the second half of the rest of the day.
Absolutely. We are getting some intense feedback. I think we are killing everyone's ears.
Yeah, I think we need to turn that down a little bit there. The mic is behind us, so we can just turn us down on the PA system. And there we go. And then in 350, I got to mention the 350 winner, 300 winner, I apologize, that's Raymond Alexander.
Perfect. Anything else we want to mention before we wrap up for today?
Are we wrapping up soon?
Yeah.
Already? Okay, then just one more thing.
That went really quick.
Yeah, went really quick. BMW Car Club, Mansoor Parker gets the win in B. Marco Retta with an unbelievable time. He's really pushing their car in Class C, gets the win there. Neander Toy gets the win in D. Amazing. And then some guy named Ernest Page gets the win in E. And
that guy.
Yeah, and then F Class winner goes to my teammate Shane Boscombe. His first win in Class F, first pole in Class F. Well done, Shane Boscombe. Team CRA, baby. Team CRA takes the win in both classes. Happy with that. And well done to the guys. The numbers are looking fantastic. So, and well done to all the new drivers that have made it through. Quickly, last one, Formula Libra. Byron Mitchell gets the win in Class S. No surprises there. Damien White in Class C. And Richard Carr in Class V. And then I think we got one more slate for Nikek. Gets his win in SBK. 600 is Johnny Towers. Clubmans is Eden Haynes. And I think that's it from us, folks. We'll see you guys at the next one. Anything from your side?
Absolutely. Power Series Round 7, guys. Keep on watching. It's going to get exciting this afternoon. And we definitely all want to see that Abigail's mistake at the second time. Okay, that it wasn't just a fluke.
Yeah, go Team Abigail. I'll see you guys next time.
Cheers.
Right, folks, unfortunately, it's that time of the day where we've got to say goodbye to one of our own, Philip van Tooburg. It was with great sadness that we learned of the passing of Philip van Tooburg on Sunday, the 24th of August, suffering a heart attack while out running. Although not an active competitor since the mid-80s when he raced karts at Killarney for about 7 years, he was active on Killarney's social media, commenting on photos and posts from the past with amazing knowledge and motorsport information he had gathered over the years. Even though he had moved to the United States at the beginning of 1996, he maintained his interest in South African motorsport and motorsport in general. One of his highlight motorsport events that he attended was the double-header NASCAR and Indy event at Indianapolis Speedway, where he was privileged to get a passenger's ride in the two-seater Indy car and was also on the grid for all the formalities before the race started. Philip is survived by his wife Linda and their 4 children, his mother, Auntie Val, the Auntie Val from Killarney's Kitchen, and his sister Arlene, the Arlene Brown, and Charmaine. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family at this sad time. There is a lot of our very closest that are affected by the untimely passing of Philip van Tooburg. Folks, we ask you all to rise, remove your headgear for a minute of respect to the family and to Philip van Tooburg. Arlene, Auntie Val, and Charmaine, from all of us, Strong's going forward, a major loss to some of our closest at Killarney International Raceway. And Arlene, for you and your mom, for what you guys stand for at Killarney, awesome stuff. You guys will never ever be forgotten. Auntie Val, you're a legend in your own time, and we salute you, and our hearts go out to you with this loss. Thank you, everybody.
All right, folks, here we go with the second half of the program. And we'll start it off with the Lauda Classic Cars and Keltron Fine Cars as they work their way out onto the circuit. This is the opening race for the second half of the program. And yeah, there was a lot of people early on that sent us messages. And we'd love to have these people or others send us messages again. It's awesome if the crowd and the people at home can correspond with us, and then we can answer them back and yeah, have a bit of a conversation. I remember we did it once, I think it was the 9-hour we had here in 2021 or 2022, somewhere around there, when Greg Maloney was up in the box with us and he had his tablet. And there was lots of communication going on between the commentators and the people at home, and we had all good laughs and stuff like that. So yeah, it would be nice if we could have something like that. It's a new idea that's been brought by Stephen Rhodes and the entire team of IMUSAT.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of movement in terms of IMUSAT going forward, just to update and upgrade and improve on what we've got. If you think 2 years ago we were looking at 5,000 to 5,500 views per event, we now at the last AGM were quoted an average of 13,300 views per live stream, IMUSAT live stream, going out worldwide. And yeah, we're looking at making that even bigger, because at the end of the day that is probably just about the best marketing tool that there is for Killarney International Raceway. And for the drivers to get sponsors and assistance, it's also vitally important that we get this right. So IMUSAT becoming a major influential partner in Western Province Motor Club, and that kind of thing in conjunction with what's happening with Lime Property Management and the City of Cape Town and all the other associate sponsors is creating a fantastic situation for us here at Killarney International Raceway. For those of you that missed out on this morning, we are just finished with the lunch and interval, and we are now starting with the second round of races. Joining you Mike's side, myself, Gary Fleming, doing the cameras and a bit of commentary from this side of the world, upstairs in the commentary box. Then the voice of West Province Motorsport, Frankie Yennis, that's busy closing up the last part of his third decade of commentary at Killarney International Raceway, ably assisted by Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's Pit Box. Also does a lot of social media work and marketing for motorsport overall for KPL drivers and the Killarney complex. And then our new addition, Jordan Huben, that is also running around downstairs picking up information between races. And then Francois Butler, that has been with us for around about 15 years now as well. Well, Frankie, I suppose between the two of us, we're touching on closing on 6 decades.
Yeah, geez, I think it's about 52, 53 years if you put you and I together in a commentary box.
How many laps would that be?
Oh, geez, I don't know how many times you've gone around the main circuit or any oval for that matter, if they put all of that us together. But yeah, let's get going with the opening race of the second half of the program, and it is the Lauda Classic Cars and Keltron Fine Cars over 9 laps as the Classic Cars roll out. Not too far behind them, in the top of your screen you'll see the Fine Cars coming through.
Yeah, they always start at the back end of the pack. That's the Fine Cars you see there now. So our Class A for today will be Donadio, Van der Merwe and Eitan Bogard. Class B will be Van Sail, Maton and the 2 Evans vehicles with Dancing Dave, Other Dev and Bruce Evan Taplin. Class C will be Richards. Welcome back to the brother of Martin Richards that is back here with us again. And that being the 64 car. Then we've got Hutchings, Rowe, Valentine, the second of the Hutchins, so it's father and son combination there with Anton as well in that Class C. And then Class D entries is Rowley, De Kock and Pfeiffer, with Class E being Bierkman, Rowe, Lotte Jr. Nice to have the juniors coming through as well, and Bedin. All right, so that is the 24 that is out there on circuit. They work their way up the Golden Highway, otherwise known as the Tygerberg Straight. There you can see there is our fine cars at the back, Frankie, and it's a pretty nice turnout of fine cars today.
Yeah, we had 9 fine cars initially entered, and as I said at the top of the show, that I was chatting with Natasha Tischendorf. They've only got the main sponsor, Keltron, and more sponsors means that they can do more with the money for fine cars, and they can draw interest to get the fine cars as big as what it was a good couple of years ago. I remember there was about 15, 16, 18 fine cars out on the track, and we'd like to get fine cars back to where they were again. That's they get, and I feel sorry for them, Gaza and Geordie, because they get lost in the equation with the classic cars, and it's a pity, because between themselves they've got some fantastic racing out there, and a person would like to try and give them some more coverage. Right, that's said and done. We're about to go racing. No Michael Hitchcock, his second gear gave in on him, and he's not going to be out there for this one as the hammers get dropped, and away they go down into turn number 1. That's Franco Donadio from Boetie van Zyl, Eric van der Merwe, Fadi Maton. Then it's Jared and Brian Evans as the rest of the field just roll through Blockcoin Corner as they storm up the Jabert Straight towards Castrol. Into Castrol they go, Gaza, and it is the whole lot of them are just beginning to falter through. And at this stage of the game, can Boetie van Zyl catch the leader? There is the Rowley Beetle. There's Herman de Kock you saw coming through there. And I know Jordan loves these classic cars, so I'm going to hand over the microphone to him. He just came in late from errand he had to run, so he can do the classic cars with you guys. Jordy, enjoy it.
Well, it's all about Franco Donadio that is up front there with Van Zyl. But remember, there's 3 Class A cars that's involved in this one. Donadio, Van der Merwe, and Aiton Bogard, as Donadio leads them as he powers down towards Pertamina Fastron.
Yep, not someone quite as fast as Franco Donadio as he leads out there. But you know what? Boetie van Zyl has only been going up and up and up every single round that he's been at Killarney racing for the last little while since that car's been built. And he's incredibly quick. There we see the Evans father and son. There's Mark Aiton Bogard in the fair lane, also powering through the field in that big American muscle. Even though it is about the size of a cruise ship, it's got the torque of something out of this world as he gets past Brian Evans into turn number 1, Blockcoin. There's Ian Richards. There is Dancing David Adef, Lane Hutchings, Rob Burrow, Dion Conradi, Dion Valentine. And there's Gary Faree. And then we start getting into the back end of the classics, the pre-90s and pre-80s. Charlie Arton's cars, the Porsche 914, is pulled off to the side of the circuit after the warm-up lap. Dave Rowley in the Beetle. There's Gary Faree once again. And then just at the back of this group, you see the yellow BMW. That's Marius Faree, and he is first in the fine cars class.
Donadio leading out and already making a bit of ground between himself and Boetie van Zyl. Fadi Maton, the next man that comes through there in that rather large Ford as they work their way down the back main. The power of Donadio in that Escort is just one step too big for the rest as they work their way down into Pertamina Fastron. That battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they go into the braking markers.
Look at how close this is. Boetie van Zyl, Fadi Maton. There is Eric van der Merwe, as well as just behind Jared Evans. Brian Evans, we saw pulled off to the side of the circuit just before turn number 3. There's something wrong with that Escort. Look at this. Lane Hutchings, who swapped with his father, Trevor. They were running the Scirocco, or Trevor was running the Scirocco. Lane was running the Mark II Golf that you see is just ahead of Dave Rowley. They've swapped And Lane is going to try and push as much out of that car as possible. But there we jump back to the lead. There is Donadio. There is Butti, Funsail, and Fadi Mouton. Very close between the two V8s. Then we see a very wide Butti Funsail, as well as Eric van der Merwe, Jared Evans, and look at Mark-8 Bogart sliding that boat around like it's on a plane of ice instead of the ocean.
Yeah, and there we can see Brian Evans' escort that was standing on the side of the track. He had trouble the previous lap, but Butti Funsail. Oh, somebody sideways. That's the Porsche. That's Van der Merwe. He is lucky to keep that Porsche out of the wall as Eric van der Merwe. There's Ian Richards going through as well, as Van der Merwe disappears in a cloud of sand and dust.
But look at that, right on the race, or sort of on the racing line. I think it just misses where the tire tracks are that Eric van der Merwe caught up in. It's thrown sand onto the circuit, and you really have to worry that no one goes side by side or even wide into Sorrel Sweep, because chaos will ensue. So there'll be a double waved yellow, or maybe a single waved yellow there in the field by Sorrel Sweep. As now we watch all these cars come down. There's Rob Rowe. There is Trevor Hutchings. Dion Valentine in the Mini, of course, the mighty Mini, has Bruce Evan Taplin just ahead of him as they race on out of Pertamina Fostro.
Yeah, and ahead of him is the BMW of Robert Rowe, the chairman of Classic Cars. There's Ian Richards coming towards us. Dave Aladef is in that fight. Here comes Lane Hutchings. Behind Lane Hutchings, there is Robert Rowe, Bruce Evan Taplin, Dion Valentine, Trevor Hutchings, and the Rowley Beetle, Gary Fourie, coming through as well there. This is the fine car leader. That is, I think it is Groenewald. Yes, Francois Groenewald. That sits out there in P1 in the fine cars. There's Fourie going through. And then we've got the fine cars coming through. That is Groenewald, Piet Mathieu. There is Calvin Beekman in the Morris Minor. And then we've got Bradley Rowe coming through there in the BMW 2002.
Yep, so he went a little bit wide and lost out that position to Calvin Beekman. The two smaller cars fighting out. Now look at this. It went from 2 V8s and 2 4-cylinders to 3 V8s in a row. Then the V6 of the Capri of Jared Evans as they run on past the 5A King, past the South African flag. You can feel the thunder as they come past the commentary box, shaking the booth up beneath our feet. As there is a red flag. As I see major dust there. That is, I believe that's Daniel Lotter Jr.
Lotter Jr., yes. In his 2-wheel box. That is still the Van der Merwe car that's standing there from earlier on. And,
but look at the dark line on the circuit.
Yeah.
That's a major, major engine blow up if that is the case. I did see, I wonder, Gary, if we can go to the next shot facing backwards. Oh, there's Francois Groenewald.
That's the leader of fine cars.
Was the leader of fine cars.
Yeah, well, same difference.
Frankie, it was the leader of fine cars. Well spotted there. And there's our original spinner. We did speak about how deep these furrows were on the runoff area, and we were talking about, isn't that going to cause cars to roll? No, it hasn't, Frankie. It's actually worked perfectly. As you can see, we had the Porsche coming in there at high speed, the Escort coming in sideways, none of them rolling. The boys at Killarney have got it right.
Yeah, they got them to dig in rather than roll over. And we did see Daniel Lotter Jr. climb out of his car, and we saw him walk away. Van der Merwe climbed out of that Porsche earlier on and also walked away. Francois Groenewald, the leader of the fine cars, also got out of his car and walked away. So all the drivers are fine, but the situation has warranted a red flag. Therefore, the race has been stopped. Well, see the drivers standing all over the place as we watch the classics and fines work their way back to the pit area. Just got a shot of Ian Richards. There comes your front group of Franco Donadio, Butti Funsail, and the Mustang of Fadi Mouton, and the fair lane of Mark-8 Bogart, the V6 Ford Capri of Jared Evans. That's that group. They're just working their way back to grid proper.
So I've just had a look now at our timing screens and our screens in front of us. on the IMUSAT live stream that you can see in the top left next to Franco Donadio's name. Oh, here is the replay. So it was Francois Groenewald that blew up the motor in the BM as we
and the moment that motor blew, I think
the stream blew. Oh, that's a big one. Yeah, that's Pete Mateer.
Pete, yes. And now we're waiting to see what happened with Lotte Jr.
Oh, there's Matthew Rowe.
There's Ernest Leet coming through as well.
So now we'll wait and see. So there is the blow up of some sort. It looks like a radiator with a light mist, but then you look at it, it's slightly more blue. That's oil.
In his own oil.
But let's see. I want to see when not Bradley Rowe.
Daniel Lotte.
Daniel Lotte Jr. comes into picture, because I think he slammed on the brake coming into the racing line and he just went straight.
He locked up and went off. Yeah, he spun because of the oil on the circuit of the 65 BM. That's how I see it. Yeah, we just got, here he comes. He spins in the oil, Daniel Lotte Jr. And he was an innocent bystander in this one, unfortunately.
And funnily enough, I think it's actually offline. See, he's very far to the left. He would be turning in by now. He jumps on the brakes and the car turns around. But if you think about it, my worry is that the bikes are up next. And that is the exact line from the outside of the corner you take to tip in and hit both apexes, or try and get your knee down for both apexes. And that's exactly where that motor of Groenewald blew right in front of us.
But remember the escort that went off, if you look at that, they'll probably show it again. The right-hand front wheel locks up. All the other wheels keep on going. Look at that, the right-hand front is locked up. Is that a related incident, or is that a brake problem with only the right-hand front? And you can see this was the original one with the Porsche. It's only the right-hand front wheel that locks up, not the others. That could be a non-related incident. It's possible that there is nothing on the circuit.
Well, of course, we're just speculating up here.
Yeah, because I mean, even look at that. Pete Mateer just decides, I'm going to go over the grass, because rather that than get your tires full of some sort of fluid on the circuit. But it was immediately after that Daniel Lotte Jr. comes by, and it is on that line. You see, there is Yolanda.
And the report came through on the radar that the 65 BMW blew a motor, so which was relayed to us by Emil. So then I'm thinking that it is the oil.
So we've got two problems. We're minus a BMW motor and the garden's a mess.
Well,
some lovely footage there by IMUSAT. A big thanks to IMUSAT, Stephen Rhodes, Gideon and the crew that just give us better and better footage meeting for meeting.
You can even see that the Bradley Rowe 2002 BM got its tail wagging slightly there, as he was also in that oil, but he was lucky he got away with it. All right, so we're under red flag here at Killarney International Raceway for a motor that blew on the 65 BMW of the original race leader for Fine Cars, Francois Groenewald. And when that motor let go, it just caused chaos.
A big thanks to all of our sponsors, Lime Property Management, our season sponsor for Power Series, in conjunction with City of Cape Town, Castrol, Pertamina, and then also our media associates, Smile FM.
Yeah, big thanks as well to Porsche Club and to Blockcoin. And then we also want to thank King Tony Tools for all that they did for us here at Killarney. Their contract has come to an end. They sponsored the subway, but we want to say thank you for what they did for us here at Killarney International Raceway for the time that they were involved here with us. So if you guys look, Jordy, you can see there where the oil is, and now it's perfectly clear.
As far as I know,
exactly why the other guy spun off, because there was 2 lines of oil. So yeah.
But you also got to remember that the way that the BM spun, he threw it backwards, so the motor was across the track, and then it was back again. So there is like a whole here. You see it?
A zigzag effect, yeah.
There is it on the main straight. There's that. it's touching the apex at this point, and then it comes across the track.
Back to the left-hand side, yes.
So there will be a bit of a channel right across the track, right up to the apex, which worries me about the bikes.
That's why Mattia dived onto the grass.
He could see something that others can't. And there, of course, is Bradley Rowe also getting the tail a bit happy coming through.
I'm going to hazard a guess that this incident, you might find the clerk of the course will change the program to not have the bikes come out on this specific surface going through Sorrel Sweep, get a bit of traffic through there, get the necessary drizzle and what have you done, and then dissipate it as much as possible before we get the bikes out on that part of the circuit.
Right, that was the original off there in turn 4 in Sorrel. But look at that lot of sand that just gets picked up and chucked all over the racetrack. But now with the red flag situation, the marshals have also cleared that one up. So the drivers will cut motors and wait on the grid for further instructions.
And that's what I was going to mention, Frankie, is that next to Franco Donadio's name when they pulled up the timing ladder, or the leaderboard ladder, is that he only completed 3 out of the 9 laps. So we're not even close to where they would end the race just like that.
Not close to the 77%. So yeah, they will continue. It'll be less laps, but we will continue with this one.
So that will also give a chance for the cars to run through the drizzard and whatnot. And funny enough, I was going to make a joke now. I know GTI Challenge is sponsored by Spice Mecca, and I wonder if Spice Mecca is given some
one of the sponsors, yeah,
some drizzard. But you see, look at that line of where the marshals are going. It goes right across the track in a zigzag pattern. But yeah, we're going to have to wait a little while before the action comes back. So we'll see you very, very soon.
Well, while we are under red flag, I want to just say thanks to the following sponsors for Classic Cars for 2025. Obviously, Lauda Classic Car being the main sponsor. A big thanks to Bidvest McCarthy VW, Cape Eye Hospital, Cross Cape Forklift, DM Agencies, Donadio Plant Hire, Flat 4 Racing, Forklift Parts, Harkos Automotive, Jaguar Land Rover Constantia, Master Drive, Redwood Venture CC, Skunk Tubergs, Technofull, Turbo Exchange Cape, Feldreed, Goleb Oak Removals, and EMI Elevators, the sponsors for Classic Cars for 2025, with the lead sponsor being Lauda Classic Cars in Cape Town. All right. I see Ernest has put something on here. Thanks to the marshals for cleaning it up. Such a bad place to have oil, and we're going out soon. But I want to just say big thanks as well, guys, to the WPMC marshals. They are the A team, and I've actually attended, as I've said in the past, one of their basic training sessions just to see how they talk to and train and explain things to new marshals. And everything is just based on unbelievable safety, and which is obvious. It's all about keeping themselves safe, keeping the drivers and the riders safe. It's actually keeping themselves safe first, keeping each other safe second, keeping competitors safe third, and then the members on the stand. There's a whole structure. And what people might not know, if you pull the pin on a fire extinguisher and you give it one blast only, that extinguisher is still pretty much full and standard, and serviceable and ready to go. They're not allowed to use that extinguisher again. They're going to put that extinguisher down and go and take another one. So it's lots that you actually pick up as a commentator. That's the reason why I went down there, to learn a few things which can enhance your commentary on these guys, you people at home that are watching these men and women work out there on the circuit. And they are extremely well trained by the Chief Marshal Paul Lehman, and by people like Arista Stein from the medical side of it, and they are trained for flag marshal and eventually crash marshal, and they get told what to do in a certain scene, how to basically, what's the right word I'm looking for here now, make sure that it's safe, and then when medical staff arrive, how they back out and then allow the medical staff to take over. They secure the area. That's the right word I'm looking for. So these men and women are highly trained. I think the minimum age for marshalling is you have to be 16 years old already. Then you can become a marshal here at Killarney and do all the classes from main circuit to karting to short circuit to drag racing to rallycross, you name it. Anything, even cable drivers as well. So yeah, there's lots that you can do here. Street to strip, all-tar rally, anything. I can't think of everything. There's such a lot that you can actually be part of here if you join the winning team, the WPMC Marshals section. I got a message here from Jacques Barnard saying, these replays are tops. Keep up the good work, team. Thank you, IMUSAT, for that. That's why Jacques says. Right, Gary was telling us an interesting story, but as you hear, the motors are firing up. So it is time to do part 2 of Lauda Classic Cars and Caltron Fine Cars. Right, they're going to do a 5-lap race. They'll go out behind the safety car. Safety car will come in. The lights will go on and off, and it will be a 5-lap race to the checkered flag. All the information given to us by Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's Pit Box. Right, we see the cars move off the line. That's the fine cars you just saw there for a brief moment, as the safety car leads them out of turn number 1 out of Blockcoin corner. Safety cars heading towards a Castrol, and here come the classics and fines out of Blockcoin onto the Uber straight. Being led there by Franco Donadio and the big thundering V8, that Ford Fairmont GT of the man from Vredendal, Boetie van Zyl.
Well, I think that Class C battle is probably going to be one of the most exciting ones out there. Richards, Hutchins, Rowe, Valentine, and the second of the Hutchins family being Lane Hutchins and Trevor Hutchins. Nice to see father and son combination out there, but that's one of the closest classes. Although Class B is also probably going to be a pretty close battle. I don't believe anybody is going to be able to hold on to the likes of Franco Donadio, ex-oval track midget South African regional tar gravel champion, who's now in his latter years. We're not going to give his age away and say exactly what his age is, but let's just say he's about the same age as Frankie, so he's quite old. So, but it's nice to have him out there.
So yeah, I remember the days when he was sponsored by Master Parts, and he had this massive midget dice and racing with Joe Zogby, the original Pink Panther from the old Paarl Oval Track days. It was also known as Boelandel Drivers before it became Paarl Oval Track, when the late Glenn de Jong took it over. So yeah, Franco Donadio has been around the block and for many, many years, and he's a multiple Cape Old Drivers Club champion, Western Province champion, and SA Super Midget champion back in the day. And even though he's moved on in years, he's lost none of his flair behind the wheel of a race car.
No loss of pace, no loss of aptitude, no loss of the want and the will to win. He never ever gives up.
You know what, Gazza, we speak about the legend Jess Huggett. We should speak about the legend Franco Donadio as well, because they are both living legends.
To a large extent, yes, they should be spoken about in same and similar tones.
All right, here we go with the classic cars, fine cars, part 2, over 5 laps. Lights are on. Geordie, lights are off. Take them away.
And there they thunder down the 4 cylinders, the 6 cylinders, the 8 cylinders, and into turn number 1, Blockcoin corner they go. Boetie van Zyl on the outside of Franco Donadio, and Donadio gets the chance, the whole shot if you will, and pulls away from Boetie van Zyl, as well as Ferdi Mouton in the Mustang, who goes side by side with the Fairmont. But the Fairmont later on the brakes, big meaty tires on that bright orange and black Ford Fairmont, and he'll hold out ahead of Ferdi Mouton. Then you see just behind is Jared Evans. There's Mark Hayton Bogart. There's Ian Richards. There's Lane Hutchings and dancing David Ledef. Rob Rowe. There is Bruce Evan Taplin. There's everybody and everyone you can think of within the Classics class coming on through now as they continue to split up. And through Dam's Dip they go and down towards Sarl Sweep.
Right through Sarl Sweep they move now. You've got to feel for Franco Donadio, because he's leading this lot out. And he's got a whole heap of V8s and a 6-cylinder in there behind him that's hunting him down. There's 1, 2, 3 V8s and a 6-cylinder Capri going through Donadio, Boetie van Sail, Fadi Maton making his way through. Behind Maton is the fair lane of Mark Uitenbogard, and Mark Uitenbogard has got Jared Evans in the Capri right in there with him, followed by Ian Richards in the Sirocco. Then it is Dancing Dave Aladev. Then we've got Lane Hutchings coming through. Rob Rowe is in that fight as well. There we see Rob Rowe coming through with Bruce Evantap, Lezat Mini, the Mini and the Beetle, Dion Valentine, and here comes Trevor Hutchings. He wants to go through on Dave Rowley in that Gulf-coloured Beetle.
And look, Ian Richards has a what looks like a mechanical issue slowing right down the Tiger, or down the Joubert Straight rather. He'll roll around the far outside of the corner and maybe get to a safe spot. If not, pull it towards the pits if he can get there. As now we jump back to the Tygerberg Straight. It's Donadio. Then it is Boetie van Sail and Fadi Mouton as they go through Sorrel Sweep now. It's one, then a group of two, then another group of two. It's Mark Uitenbogard and Jared Evans. The smaller engine V4 or inline 4s and V6s are much nimbler through the corners compared to the V8s, but the V8s have the straight line speed that take them down towards Pertamina Fostron.
Right, the leaders are now heading through Pertamina Fostron, turn number 5. Calvin Beekman coming through there with a Morris Minor. And we'll have a look and see. Here they come towards us. Here they come under the city of Cape Town Bridge. And that 4-cylinder Ford Escort is driving away from the rest of them. Boetie van Sail sitting there in that second position. Fadi Maton with the Mustang. Then the Ford Fairlane of Mark Uitenbogard is in there. The Capri of Jared Evans. Here comes Dancing Dave Aladev. Behind Dave Aladev, it's Lane Hutchings. On his case, he's a Toyota of Bruce Evan Taplin as they exit turn 1 Blockcoin corner.
Oh, Dave Rowley. Oh, he collected it very, very quickly. A good job from Dave Rowley to get that out of the way of the center of the circuit. It must have just been a little tap of something, the exit. Maybe he touched the curb on the inside and it spun the Beetle around. But he's back up and running order, and he's dropped a couple of positions behind what is Gary Fourie and Piet Mateer. Then Yolinda Fourie in that 135 BMW, I believe, is currently, leading out. As far as I know, yes, that is the 135. That's your leader of the fine cars class. Yolinda Fourie, I believe it's the first race out in that car, and she's doing splendid so far.
Yeah, and she is sitting in 13th position overall. Is Fourie. No, a lie, 21st position. Natasha Tissendorf is in there behind her, followed there by Roger Lewis. That's first, second, and third in the, or should I say 2, 3, and 4, because Fourie, oh, there's 2 Fouries, so which one is which now? As, but in any case, there is that group of fine cars at the back there, Fourie, Tischendorf, and Roger Lewis.
Yep, that 58 is Andre Fourie. In one of the other BMWs, there's Yolinda. Then we see Malcolm Pfeiffer in the Alpha, we haven't spoken much about today. Then Calvin Beekman and Bradley Rowe, the two smaller vehicles, the 2002 and the Morris Minor. And then we see a few more. I see Badine in there. Lotte Jr. was also just behind those trains of cars. But back to the front of the field we go. 2 laps to go, a lap and a half to go. Donadio working that Escort sideways as he always loves to do. Then it's Boetie van Sail. There's Fadi Mouton. There's Mark Uitenbogard. And they're pulling away from Jared Evans into the Escort. So now it is down to V8 power as the rest of the field comes through.
Yeah, here comes Dave Aladev, Bruce Evantap. Oh, on the grass, he's Lane Hutchings in that Sirocco, but he manages to hold on to that. As here comes Dave Rowley. He is the chairman in that boxy shape BMW, the Mini. You see go through there of Dion Valentine as the rest of the cars just work their way through. We're trying to, here comes the Rowley Beetle. There's Piet Mateer coming through as well. And then directly behind Piet Mateer is the leader of the fine cars, and that is Fourie.
Look at this muscle. Fadi Mouton and Mark Uitenbogard side by side, elbows out, doors out, as they go through turn number 1 and touching the back end of that Fairmont. There's Daniel Lotte Jr. has pulled off to the side of the circuit. That fair lane rather, not Fairmont. There's the Fairmont. Boetie van Zyl pulling away from Mark-Hayden Bogart and Ferdy Mouton as they enter Castro Corner.
Yeah, and then you've got the Mustang behind the fair lane as they come down towards us. Then Jared Evans in the Capri. Boetie van Zyl going through Damstip, followed there by Mark-Hayden Bogart and Ferdy Mouton. There's your leader coming through. That is Donadio. Yes, Van Zyl. Behind Van Zyl, we've got Hayden Bogart, followed there by Mouton and by Evans.
Then we see there's Dave Aladef, there's Bruce Evan Taplin, there's Lane Hutchings and Roger Lewis at the tail end, or he's sitting fourth in the fine cars class at the moment is Roger Lewis in the MG. As now sliding a tail happy out of the final corner. Here comes Franco Donadio. Frankie, bring him home.
Yeah, Donadio coming down towards the line. That is your winner. It's Donadio. Here comes Van Zyl. Van Zyl's been hassled by Hayden Bogart, and right on his case at the flag is Ferdy Mouton, followed there by Jared Evans.
What a good end to the race for the V8s. And now there's a 4 and 6 cylinder battle coming to the line as well.
Yeah, it is Dave Aladef coming towards us, followed there by Bruce Evan Taplin, Lane Hutchings, Bradley Rowe coming, Rob Rowe coming to the flag, and the Mini of Dion Valentine.
And then coming through your picture now, this is just coming out of the final corner. Trevor Hutchings comes across the line. There's Piet Mateer. Here we get the shot line. There's Dave Rowley who had that spin. Gary Fourie. There is Yolanda Fourie that comes home. Not relation, I believe, between the two of them. And Piet Mateer in the Porsche. Now a good race to the line. You'll see it come into picture. Malcolm Pfeiffer gets away from these two tiny cars. Calvin Beckman, I can see him shaking his hand in that Morris Minor. He gets ahead there of Bradley Rowe.
Well, this one is heading towards end. Here comes Bedien to the checkered flag as well. He'll finish his race. Now, where are the other fine cars? I see Natasha Tischendorf, but I can see out the window. She's looking out of the window, but this will be Andre Fourie making his way to the checkered flag in the fines, and you just saw that black Mark 1 Jetta, or is it a VW Fox, basically one and the same, of the chair lady of the section, Natasha Tischendorf, finishing her race, and she finishes 21st and 3rd in class. Well, that concludes the second Lauda Classic Car race for the day. It's a pity we never had Michael Hitchcock there. He had gearbox issues with the second gear, and that put the Ford Mustang out for the second Classic Car race of the event. So as the Classic Cars work their way back to the pit area, we move on to the Battec STC 650 and the Super Sport 300 class over 9 laps.
Well, next up, BatTech Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. The whistle blows in the pit lane and lets the 650s and the 300s make their way out onto the circuit. And I've got someone up here who's raced both 300s and the 650s currently. He's not racing today, unfortunately, due to an injury, but he is out and supporting, as always, Max Munton. Welcome
hello,
to the
everyone.
commentary box for the first time.
Hello, thank you very much. It's lovely to be here.
What is it like racing a 650? What is it like racing a 300? Because that's what you started here in this class.
Yeah, honestly, riding a 300 around Killarney is probably harder than riding a 650 around Killarney because you have to have so much bravery on the entrance to corners and try to preserve as much speed as possible. But with the 650s, they have a little more power, so you kind of don't have to carry as much corner speed, which makes it a lot easier, in my opinion, to ride a 650. Definitely not easy by any stretch of the word, but it takes a lot less bravery to do quick lap times on a 650 as opposed to a 300. It takes a very different set of skills.
And I think personally, you're one of the foster youngsters in both classes when you did do 300s and now when you were doing 650s. Last round was a good example between yourself, Adrian Solomon, and Nicholas Hutchings. But what do you prefer battling in? Because I know last season you raced 300s with Abigail Boston, who's also one of your competitors in the 650s, as well as Adrian Solomon, as well as Raymond Alexander. Is it more elbows out and more full throttle, more risk in the 300s than compared to the 650s, or what is your take?
Not to take anything away from the guys on the 300s, but on the 650s there is definitely, it's a lot like more elbows out and everything, because with the 300s, if you make a small mistake out of a corner, you lose so much time, so you have to really be like pinpoint accurate on a 300. So it's a lot harder to be fast on a 300 in that sense. But in terms of raw, just battling it out, it's definitely a lot more competitive with the 650s because there's a lot more room for error. So you can kind of make up if you make a little bit of a mistake. You're not going to be out of the whole entire race.
Absolutely. And for those that want to get into racing, we've got 3 motorcycle classes here at Killarney. We've got the Super Twin Cup 650s and 300s. We've got breakfast, Clubmans and Classics, and then we've got the Superbike class. But of course, if you want to get into racing, you start at short circuit. From short circuit, you move up to main circuit 300s and 650s, and then up to Clubmans and breakfast if you're not riding a big liter bike already. But we'll get underway. And I'll just wait for the revs to climb and the board to drop. There is Craig Lovett that's standing there on the grid with a paddle. He'll throw the 5-second board up. He runs under the way. The revs will climb. Nicholas Hutchings, Abigail Boston, and Adrian Solomon on the front row, and away they go. Down towards turn number 1. Block coin corner.
Good start for Nicholas Hutchings.
Absolutely, and if you see from the back, who is that coming straight from the back? It's Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall is now going to try and carve through the field, obviously because I don't think he qualified yesterday. So he is coming from the back end of the grid, and obviously just a bit of a special ride for him. Lance Jonas giving him that 83 to ride for the weekend. Obviously thanking Samurai Racing and their crew for helping out getting that bike sorted. And down towards Dam's Dip they go.
Yeah, I spoke to Jamie Hall after the first race, and he was so stoked to be back in Cape Town, and he said he definitely wants to sort his 650 out and come and join the racing here next year, which is going to be super exciting to have more guys on the grid.
Absolutely. Now they race down through Sorrel Sweep and down the Killarney Straight. Obviously at high speeds. I don't quite know what speeds you're hitting down the back straight. Max, what do you think they're hitting as they go down towards Pertamina Fosteron?
Normally, on average, you'll be doing about 210, 212, sorry, 210, 212 at the end of the back straight.
And now, obviously, Slipstream will come into extremely big play as they race down into Pertamina Fosteron. We see Nicholas Hutchings hold out. Abigail Boston won heat number 1 ahead of Nicholas Hutchings, who had some bodywork fly off around the corner. But now look at this. The gaps are massive as they head down into turn number 1, block coin corner. And it's Hutchings from Boston, from Adrian Solomon. Then next up, we have Raymond Alexander leading out in the 300s class. Then it's Peter Hill up into 5th place ahead of Bradley Musto, Wesley Hendricks, Jamie Hall, Elmay Master, James Late, Jordan Simon, Cody Redlingace and Mitch Robinson at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, this is definitely a way better turnout for Adrian so far, considering the last race. I went and spoke to him afterwards, and he said it might have been a bit of a fuel pump issue, so he ended up, whoa, big battle into turn 2.
Yep, they're keeping very tight together, but obviously as the laps count down, the 300s and the 650s will slowly start to split up as Jamie Hall's picking his way up through the field. Now you see Bradley Musto is fighting there with Alme Mostert and Peter Hill. Peter Hill just currently ahead of Wesley Hendricks and Jamie Hall. So Jamie needs to just try and pry his way through if he wants to get closer to the front end of the field. He was very close in 4th place overall in heat number 1, but now he sits in a 7th, or an 8th rather, in heat number 2, and he needs to try and get closer to the front.
Yeah, the front guys are splitting up a bit after the end of the 2nd lap. Oh, that's Jamie Hall up the inside of Peter Hill into turn 5.
Yeah, so now they come out of Pertamina Fostron, and we're watching the live stream and that beautiful camera angle of the tail down towards turn number 1, Block Coin Corner. And there you see the open gap, 1.5 seconds. And then 2 seconds between Hutchings and Boston and Adrian Solomon. Then we see 8.5 seconds to Raymond Alexander, the first of the 300s. Then it's Wesley Hendricks, who just gets passed by Jamie Hall going through turn number 1, Block Coin Corner. Then it is Peter Hill, Alme Mostert, Bradley Musto, James Late, Cody Redlingace, Jordan Simon, and Mitch Robinson. Now we come into Castro Corner, and look how close this battle still is. 2 650s, Wesley Hendricks. Obviously, he's used to his big ZX-10 racing in superbikes, but this time stepping back once again, another round on the 650. But look at this max as they go. Look at the battle between the 650 and the 300 as Bradley Musto, Peter Hill, and Alme Mostert come down toward turn 3.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's amazing to see everyone so close, and I think that's, yeah, it's Bradley Musto fighting with Alme Mostert going into turn 4.
Yep, as they tuck now down into the double right-hander of Sarl Sweep, and then down the Killarney straight towards Pertamina Fostron. Fostron being that banked right-hander as they run down the Killarney straight. As you said, hitting speeds of 210 and maybe even a little bit more with slipstream, especially if you're sitting at the back of a train, as Alme Mostert dives up the inside there of Peter Hill to take that position back.
As you go out of turn 4, you just see the 650s just power away from the 300s. They kind of have to do all they can to hold on to the back of them, as Bradley Musto looks like he's pulling right up into the back of James Late.
Yep, just there, James Late, who had that accident yesterday, dropping the bike in turn number 2. Ronald Slammert then went out of his way. He retired his bike because it was just too damaged after his accident in practice, and he went to go and help out James Late, who races for the Ronald Slammert Racing Academy. As now there is 1 and 2, Nicholas Hutchings from Abigail Boston, from Adrian Solomon, and then just in the background, that's your top 3 we'll see come into picture. We'll just miss it. And there is now, that's Jamie Hall and Raymond Alexander, as well as Wesley Hendricks. So Raymond Alexander is picking up the pace ever so slightly as they race down the Tygerberg Straight, through Sorrel Sweep, and then down the Killarney Straight once again, where if you are in that train, I think you want to be at the back going through Sorrel Sweep. As now we see, there's Alme Mostert, there's Peter Hill, there's James Late and Bradley Musto, who are in a 650, 650, 300 and 300 train.
Yeah, now's where you really see the power of the 650s coming through into turn 5. You see the 300s are able to brake a lot later, as you can see. Oh, you see around the outside of Peter Hill, they're just able to carry way more corner speed because of how much lighter these bikes are compared to the 650s.
And I'm sure they are a lot more nimble as well. You're able to throw a 300 around a little bit easier than you can a 650, especially when you jump on the brakes and you try and grab the throttle out of the exit. As now Wesley Hendricks, a good move to get up the inside, and now on the outside he has to sit up. Very, very sketchy move there. Well, not exactly. They were just going for the same bit of tarmac and happened to be side by side, so Raymond Alexander will take that position back.
Yeah, he had that inside line. Unfortunately, Wesley Hendricks could do nothing about that. And Raymond Alexander always being able to stick that 300 up with the 650 guys is consistently there last year and this year.
Yeah, as we jump back to the lead once again, 5 laps left to go. 1:22.785 by Nicholas Hutchings, very quick there on the 650, the Hutchings Service Centre, number 72, as he throws the bike across the circuit using all the tarmac, as Abigail Boston takes a tighter line and then over the little apex section by our South African flag, by the Joubert pit entry. Now, Max, I want to ask a question. Is it very important to get closer to the wall? Do you get some sort of suction as you go down towards turn number 1?
Jordan, honestly, it depends on the wind. As we see Adrian Solomon come through turn 1. It all depends mainly on the wind, but what you try to do is you try and make the run out of turn 5 at the shortest line possible all the way to the finish line. So it's more important to have a short line going there than to run right up against that wall.
As there we see Jamie Hall's moved up to 4th spot ahead of Raymond Alexander and Wesley Hendricks. So that's given the chance to Jamie Hall to pull away because he was battling with those two.
Wesley Hendricks not letting Raymond Alexander get away, as Bradley Musto looks like he goes around the outside of Peter Hill into turn 1.
Yep, I believe that is the case, and I think they're swapping. I'm just watching now outside the commentary box and on the live stream that everyone is watching themselves. There is James Late. Sorry, there's Elmer Moster. Then it's James Late and Bradley Musto, the two 300s, or Kawasaki 400 and the KTM RC 390, running side by side out of Castro Corner, and then Peter Hill is just behind those two.
Yeah, brilliant performance from James Late, considering he started as a newie last race. He's really pulled up the pace. And Bradley Musto around the outside of turn 3. On the run to turn 4, it looks like James Late has that inside.
As we jump back towards your leader, it is now 3 laps to go. 1 lap goes by very quickly when you're focusing around the other ends of the circuit. There we have a 4.9 second gap between Hutchings and Boston. Then it is a 6.3 second gap between Adrian Solomon and Abigail Boston ahead. So a little bit different race number 2 compared to race number 1 a little bit earlier on this morning. Then a 15.5 second gap to Jamie Hall. So Jamie Hall doesn't quite have the opportunity to get closer to the front end of the field. Not last, the 2023's 650 champion was Jamie Hall.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame for him that he didn't end up qualifying on that bike, because I think we would have seen a lot more from him in this race if he started a little higher on the grid.
Absolutely, as now we see this battle once again between the two 300s and Peter Hill on the 650. James Late on the inside there.
And Bradley Musto enjoying that outside line. He just can carry way more speed in comparison to Peter Hill.
And I believe it's actually the opposite. Yes, you're right. It's Peter Hill and Bradley Musto in that 2nd and 3rd position in the shot, and James Late is getting away from them ever so slightly. So Peter Hill is able to use that 650 straight line speed through the straight and into the corners, but Bradley can keep that cornering speed on the 300.
You're absolutely right, Jordan. And they're coming into turn 1 is our leader, Nicholas Hutchings, who has about a 5-second gap.
So there, we're going to watch them go out of turn number 1 and then make their way towards turn number 2. And I believe the 71 of Mitch Robinson just went a little bit farming in turn number 2, but he's managed to get back onto the circuit. And he didn't go off the bike, which is good news. As now it is 2 laps to go. 1.5 for the leader as he goes down towards Damstep turn number 3. And there is your 4th place man. 16.5 seconds now between himself and Adrian Solomon as he rounds Block Quain Corner and heads towards turn number 2 Castrol Corner. But now we see Raymond Alexander and Wesley Hendricks battling it out once again.
Yeah, these two are having a right old ding-dong, and I'm not sure, Jordan. I kind of have a sneaky suspicion that Wesley will get him, considering we have 2 extremely long straights before the end of the lap.
Absolutely, and look at this 3 wide almost. Peter Hill up the inside of James Late, and then Bradley Musto around the outside of James Late through turn number 1 Block Quain Corner. Now down at the Joubert straight, not the longest straight, the 3rd longest straight amongst the circuit.
Oh, we see Bradley Musto going around the outside of James Late. He's trying to get that switch back into the kink. Looks like it's going to work. Whoa, those two were close. Heading into turn 3, it's James Late on the inside, but Bradley Musto runs that fast outside line.
Yep, absolutely, and that was a brilliant overtake back and forth between these two youngsters. They're very even in comparison between the two. Obviously, they both started at short circuit, moved up to main circuit. Bradley Musto has been doing it a little bit longer than James Late has, and now obviously a newbie to main circuit power series is James Late. So they are ding-donging between themselves, as well as Peter Hill, who might sneak up the inside at some point with the 650. As here, look around the outside. James Late goes on Peter Hill. Looking on the live stream here, it's Bradley Musto, James Late, and then Peter Hill. As we look back to the lead, there is Nicholas Hutchings, who will be coming around to finish off this final lap.
Nicholas Hutchings looks like he might just get caught up by one of the back markers out of turn 5, but he has such a massive gap of 7.5 seconds. He should be completely fine, nothing to worry about. Out of turn 5, Nicholas Hutchings comes into the King and across the line.
Yep, he does just that, and he takes race 2 victory ahead of Abigail Boston by a considerable margin this time around. It was very close in race number 1. This time a little bit further off. He pulled a rabbit out of the hat and gained a little bit more speed. 8.8 seconds the difference, as now here comes third place Adrian Solomon, a little bit off the pace, and I'm sure he's not too pleased with that because he knows he can run at the front end of the field, but I also don't think he's been able to get that much practice in on that Pool Kings 650. And then it is Jamie Hall that comes across the line, or should be coming across the line now. There he is in your shot. He'll take fourth place, 15.9 seconds ahead of the next man and the first man in Super Sport 300.
I'm sure Jamie Hall will be very pleased with that result, as Raymond Alexander comes out of King and takes a checkered flag in 5th position, and Wesley Hendrickson rounds up our top 6 across the line. And here comes Alme Mastered, and we got a bit of a battle coming here between the 3 that have been the whole race, and it's James Late ahead of Peter Hill, and just behind him is Bradley Musto. What a performance. James Late kicking his legs out, looking super stoked about that.
I think that was after the nightmare of a Friday afternoon that they had. Here comes Cody Redlingace. Good stuff to see her still getting good and getting faster on the 650.
Absolutely, Jordan. I chatted to her the other day, and she said, no, she's feeling way more confident on that ER650, which is lovely to see. Yeah, have some more bikes on the grid and just having people out here at Killarney having a good time and, you know, sharing the passion of motorsports and racing.
Speaking of bikes on the grid, I believe that you've got a bike for sale.
I do. I am currently selling my last year's KTM 390, so it is a fully race prep motorcycle. If anyone's looking to hop on the grid, it is a race-ready 390 for someone that has 30 grand lying around that would love to come and join the grid.
And another nice thing about that, and we have it coming up very soon, will be the Leighton Thomas and Brad Bodsworth Memorial Track School for all things motorcycle. It's divided into a slower novice group, a medium, semi-experienced group, an experienced riders group, and of course a race group for those that want to come get a practice session in honor of our late friends Leighton Thomas and Brad Bodsworth, which is an incredible thing that they're putting together. And the proceeds of this will also be going towards the airbags that we have around the circuit, so we can develop, and your dad can help develop more and get them into production and out around the circuit. But yeah, for someone that wants to come and race at Killarney, if you don't want to start off at short circuit, which you also have done, and you've won a championship at short circuit before as well.
Yes.
Do you think for bike riders that it's important to start at short circuit, or do you think it's maybe better in terms of racecraft to start at short circuit? Or if you've got a bike on the road, a 600 or a liter bike or a 390 or whatever, and you come to a track school, you think it would be ideal to join the breakfast class?
Personally, as someone that started at the short circuit, I think short circuit's the best way to go. I mean, even all of the riders that are racing liter bikes now and stuff still race the 150s because it's where those fundamentals are really taught and honed. So even for people that have like 650s and 600s and stuff, they still find it very beneficial to come and ride small 150s and 125s. So I think that it is absolutely essential for someone that wants to come and race to do at least a couple race meetings on a small 150, just to kind of get a bit comfortable before they start to move up the main circuit classes like 390, 300s, and going up to 650s, and then eventually 600s and liter bikes.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Max Munton, for joining me.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan, for having me. This was an amazing experience.
And I'm a little bit nervous to get taken out of the commentary box position by another youngster. But yeah, it's always nice to have people to come and speak to you about the stuff that they know so well. And I know, Frankie, you can probably say it as well, about all the people that you know over the years, whether it's oval, whether it's rallycross. You know, they're the people that are there firsthand. I got the experience at rallycross last weekend, and now I know that, you know, I know the feeling of racing on the dirt, over the jump, into the hard braking zones, and speaking to someone that's there all the time, that races for race wins. I think it's good to come and speak to those kinds of people, especially around the circuit. I mean, I'm sure you do it all the time as well. You walk around, you speak to the people, you hear what they've got to say about when they race.
Well, you know, I've actually also been around this main circuit in a Formula V a couple of years ago. Niels Rabe, that ran the motorsport show at Radio Tigerberg, him and I got together in 2 Formula Vs on a Friday afternoon. This is like many years ago. So I've gone around here in the Formula V. I've been taken around here in a Formula Supercar, Alpha GT Junior, Alpha Giulietta. On the karting side of it, back in the day, they had the 60cc GP Juniors, they had 100 stocks, they had 100 supers, and the 125 GP karts. Then the Rotax Max engines came in, and there was a group of people that was invited after a karting event to actually take out a 125 Senior Max kart, and Claudio Piazzamuso still brought that machine down, and there was 3 of them, and I was one of the names on the list to go around the karting track for about 5 laps in one of those. I've also done the tar oval in Gavin Westhuizen's Ford Fiesta, and that's a story Tiny can tell us about. That was good fun. Actually got to the flag ahead of the legendary Uncle Richard Greaston, but then again, Uncle Richie wasn't in his own car at that one. Otherwise, he would have driven so far away from me, I would never have seen him again. But that was fun. And then also in one of the minis that they had back in the day as well. So yeah, I haven't done a full race meeting like you've done, and like Gary had the chance of doing after his race career, when he also did Rallycross, and of course Francois Butler as well. There's another one of our old commentators, and I hate calling him an ex-commentator because it shouldn't really be, but it is the way it is, and that is Byron Height. Byron had the opportunity also many years ago of doing a whole kart race event, all 3 heats in the karting that day, and with me in the commentary box as well. So yeah, Derek Peak also used to race karts back in the day competitively. FC Nieuwoud has got a car that it takes part in the contact class at Mega Oval Worcester when he's in the country. He's currently over in the USA. So I think all of us have been on the track in one format or another at some stage of our lives, and you had the chance to do it firsthand last week. So yeah, we've all been there, and we've all done that, and it's amazing that the guys give us their vehicles to actually go around in. But now we move on. Enough of that banter now. We move on to the second race of the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series over 8 laps as the field works its way out. And my goodness, did Shane Smith not give Mansour Parker a run for his money? And we're going to have a look and see how that one pans out as the cars are out. Yes, Sir Geordie, you got some info for us?
Just something to tell the people to make sure, keep getting your messages in to that number. If we can get that number back up on the screen for the competitor of the day, or the racer of the day in both cars and bikes. The car guys, the car supporters really need to step their game up, as we've had 2 riders win the award in the last 2 rounds. But as the top 3 currently sits, it's Alme Mostert from Cody Redlingace, and then Ken Finneran and Mark Ayton Bogart in both the V8 Masters and the Classics sit there in 3rd position on a tied amount of points. So keep sending your votes into that number 0603522890.
Sorry, Jude, I was chatting to Tiny. What is the result so far? I missed what you said there. Sorry, folks at home. I'm
So
just
once again,
interrupting him here.
2 bike races in first and second, and 2 ladies, which is also fantastic. Alme Mostert in first position, ahead of Cody Redlingace. And then Ken Finneran and Mark Ayton-Bogard tied on points for third.
But that was the same early on for the 2 guys, 2 drivers, yes.
But now the car guys need to step up their game so we can have a car driver be competitive for
and
day.
you need to vote to 060-352-2890, you people at home. Come on, what happened to the little WhatsApps that was coming onto our screen? We want to communicate with you folks at home. Wherever you find yourself in the country or wherever you're watching this production over the world, we want to talk to you. But you got to talk to us first before we can talk to you.
All right, so we just got an update on the additional entry, the 26th car on the BMW Car Club of Cape Town grid, which is Sandra Becker, Chippy Becker's wife. And she did have problems with her motor last week, Saturday, with the Rallycross event. Made it out onto the circuit today, but the motor didn't last. And they've now got permission for her to go out with the Zak Groenewald Rallycross BMW. So she joins up Sandra Becker in Class F at the back end of the pack with the Zak Groenewald car. There you can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. That will be interesting for her to drive. I think that car quite possibly more powerful than her own one, and probably have a different diff setup to that which she uses on the main circuit. So that's going to be a bit of a handful. Always nice to see a size field like this. So Smith and Parker in the Class A, Jacobs, Volskink and Marco Retta in Class B, the Class C, the Class D entries, King and Joubert and DeToy, and then look at that massive Class E. Is that not the place to be? I tend to think so. Rands and cents for fun, way to go. Class E BMW Car Club of Cape Town.
All right, this one will be 8 laps. Now, let's have a look and see who will get the whole shot through turn 1. Will it be Mansur Parker or will it be Shane Smith? Remember, Shane came in Clubmans. He came from nowhere to end up just behind Huggett in Class X. But now let's have a look and see what he does. He's in Class B. So there's only 2 Class B cars, himself and Mansur. So we'll have a look and see. Then we've got a couple of Class C, but the majority is D, E, and F as the lights go off. And away they go. The gaps are massive in the mid-pack. And heading down into turn number 1 into block 1 corner. It is Smith, it's Parker, it's Baby Jakes that comes through as well there in that 3rd spot as the field rolls through. Baby Jakes sitting there in 3rd, and he has got Marco Retta right on his case, and Neander Toy and Wayland Forskenk locking up, and Dylan Jabir goes in as the Toy goes wide, and the Toy does a cut back there on Wayland as they make their way through Lundstem Kink, and now he's slowing right down as they go through the Lundstem Kink and into Damps.
Well, using a bit of grass there to work his way through as well. So lots and lots of entertainment as the front 4 are pretty much on top of one another. I do believe Volskink and Retta are... Whoopsie, we've got somebody that's gone off completely. Let's go... just out of a camera shot, but our security and safety vehicles will be able to sort that one out for us.
No, I just got on front. I said, there goes a car, but I couldn't quite pick up exactly who it was. At that stage, the game, it went towards the tyre wall on the inside. That's the famous turn 3 that picks you up on the lip and throws you right back in again. However, here we go. Side by side. Mansur Parker on the outside. On the inside, it is Shane Smith. Then it's Baby Jakes and Marco Retta. The two of them are side by side. Then we have got coming through Dylan Jabé and Jacques Dutoy. And here we go with Ernest Page in that fight as well. Zach Leyden is in there, and so is Levy, as this group of BMWs work their way. Look at that, 4 abreast going into Castrol.
Well, they all pretty much make it through there. Ernest Page, I think, was the man that came out tops for that one. So Smith from Parker at the front end of the field at the moment now. But that can change because it's a long way to go.
Right, as they make their way up the Golden Highway, they are chopping and changing positions. They are side by side. Is that Dylan Jabé that's coming through? We'll have a look out the back window because I can't. Yes, it is. It is Dylan Jabé, then it's Jacques, and then somebody's slowing right down. That's a 42. That is, that's Jacobs, Baby Jakes. That's got trouble down the back straight. He's slowing down heavily, going down into Pertamina Fostron. But Dylan Jabé has still got Jacques Dutoy on screen for company.
Yep, the two of them have run side by side quite a bit. Let's hope that that does not turn to tears, because neither of them is giving any millimeter to the other as they work their way down into block going corner. Round the outside, is it going to be quicker? He carries that pace through very, very neatly and holds on to the lead in that two-car battle. But look at that three-way battle behind that.
Yeah, but have a look at that. There's a three-way dice going on in there behind Dylan Jabé. That's Lloyd Brady. And Levy's got trouble. There's smoke coming out. That could be right rear damage somewhere. And then he's got Ernest Page right in there with him as well. Then it's Tubas, Leyden, Michaels, and Rowe coming through. There is Rowe there. And then we've also got Sebastian Swanepoel and Josef Hendricks.
Yep, and I believe that it was just bodywork rubbing on the tire for Anwar Levy as they run it down through the field. There is Marco Retta once again. Here comes Dylan Jabé and Nian Dutoy. Nian, obviously, that's a lot of smoke out of Anwar Levy's car. The marshals are telling him to move to the side of the circuit because that is a bit overboard. And if that tire were to pop or something were to happen, it'd become, it looks like the tire's buckled even from this point of view, as Ernest Page makes his way by, and he will pull off into the pits. Does Anwar Levy. There he goes, pulls to the side of the circuit as the rest of the field comes out of Pertamina Fostron.
He's going to get right out the way there. He's Levy as they come through. Yeah, my mistake earlier on. I accidentally said Jacques Dutoy, but it's Nian Dutoy in car number 20. And that's the man that you see there fighting with Dylan Jabé. Well, the action is fast and furious out there, so it is not Jacques, it's Nian. My apologies to him as they come through. Yeah, the original race mace, the only race mace. And then it's Brady and Page. It's having their own little war out there as we see them go down. Yeah, Sebastian Swanepoel and Arnold Michaels is in that fight as they work their way through.
Yep, and of course Matthew Rowe into the E30 BMW of his dad's. Races on through Castrol Corner. Now we've got a few people coming into picture now. There is Jacques Dutoy, there's Coetzee, there's Boscombe, and there is Becker in that Zakronewald E36, the number 96, leaving out of turn number 2, Castrol Corner, and down towards Dams Dip. As here we jump back, there is, I did see a change of surface flag from the marshal from the previous camera angle, so maybe there is a little bit of fluid or something on the inside of that corner. There is another change of surface flag, so there's definitely something around as we watch them go down the Porsche straight and start another lap.
Yeah, well, I want to go to the leaders. They're going into turn 2 into Castrol Corner, and they're absolutely nose to tail. Smith and Parker through the Lundstem kink they go as we watch Nian Dutoy and Dylan Jabé have a fight. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. And Mansur Parker was 0.7 of a second behind Shane Smith when they started this lap. They're working their way up the Tygerberg Straight from Dams into Saddle Sweep. These are your two front runners as they head down the back straight. Marco Retta is there in a lonely third position. then we should see the fight. Yeah, that's the one, Neandertoy and Dylan Hubert, that is having their own little fight up there for P4 and 5.
Yep, and they're using all the track, and that's all that matters. Then it's Ernest Page and Lloyd Brady. Then there's a group of 3 behind. There's battles all over the circuit. This is Tibbs, Layden, and Michaels as they come through. Then just behind that, there is Yusuf Hendricks in the 36. Then just behind them is the E30. That is Matthew Rowe and Sebastian Swanepoel. Then it's Kobus de Kock and Ibrahim Levy as they come down through Sorrel Sweep, as well as the rest of the field.
We go back to the leaders, and now diving up on the inside of Shane is Mansour Parker, but Shane saw him in his right wing mirror and said, you're not coming through here, not through the hairpin, that's Castrol. Now they come through the Lundstem kink, and they drop down into Damps, the lowest part of the track. Then they climb the hill to go up towards a turn 4 Sorrel Sweep, and there was 0.361 between them when they started this lap as they make their way down the Killarney Straight. Here comes Marco Retta. Marco was all on his own, and then behind him you'll see that fight between De Toy and Hubert. Here they come, and it is still in that order. Neandertoy ahead of Dylan Hubert.
You must also remember that Marco Retta is the only Class C car after Baby Jakes we saw had some sort of issue, dropped back a little bit, and I think he's pulled off circuit. But look at this, Race Mace and Joubert, as there's Marco Retta. We'll just wait as the leaders are going side by side into turn number 1. There's Marco Retta in that Motorplan BMW. Then we see, or it's actually the MDR Racing or MD Racing developments. There is De Toy and there is Joubert, nose to tail. They run out of Pertamina Fostron, and it will be for a few of the groups around the circuit at the moment a drag race to the line on the final lap.
Neandertoy with 2 more. We've got a car in the wall in turn number 3 in Damps. Yes, I can see it into those airbags. We'll try and pick it up on our camera system. You can just there at the track map, you can see that there's a BM in the wall there. We'll get Tiny Brunt to get a number for us. But there is a car that's got slammed into the wall.
We just have to wait and see if maybe one of the names drops hectically down the field. But we carry on now. There will be that yellow flag, and I believe the driver has gotten out. Oh, it's Kobus de Kock, the black BMW, the Lemons car with lemons on it, funny enough. As the leaders who are in the back of this frame, here we see the back end of the field. Your 2 leaders, Mansour Parker and Shane Smith, come to start their final lap.
Right, that's P1 and P2. Retta is in a lonely 3rd position. There you see Sandra Becker go through in Zakruneval's car, and here come your 2 front runners. Mansour Parker, P1, 7/10 of a second ahead of Shane when they started this final lap. And here we go, heading into turn number 1. We'll pick them up shortly. That is De Toy and Joubert. There is Zach Layden. He's got Tubers right there in front of him. And as they make their way through, then it is Yusuf Hendricks, and right there with him is Arno Michaels.
Yep, there's a close 4-car battle. It's a 2-and-2 battle, but I'm sure it will get to 4 cars when they get a little bit closer. As the leader heads into the final corner, Shane Smith has disappeared. He's slowed right down. He's going to be rolling. It took 9 laps, or 8 and a bit laps, to slow that car down, and I believe he's pulled off to the side of the circuit because I didn't see him come by. As we look for the leader, there, Mansour Parker will come home in 1st place around the outside of the back markers. There he goes. Victory for Mansour Parker in the Turbo E46 BMW, number 46, after 8 laps. Shane Smith obviously falling back for some reason, most likely mechanical.
That will put Marco Retta now into that 2nd position. Here comes Marco towards a checkered flag. He'll finish in P2 ahead there of Smith. That will obviously drop down the leaderboard. Right, here we go. Neandertoy versus Dylan Joubert. He's right on his boot lid. Will he dive out? Will he have a dive? Yes, he does, but it's too late. That's going to be Neon de Toy ahead there of Dylan Jabir for P4 and 5.
And look at this, a massive, huge gaggle of cars on the final. There's 5 cars involved in this, mostly E36s, as Lloyd Brady leads it out in that E90. They're all E36s besides Lloyd Brady. He's holding out an E36 train as they get to the line. And it will be Brady from Tubers, from Leyden, no, from Hendricks. Yusuf Hendricks gets the line just ahead of Zach Leyden and Arnu Michaels, as does the 2 youngsters, Bradley Rowe and Sebastian Swanepoel, a 10th between the 2, as well as Abraham Levy.
Well, that's the first 14 cars to the checkered flag. And wow, well, it's a pity though that Waylon Forskenk couldn't get that car to the checkered flag. He's pulled off there. You can see, if you look out the window to the north side, you can see there with that boxy BMWs has pulled off. The marshals are busy walking towards the carts right there in that little slip road as you come out of Damps. That's where you're going to find them.
Yep. Amar Kutsia also passed us not that long ago. As there you see the E36, or E30 rather, turbo of Waylon Forskenk. That just ducked. That's the one that you thought had spun out there, but I think he just ducked off very quickly to get out of the way.
I was saying he's going very slow through the kink, was Waylon Forskenk, and eventually pulled the car off there. Well, that concludes the second race of the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series. That's the lockup. That's the lockup there by Waylon Forskenk, and he went straight. Someone actually nudged him. You can actually see it to get him back again, and then that's when he slowed down, going through the Lundsten kink and then going into Damps, and then he eventually retired the car there where you see it on your screen now for the folks at home watching the replay. Yeah, we should see it again. No, that's something different. But it's all action out there with the guys from the BMW club. There's a lockup, and then bang, he gets nudged to his right into Neon, and you saw Dylan Jabir was also in that frame as well. So we go back to our single-seaters, Vija Trustees Formula Libras. That is up now. And that's that smoking Levy boxy BM that you saw on your screen there, heading towards retirement. There's Kobus de Kok. The camera just picked Kobus de Kok up going sideways into turn 3 into Damps, and of course ended up going off the circuit and sticking its nose into the wall. There you can see, look at that big slam there into the tires by the Kok BM.
Yep, just a bit of a snap, the tail end getting loose as he dived into turn number 3. Maybe he was offline a little bit, and when you try and turn in the banking and the offset of the camber of the corner, or I don't actually know what I'm talking about, but see, he throws it over to the left-hand side of the circuit, and it just gets unhappy. But you can actually, when he was on the racing line, as you can see the dark mark that Amar Kutsia was also racing down, and then yeah, it was just off like that. Nowhere you can go on the grass. And luckily, in my personal opinion, going into those foam bags really absorbs a lot of the force and damage that you'd be receiving if you went straight into the tyres.
Undercock, why is there a Series 1 BMW racing in classic and fine cars? Well, that's a question we can't really answer. Yes, it is. Jordan, you actually said the right thing there, invitational, because I am also on the fine car WhatsApp group, and Natasha was saying all the drivers that are racing today and the invitational drivers as well, good luck for the day. So you probably find that's the reason why. Now, I remember many years ago, we even had a Ferrari race in the fine cars because it is a specialized car, if you understand what I mean. So they allowed that. That's when JB Pretorius was still the chairman, the late Uncle JB of the fine car section. So yeah,
But
it is. If it's a unique car, or if you get invited, then you can take part. So the answer you gave there, young man, is 100% correct.
I also believe, and obviously this is more so under guess, but I know Yolinda Fari's raced here before in something else. I don't know if it was in the Jetta, but it's possible that the Jetta was unavailable and the 1 Series was available. So she asked if that was a possibility,
Invited to race with that.
or not invited but allowed, accepted to race in the 1 Series.
But they call it the invite,
Invitational.
It is the way you're saying it, yes.
So that's very possible why the 1 Series would be racing in classics and fine cars. But it's very possible that Yolinda's also maybe just getting some experience with that car in fine cars and possibly could put it in Clubmans or in BMW class in the future. But yes, that is a car that isn't considered classic.
No,
it is not that old.
In theory, it's not fine car eligible. But yeah, if you get invited, then you may take part with that car there.
But
it's by invitation only, so I hope that answers that gentleman's question.
And I also think about it to myself now. We've spoken about it before. I was around as a spectator then, but not as a commentator. But we've spoken about it before, and there is, now it's all ladies and all bikers.
I like the fact that today the voters are voting for all the ladies.
And you know what it is? Women's Month.
Yes, it's August. It's Women's Month. So
it's the last day of August.
It's not, it's the second last. Tomorrow is the last day. But yes, it's the last weekend in August. I do agree with you. Elmay P1, Cody P2, Abigail P3.
And
so
all within the same
rankings.
class.
Yes.
Super
all
Twin
in
Cup
the,
650s and 300s.
Yeah.
So as far as I can see, Super Twin Cup 650s and 300s wins competitors class of the day.
Jordy, Tidy was saying something that you might not know. When the fine cars in their heyday, when they first started, you would go out, everybody would go out and qualify. And then they would start them on the track right up against the pit wall, standing one behind each other. And you would go index of performance. It's similar to mock car racing then. And the slowest car would go first. And so many seconds later, the next one. And you work out your index. I only did 6 laps back in the day. And the whole idea was you're supposed to try and be a bunch when you cross the line. And that was good old days. Some cars were so slow they actually gave them a lap start. So they actually got lapped, then they were on the lead lap, and then they were caught again. So, but those were good old days. That's when the fine cars started here in Cape Town. And then they went from that to as we see them now. But it's all index of performance fine cars.
Now out for race number 2, 8 laps to go for the Bijo Trustees Formula Libras. 10 cars out on the grid. Race 1 was all Byron Mitchell, DJ Boyson. Then Damien White came home in a 3rd position, the only Class C car out on the field. But also there was a 3-car battle in Class V between Richard Carr, Cyril Somerville and James Beaumont. That Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson got caught up in right at the last lap. I think DJ Boyson was watching the Class V cars in front of him and not realizing that DJ was right on his case. So maybe this time around it'll be a little bit closer, and maybe a little bit closer for the Vs as well, as they come around to line up in position, and then a standing start, of course, for the Libras.
Yep.
That'll go
So
out. They'll go lights out in just a moment.
The line. There's Cyril Somerville. He's gridding there in P7. He's Somerville. As we wait for them to come through, Byron Mitchell representing Dolphin Engineering in that 21 car. He will be right up there in pole position. And then he will have the Dyco auto electrical car of DJ Boyson. Geez, how many times did I say that? Dyco auto electrical Formula M car back in the day of DJ Boyson. And he will be on the front row of the grid with Byron Mitchell. Here comes Damien White in the old Formula GTI single-seater class. That was an awesome class back in the mid to late 80s, going into the early 90s. Richard Carr rolling up into his spot. There is James Beaumont in the 8 car. Cyril Somerville is there as well. He's coming forward. Then we got the likes of Ricky Anderson in there, Donovan Ramsey. They're all in this one as we're about to get going. And of course, Nick van der Westhuizen in that 77 car. So 10 cars on the grid. They're all there for 8 laps. Let's have a look and see Class S, Class C and Class V. Away we go as the lights go off, as they barrel down into turn number 1. Well, DJ Boyson, well, yes, he wanted to, but it's all about Byron Mitchell, DJ Boyson. Then we have got Damon White. Right on his case is Richard Carr. That is there in that 49 car. And where is James Beaumont? James Beaumont is slowing right down, coming out of turn number 1. There is Richard Carr as they work their way through. Out of Castrol they go. I love that yellow and black Formula GTI single-seater from back in the day. It's been driven there. You can see it in the hands of Damon White. And he's got Richard Carr right on his case there. And Carr so far is the leader of the Formula Vs.
Carr so far indeed is the leader, and by quite a considerable margin. James Beaumont has pulled off. He's still on the circuit. He wasn't able to pull all the way off. So they'll have a double-waved yellow. Yes, a double-waved yellow on the exit of turn number 1, Block Coin Corner, that Byron Mitchell will very quickly catch up to in just a moment from now. So James Beaumont will be out of this race, as will Ben Jack Phillips, who retired the car in race number 1, unfortunately. As they race on down towards Block Coin, there you will see just on the exit, on the racing line, they'll have to slow right down and move to the left-hand side of the circuit. The marshals wave them over as the rest of the field comes past us now and into turn number 1.
Right, yeah, they all come down towards us. It's only the fact that Beaumont is not there. Everybody else is out there. There, the marshals, the fire buckies, the rescue buckies are putting that number 8 car, that Formula V, out of the way. And here we go, side by side. It is Richard Carr that's there on the outside of Damon White. Damon White is 3rd overall, and 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and last in Class C. And then he's got Richard Carr right on his case as they work their way through Lundstem Kink, sitting in P4, but he is the leader of the V category.
And just behind them is Ricky Anderson and Nick van der Westhuizen, the 2 black and pink cars. that are running rather sweet as far as I can hear, thanks to me and Reg Anderson, as they race on down towards turn number 5. Pertamina Fostron, your leaders, and the 2 Class S cars of Byron Mitchell, that's leading off into the distance, and DJ Boyson, that was coming into picture, go into turn number 1, Block Point Corner, and they'll be pulling ahead by a considerable margin. And I wonder, Frankie, will Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson come to lap the front of the V class? But the Vs have split up. They're not as close as they were in race number 1, so they might end up lapping the cars in a good couple of laps from now.
That is quite possible. Remember, those Reynolds are super quick out there. Here comes Damon White, and right on his heels is Richard Carr. Then we've got the 2 sister cars out there of Nick van der Westhuizen and Ricky Anderson. You can see those cars look identical except for their numbers. Then it is Cyril Somerville, and he's got Donovan Ramsey right there with him, does Cyril Somerville, as they exit Block Point.
Yep, there's only 2 ways to distinguish those cars of Anderson and van der Westhuizen. One is the fact that the numbers are different, of course, 77 and the 96, and also the roll bars. Ricky's one is purple and Nick's one is blue. As now we see Byron Mitchell already, he's done a lap. Just a moment ago I said he was going into turn number 1. Now he's starting another lap and going into turn number 1 with DJ Boyson crossing the line now. Exactly 8.668 seconds adrift.
And as Gary goes to that Damon White car, I'll just tell you that Mitchell is a 1:12.955. He's the quickest man out there, and a 1:16.051. That's a personal best for DJ Boyson, as we see Damon White head under the City of Cape Town Bridge.
And Damien White's pulled away from Richard Carr. A 1:24.216 for Damien White. So he's just getting those laps in. I know that car's capable of a 1:22, if not a 1:21, high 1:21s. Then we saw Richard Carr go through. Now it's the 2 sister cars of Nick van der Westhuizen leading out ahead of Ricky Anderson.
And then where's that other fight we had earlier on? We should see it come towards us. That's the one between Somerville and Ramsey. Well, they have disappeared off the radar, because here comes your leader under the bridge. And into turn 1, that is Mitchell, Byron Mitchell. Well, I think they might have gone through already, those 2. Yes, they have. They're busy working their way out of Castrol Corner. That is that fight between Somerville and Ramsey.
Yep, there is Mitchell. As you see, he comes into the picture. Around turn number 2, he goes 4 laps to go, 3.5 laps to go, if you think about it. And down into Dam's Dip. And you know that now that I look at that frame, especially when we go back to that frame in a lap from now, I'll mention it. Oh, there's a big snap in the Reynard for Byron Mitchell. That was very, very close. Luckily, the downforce helped save it, and also his quick reflexes. You got to think about it. That's the same car that won the Neisner Hill Climb this year in its class, and I'm sure it'll be doing the Cape Speed or the Classic Speed Festival on Duval Drive, Philip Cassana Drive, a little bit later on this year.
There's Somerville and Ramsey. They are P7 and 8, making their way around, and they are going to be caught here. And have a look and see as they go through into turn number 1. And here comes your leader already. Man, he has just overtaken everybody left, right, and center. That is Byron Mitchell. He's putting a lap on everybody else. That is the fight between Somerville and Ramsey. That is going through turn number 1 through Block Coin, and here comes the second place man into Block Coin now. 14.7 seconds behind Mitchell, and that is DJ Boyson.
Yep, and there they go out of turn number 1, Block Coin Corner. There you see DJ just a little bit ways off. The last time out, we saw Cohen Bam driving the Storm Lanfear car, the Race Driver SA car. This time around, only 2 Class S cars of DJ Boyson and Byron Mitchell. And then there we see Richard Carr on his own, 6 seconds behind Damien White. As there we see the sister battle between the 2 cars, the GT Raps Aruba and N&W Logistics. That's Nick van der Westhuizen's company NW Logistics. These two cars are racing down towards us now.
Yeah, that's going to be good. That is a 77 of Van der Westhuizen and the 96 of Ricky Anderson. And they are two sister cars. And we'll have a look and see as they head into Block Point Corner. And they are still side by side, but their whole position as they make their way out of turn number 1 out of Block Point. As we've got to keep with this one because these are two good friends. This is two sister motor cars. And these two guys are going hammer and tongs at each other as they work their way out of Castrol.
Yep, many hours put into both of these cars by Reg Anderson. And I will say I let a little bit of a hand in that. And they are running so smoothly. As we see the rest of the guys also running very smoothly. There's Cyril Somerville going very quickly ahead of Donovan Ramsey as they race on down. There's DJ Boyson. There will be 2 laps to go. There'll be a lap to go once Byron Mitchell crosses the line. He's going towards turn number 5 now. But there we see, there goes Damian White. Then we will see the two sister cars. No, I lie. That will be, there's the two sister cars. Then it'll be Damian White who's coming around. And then it's Donovan Ramsey and Cyril Somerville that are still fighting it out.
Yeah, and once again, poor Damon White just got lost in the equation. We're going to have to try and pick him up as he heads towards Castrol Corner. That's that lovely black and yellow GTI car. There's so many other fights out there. We've got to focus on him. But he has got Richard Carr. Richard Carr has got the race leader, Byron Mitchell, right on his heels. And he'll just keep right out the way. And he will get lapped now. So Mitchell has now lapped everybody except DJ Boyson.
Yep, and this time he didn't have those other Vs battling it out to sit behind and watch. So now he could just upduck and disappear as he's doing just that. And as we see DJ Boyson gets around Van der Westhuizen. As here we see, just speaking about Van der Westhuizen and Anderson, they will go nose to tail. It will be Van der Westhuizen that's still ahead of the 96 of Ricky Anderson as they race on through Dam's Dip. Now, I would have said they had some slipstream from DJ Boyson, but DJ Boyson in that burner burner factory car has also pulled away.
Checkered flag is out, and Byron Mitchell comes home in P1. Third place man crosses the line now, and that is Damon White. All the action, we didn't realize that this was the last lap. Coming towards us now is Richard Carr. He'll finish 4th overall and 1st in the Vs. Here comes your 2nd place man to the checkered flag, and that is DJ Boyson, and he was nearly 25 seconds behind Mitchell.
Now look at this. Oh, sorry, Frankie, look at this. The sister cars right to the line for those two. 2/10 the difference between them at the line, between Nick Van der Westhuizen and Ricky Anderson. And then look at this battle coming to the line as well.
Yeah, and that is the one between Cyril Somerville and Ramsey. And it's going to be Ramsey that gets to the flag ahead of Somerville by nearly 2/10 of a second, 0.193 to be exact.
Very, very unfortunate that, of course, we didn't see James Beaumont fighting it out there with Richard Carr as well as Van der Westhuizen. Or Van der Westhuizen and Anderson. But as I was about to say, we didn't see Josh Smith out there. We saw no Kelly Fletcher, as Lindsay Carsten says. We didn't see another big name, Byron Mitchell, who was racing the Vs, now is obviously moved on to the Class S once again. Jedrik Heisamen wasn't out racing today. There's a couple of cars that are still missing in action, but hopefully come October, a month, just under a month and a half from now, from the 11th of October round, we'll have a few more out on the circuit. There I see another YouTube comment from Uncle Babby 96 saying track surface changes, wind direction changes, odd cloud covers. Max respect to all drivers today. Marshall staying on point and commentary trackside is phenomenal. Great day for racing, and I can only agree more than anything. It was a beautiful day. It has been a beautiful day, and we've still got a few more to go.
And I want to say thanks to Uncle Buddy 96 for complimenting the commentary team up here. We're going out live as well via IMUSAT. So, Uncle Bubby 96, you know who you are, sir. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Keza?
The fact that he refers to different factors that affect somebody that practices in the rain on a Friday, qualifies in ice cold on a Saturday, goes out in semi-cool the early part of a Saturday and goes out for his second race on a hot, blustery, windy circuit for his final race. He's probably somebody that knows a bit about racing to understand those concepts, the variations that there are in what you need to apply to the vehicle and yourself and your driving style under those different conditions in terms of tire pressures, shock settings, etc. And when you go to the nth and finer details, what the likes of Nean de Toy and Chase Herald and people that do car prep, Greg Edwards and these kind of guys, the finer detail, that is what makes the difference in the long run when you go through these changing conditions from a Friday to a Saturday morning, afternoon and evening.
Now the question is, can our international superstar, Mr. Shane the Quiet-Spoken Williams, make it 2 out of 2 today in Class A?
Okay, I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna say that Shane is not known for consistency in terms of his speech. Anything's possible. Can he sustain the same kind of driving style as opposed to his varying speech morning, afternoon, evening, pre-party, during the party and after the party?
Now there's folks that are watching around the track and that might not know this. He did the ADAC Polo Cup in Germany many years ago.
Yep.
And he also raced in Spain as well. And he has got special accreditation from the FIA in Germany for the type of driver that he is.
Yeah.
So Shane, it just hasn't had the luck go his way. But this man, and I know on the WhatsApp groups the guys like to take him apart and tease him and joke around with him.
You mean he takes the other people apart?
Well, it's a bit of both. But the people at home might not know, and the people around the track might not know. This guy can race a motor car.
Look, he is very credible. I mean, I'm not going to just give it to him because he would give it to anybody else on the group. But this is the kind of spirit that you require to keep a class like this up and running and going. API Property Group GTI Challenge, probably one of the most competitive and vibrant groups that there is at Killarney International for the last couple of years. So to the Shanes of this world, lovely to have you around.
Look at Class C. Look where Ferrari, Fontini and Schroeder are coming from. They're coming from 3rd, 4th and 5th in class, and Muna. They've got to try and get past Flashman Finneran. They've got to get past Adriano Ferrari and Andre Rowe before they can be 1, 2, 3 and 4. It's going to be tough, or just 1, 2 and 3 for that matter. But then you're going to have Devon Dreyer's going to also be inside there. Flashman is not slow, that I can promise you. Neither is Adriano Ferrari. So I'm looking forward to the original Class C Bratback go one-on-one, because Schroeder can win it, Muna can win it, Fontini can win it, Finneran can win it, and so can Ferrari for that matter, with Devon Dreyer even being a outsider that can pull this one off. So yeah, it's going to be very good stuff. Let's have a look and see. My interest is basically very much in Class C.
Well,
But
if you
we
take
should have all 4 cars back in
Yeah.
class. I haven't looked out the window to see if Skulk is there.
I'm going to hazard a guess and say the fact that you have
Yep, he's there.
Fontini ahead of Schroeder and Muna is going to make things very, very interesting. But Fontini's got to get past Ferrari, Finneman and Rowe to get to the front end of the pack, while he's got Schroeder and Muna that were joint first and second from the first corner till the last corner of the previous race. The other thing is Colfie coming off second from the back of the pack in Class B, having not had exactly all his own way in race number 1. He will be coming through the field. The 2 Sunderbergs, junior and senior, have been extremely good. Forsking starting in that 4th position in class. He's going to have some quickies coming from behind and some slightly slower than him. That's going to be there in front of him. So that can go in any direction, as it's a one-line start and off the line they come. There was one slow Class B starter as they move down towards turn number 1. Is it Internaus that is going to lead them out? It looks like it, and some of the guys are using the grass and a little bit more, but somehow they all make it through.
Well, no issues there. They were using the entire tarmac and a bit of grass as well. Who's the man that's sitting out there in P1? It is Ian Cup that leads him out of Castrol. That will conclude Sector 1. They now start Sector 2 as they run down Cup sitting out there in P1. Hinternaas, Williams and Geldenhuis as they now nearly halfway through Sector 2, halfway down the back straight. They will conclude Sector 2 and start Sector 3, but they're still busy working their way through Sector 2 right now.
I think that's Williams that's already gone through to the front. Internaus that brings up the tail end of that. And that Class B, look at that line astern, all the Class B cars coming through. And the 2 API property cars of Schroeder is working their way through towards the front end of the pack as well.
I would not forget about Skulk Geldenhuis. He is the man that can easily win Class C. Tiny gave us info. They sorted the gearbox out for race number 2, and it is Shane. It is indeed Shane that leads them out, and Geldenhuis is second. Geldenhuis is second. Oh, there's a lockup as they go through, and now Ollie Hinternaus dives through there on Ian Cup.
Sunderberg once again, Zach Leiden in that second position in Class B. Behind that, Moore, the second of the Sunderbergs, is right in there as well. Colfie's moved up 1 position, but that's basically because Corbett has dropped behind Colfie and Hendricks.
We go to Class C. Believe it or not, that Mark Fontaine has gone past everybody and he leads Class C. And Muna and Schroeder are battling. They're sitting in P16 and P18, second and third in class. No, not second and third in class, but Fontini P1 in class and 13th.
Geldenhuis going one-on-one with Williams, and that was very, very close. I think it's going to be super competitive between them. It's line astern as they work their way down the back main. Cup and Internaus is not out of this one whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm watching Class B that's going down, and then once again, it is Dani Sandenberg as we look at these Class A cars. Oh, and Skulk is using Killarney International and more, and he might be overtaken here. He may be overtaken by Ollie Hinternaus. We'll have to have a look and see. They are side by side. No, yes, Hinternaus has gone ahead there of Cup, but look at Class B coming down towards us. It is Sandenberg. It is Sandenberg. Williams has gone wide there in turn number 1. It is Dani Sandenberg from, as they come through there from Zach Leiden. We'll keep an eye on them at Sandenberg from Leiden. Then it is Waylon Forsking that is in there, but where is the leader of Class C? That is the Flashman. He sits out there in P1. We'll try and find him now. Looking at these Class B cars, but Finneran, the bottom line is Finneran and Fontini's having a good fight. 0.2 of a second between them. We've got to pick up the leaders in Class C.
Oh, there's a massive battle that's going on, and Internas gets nibbled on the back bumper as they work their way out into the back main. We know that Williams did run himself wide. Cup has dropped down to the back of that group of 3 cars for second and third. It's side by side. It's Williams that's on that inside line as they go down into the brake markers. Williams has got that second position. It's all about Geldenhuys. They didn't do number 1. That is now out there in a race. And number 2 will pick up that Class B battle once we watch this Class A go through turn number 1.
Yeah, well, we're going to pick up that Class B battle. Here comes the Class A cars. What you people can't see off screen, it's a massive fight for P1 and 2 in Class C, but we'll get them as we watch the Class B cars come through at a Sundenberg, Leiden, Volkskenk, Kalfie. Then it's the other Sundenberg coming through. Here comes Moore, and here is first and second in Class C, and it is the Flashman Finneran, and he is 4/10 of a second ahead of second place man Mark Fontini. I want to watch the progress, Gary, of the 2 API property cars.
Well, here they come through now as they come into Castrol Corner. The 2 of them, as usual, pretty close to one another, but they will probably, we saw it in race number 1, try and assist one another. They don't fight one another. They try and make a plan to get towards the front of the pack together. Talking about the front of the pack, this is getting dangerous.
Well, yeah, the Class A cars go running down the Killarney straight towards Pertamina Fostron, and Skulky once up on the inside. Skulky once up on the inside, and Skulk says, you're not going to keep this one away from me, but Williams is fighting right back at him. It is a massive, massive rort between the 2 of them as they come down. They are now side by side as they race down into turn number 1. Woohoo! Williams is in there, and so is Cup.
All right, here we're going to wait now till the Class Bs come through. Sundenberg having the race of his life, the day of his life in this class. Sundenberg, Leiden, and Volkskenk. That's the first 3. Here is Kalfie, and then the second of the Sundenbergs, I think that is Junior, and then Zaki Hendricks in behind that. A bit of a gap between them. There is Moore that comes through. Then behind Moore, that is the lead in that Class C battle. That is Flashman Finneran. That's right on the back of Moore. Here is Mark Fontini, and here comes Moona and Schroeder.
Yeah, and right there with them now is Adriano Ferrari. So they've gone past that Class B 72 car of Corbett. That is Luke Corbett. But the Class A cars, down the back straight they go. Man, oh man.
Williams is not giving up. Williams is not giving up, but Geldenhuys is accustomed to being at the front end of the pack without the likes of Marco Busi out there. It's very much a Geldenhuys show up front. If you want to run with him, you've got to be very much on the pace. Internas in that 3rd position, but it's all about Williams that's having a fantastic drive out there today. He leads them out. Can he hold on with 3 to go?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is the best I've ever seen him. And look at Ollie Internas.
Ollie's in as well. He's all over the back end of Geldenhuys.
Yeah, and Cup is right there as well. Don't write off Ian Cup. He's got the best seat in the house.
Oh, look at this one. Sundenberg is now under a lot of pressure. It is Zach Leiden is getting better and better at every event. He's becoming more and more consistent as well. I must say, Volkskenk is making it very, very difficult for the 2 of them. They make the slightest mistake, Volkskenk's going to go to the front.
Don't forget about Mohammed Kalfie. There's Kalfie in your shot coming through right now with Sundenberg. And our chairman, Zaki Hendricks, right in there as well. Right, Class C. You're going to pick them up. We'll just stay with these Class B cars as they filter through Lundstem Kink and into Dams. You can already, at the back of our box, you can hear the A cars go through into Fostron corner.
There's Flashman coming through now directly behind Hendricks, and then Fontini, Schroeder and Moona, and they are getting closer to one another.
Yeah, it's Moore, then Fontini, and then Schroeder, and then it's Daniel Moona. So the Class
B, Frankie, down into 5.
Yeah, they're going through. Here we go. That is Sundenberg. And right behind Sundenberg is Zach Leyden. Behind Zach Leyden is Roland Volskink. Behind him is Mohammed Kalfi. And then it's the other Sundenberg, the other Donnie Sundenberg, and Zaki Hendricks as this group power down into turn 1 block coin.
That's the first time that Sundenberg's actually had to block that inside line because Leyden is looking left, he's looking right, and Volskink saying, you guys go for it. The slightest mistake and I will be in there and make a difference.
Right, here come the 2 API property cars behind Fontini. There's Mark Fontini. There is Schroeder. There is Muna. There is Ferrari as they come through. Then it is Luke Corbett. He is a Class B car, and he's ahead there of John Smith in the 66.
Well, second and third and fourth literally in the same shot. But what is happening going down Class A into 5 Cape Town corner?
Well, John Williams is the, sorry, John, that's his brother. Shane Williams is the man to actually beat today. Well, John is also an international star, but we're not talking about him today. We're talking about Shane that sits there in P1, and Shane's getting away. Shane is trying to break the toe on these guys.
And look at Ollie, look at Ollie.
And Geldenhuys is doing his utmost best to keep Hintenhuis behind him, which means there's a 1.1 second gap between P1 and P2. So Williams is now pulling the pin.
Oh, Hintenhuis has got up into that second position. Well, he's going to have to fight to keep Geldenhuis out of it. But then again, at the same time, it's a 4-way battle, not a 3-way. Sundenberg still holding on from Zach Leyden. Volskink has now closed up. He is now making it a 3-way battle. He was waiting to see what happens with them. He's not waiting anymore. And remember, Kalfi is just waiting for something to go wrong up front.
We've got a new leader in that class, and it is Zach Leyden. He's taken that lead away. And Sundenberg might even lose second because Volskink wants to try and come through as well. And here comes Mohammed Kalfi. Kalfi is getting a lot closer, but we do have a new leader in Class B, and that is the 64 of Leyden as your leaders work their way down towards Fostron, and this will be for the checkered flag.
Yeah, Williams has got away, but look at that. Ollie Hintenhuis on the inside, Geldenhuis on the outside, Cup right in there with them. This can go in any direction. Let's just hope they go straight and not into the wall because they're so close to one another. It's going to be Williams for the win. Who's going to take the second place? It's right alongside one another. Hintenhuis beats out on Geldenhuis. Can you believe it? And Cup's right in there, 1/10 of a second. Here comes the next session of fun
and
coming towards us.
400ths of a second between Hintenhuis and Geldenhuis, and a 10th between Geldenhuis and Cup. But now it's not done yet. That was Class A. Here comes Class B. Here comes Class B. And it's been a change of lead once again. And it's Sundenberg that gets to the flag in P1. Zach Leyden finishes second, followed by Volskink, Kalfi, and Zaki Hendricks. And under us goes Flashman Finneran. He will come home in P1, and here's a lovely fight to the line, and it's going to be nearly side by side. Fontini finishes in second. Schroeder, Muna, and Ferrari were right there with each other. As a matter of fact, there was 9/10 of a second between Schroeder and Muna, and a 10th of a second between Muna and Ferrari. What a fight we had out there in classes A, B, and C for API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 2. Right, for the people at home, look at all the replays of API Property, GTI Challenge, Race 2, all sorts of action out there. We now move on to the Pirelli V8 Masters and the Caltron Supercars, part of the Owen Ashley Challenge. That is up next. 4 more races to go before this day is done. All right, here we go. As they make their way through, we are through turn 1, that is block coin. It is Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Formula Supercars, race number 2 over 9 laps. And here we go. Now remember that we will have an inverted grid.
Well, now we see a slight change in the what would you call this? The leaderboard ladder,
strap.
or strap, or whatever the case is. We had some confusion before with the timekeepers and IMUSAT or whatever, but now they very kindly organized it a bit more for especially the viewers. What do you call it? Easeability.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, because we have got 221s out there, and we had 233s of Philip. Well, 21 was, of course, and 2 9s. One was Fenner, and the other one was Gedik. So the timekeepers came up here, and they said that they would sort it out. So awesome thanks to ZA Timing for sorting that out. And, of course, also a big thanks to Steve and the crew as well. So, yeah, we got that sorted out. And so now you people at home, because believe us, it confused us as well, because we saw a guy that was 4th and he wasn't even in the race. But you know what, we're moving on, we are evolving, and things are getting so much better. Race meeting after race meeting. Steve and the team are putting many hours in, and so is ZA Timing and everybody. And when it is at its best, we are going to be, the sky will be the limit. We're already almost there. Right, so here we go. Fabio Tafani and Sean Moore block out the front row of the V8 Masters, and away they go. Jordy, here come the Formula Supercars.
Pro Oil lines up the top three, and then it is Omega Dynamics that are in that fourth position. The 4 cars left as Leon Chetty has another issue. He had an issue before with the distributor, and now that car's cut out again in race number 2, and he's pulled off to the side of the circuit. He couldn't roll that off down to the escape road, so he will pull far enough off where I don't think they'll have to throw out the yellow flag. As they race on down towards turn number 2, it is Glenn Phillips ahead of Carl Halleck and Bradley Fenner, and no Andrew Moffat in race number 2.
Yeah, no Moffat, but the V8s are making their way towards Saddle Sweep. Here they come. Listen to that thunderation. If you hear at Killarney, you'll hear that thunderation go down the Killarney backstraight. Look at that nose to tail. What a sight. What a sight. Down the backstraight they go. That's Fabio Tafani from Sean Moore, from Mark Ridgway, from Alistair Simpson, from Mark Vogt. That is the top 4. There you see them, or the top 5. That's the top 4 in your shot there. That's Tafani. It is Moore. Tafani's gone. Tafani's gone into the tyres there, just behind Park Ferme, and the leader and reigning champion is out of this race.
The reigning champ has touched the tyres there by the scrutineering building. And look at this. Check at Mark Ridgway diving up the inside of Sean Moore. I don't know if there was contact coming out of the final corner. It's very possible that there was. We get a replay a little bit later on. But it is now Mark Ridgway in the 53 that jumps ahead of Sean Moore. Alistair Brown is there. Josh Vogt is there. Mark Vogt is there just behind. You know, Frankie, there's 13 V8 Masters on the grid as it stands, as they all make their way through Castrol Corner.
Look at this coming down towards us. It's Spooner, and it is Bench that is in there. It's Finneran, Thompson, Dirk, Parsons, Evans. They're all inside there, and that's that group behind this leading trio that is making its way through Saddle Sweep.
Look at the speed that they go. These guys do 1:16s, which is some sports and GT cars times, as a big lockup and a big smash into one another in turn number 4. I can't quite see what cars those are, but it's the back end of the field. It could be Ian Parsons and George Evans. It was the 2 last guys in the rear of the field for V8 Masters. The 33 of Ian Parsons got into that incident, as well as I can only assume was George Evans. As the supercars now come through, it's still the front 3 of Glenn Phillips, Carl Halleck and Bradley Fenner.
Right, here they go. You've been with these guys too long. As they make their way through turn number 1, this is the V8 Masters. Remember, we have lost Tafani. That means Ridgway sits out there in P1. Brown is in second, followed there by Moore, but the red flag has been called for. The red flag has been called for. This race has been stopped. It's because of the trouble on the outside in the middle of turn 4, Saddle Sweep.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frankie, that car is in a very dangerous position. The double right-hander with
it's
these
just off the
cars,
apron of the circuit, yeah.
Well, that is literally where you are on the closest to the left-hand side of the circuit, because of the fact that you try and turn the steering wheel once and take that double right-hander from the inside to the outside to the inside, as you see there. So the actual part where you're going to pass that car, if you want to be on your perfect line, you within the width of a motor car away from that. It's a non-negotiable. You have to red flag it. There's no way around it.
And the quickness of our WPMC marshals, Paul Lehman's team, on the spot. Car not safe, red flag, red flag. Brilliant stuff. Well done. You can't stop praising these WPMC marshals. These guys and girls are on top of their game. Well, we've got 2 situations out there. We've got the one in Saddle Sweep, and that's the reason for the red flag. And then, of course, we had the race leader, Fabio Tafani, stick that car on the tyre wall there by Park Ferme. But that was not the reason for the red flag. It was the situation in saddle sweep.
There you see, and there's that moment. So they actually didn't make contact. They didn't make contact, and it was just a spin for both cars. I believe that was, it was Ian Parsons, and I couldn't quite see what the number of this car was.
Could be Ken Finneran in the 44. It is possible. Just have a look and see. It's hard to tell because of the sun there. That's just a guess.
But yeah, it just got out of shape there, and then Ian Parsons jumped on the brakes and also got out of shape and snapped into the sand. And for Fabio Tofani, just an unlikely mistake coming out of Pertamina Fostron. It got on the power, and the tail end spun around, and he just spun himself into the inside wall tires, and they are moving that vehicle as well as that of Ian Parsons, the 33, that'll be taken back to the pits so we can continue with this race. And as far as I can see, they're going to restart it. It says 9 laps to go, so they may just reinstate those 9 laps and they'll get underway unless they decide otherwise downstairs. Here is this Fabio Tofani incident once again. You see he goes a little bit wide, jumps on the gas, and already it starts turning its tail, and he can't go anywhere. Sean Moore just moves to the left-hand side and misses that car by mere millimeters. And it slides just nose on into the tires, throwing dirt right onto those guys there by the scrutineering building. As here, yep, there is that car getting out of shape. Ian Parsons jumps on the brakes, locks up, and has nowhere else to go.
So once again, just turn the volume down. It's got this volume. So we're under red here at Killarney International Raceway because of a situation between car 12 and car 33 in turn 4. 33 was Ian Parsons and George Evans in car 12. Both drivers are okay, but because one of the cars was just off the apron and onto the grass, the marshals called for the red flag. Look out the commentary box window to the southern side of the circuit. We see those 6 Formula Supercars, the Keltron cars, just sitting, waiting there. And it is Kyle Halleck that is there in, Glenn Phillips that's in pole position. Kyle Halleck sitting there on his outside. Bradley Fenner is in there as well. And then we got those other 3 sister cars that is in that lot as well. That is William Runser van Rensburg, Rob de Vos, and Najreen Schloss. And so they are waiting to get off the line the moment the circuit is cleared. They're in saddle sweep, and then we will get going once again. All right, so this one's been brought down to 6 racing laps. Cars are fired up here on the grid in front of us. Turn 4, sidle sweep. That situation is being cleared up. That piece of tar there that Gary's just focused on now, that is the cut through when we do the all-tar track Mac attack at RX. We were here last week. We had about 15 tar cars that did the track Mac attack, or the track attack, or whatever you'd like to call it. Tarmac attack, that's the right word, yes. And that is the piece that they use for the tarmac attack. It gets used in short circuit motorcycle racing as well. And then they do a complete different layout, and they go clockwise. They can even go anti-clockwise, whichever is fit for the day. So this one is over 6 racing laps. We've lost the 1 car, the 12 car, and the 33 car in the V8s. Just got confirmation that Ian Parsons is back on the grid, thanks to I noticed, strange, as Tiny was telling me Fiber Tefan is back, I took a look out the window and I saw that the 1 car that was up in the tires is not there. So we've got 2 of those cars back. It's only the 12 car of George Evans that is now not there. I don't know what it sounds like to you people at home, but up here in the booth, you must hear what those V8s sound like. That growl when they move off the line. And here come, as I call them, with all the respect in the world, here come the little guys. And let me tell you, the little guys are not afraid to mix it up with the big guys. They will not back out for those V8s. And Tefani has gone and spun it again, cold tires. And Tiny just picked up on something here, Jordy. Remember when that car went into that tires, there was you still said, look at all the water that's going over the fence. And Tiny noticed out the window, because I'm standing here right behind Gary in the booth, that there was water on the grid. So that could be water on cold tires, and then he spun the car in the Castrol corner. So we watch them work their way around. This is the Owen Ashley Challenge. The late Owen Ashley, he is the father of the Formula Supercars, which he started way back in 1997, did Owen Ashley. And he is also, the brainchild and the father behind the V8 Masters. Now, initially the V8 Masters was 45 years on the dot and older. They brought that down to, on the dot, 40 years and older for the V8 Masters.
Now we get ready for the thunder once again. The lights are off and away they go, and it's down racing towards turn 1 once again. No Fabio Tefani. He is starting behind the Supercars because of the spin he had. He had to catch up and he couldn't pass them before coming to the line, so he's got a lot of catching up to do before 6 laps from now when the checkered flag comes out, and down into turn 1, and a big pile up outside of Block Point Corner. There's 3 cars, 2 on the grass, bodywork all over the place, as now these Supercars make their way by.
Well, Ken Finneran is one of them. Look at that thing's dragging behind the back there of the 44 car. Finneran, he is one of the 4. He's going again. The front end of that car's all mashed up. We might just see him come through Lundstem kink. Yes, there we see. Look at the front end of that car's all minced in. He was one of the 3 cars at the exit of Blockcoin.
Yep, then I also believe I see the 69 of Josh Vogt. It was also involved. They're going to try and move those cars off to the side of the circuit so the fire bucky can move out of the way and we can keep racing. The last thing you want is to have 2 red flags in a row, and so far nothing. They'll just have maybe a yellow flag for the exit of turn number 1. But we carry on as they come down to complete the first racing lap. It's Ridgeway from Sean Moore, from Alistair Brown. It's yellow, green and red. It's a robot at the front of the field.
And then orange in there as well of Mark Vogt. That is the first couple of cars coming through. Then it's Parsons, Thompson and Bench. Look at that dead car park there on the left-hand side of Blockcoin corner. Right, there goes Tafani through your shot. Why? Because here come the Formula Supercars down into Blockcoin, being led there by Glenn Phillips.
Yep, so it's still the Pro Oil trio as well as some of the Armour Guard and Lion Property Management cars just behind. There is that Stuart Spooner and Josh Vogt cars pulled off to the side of the circuit. Luckily, they're out of the way of the racing line, so it'll just maybe be a yellow flag or a caution flag there as the supercars go into turn number 2, Castro Corner. And I see there, it is Nashveen Schloss in the 24 that sits there in 4th ahead of Robin de Vos and William Janssen van Rensburg.
Down into Pertamina Fostron goes Mark Ridgeway, Sean Moore and Alistair Brown. Right behind them will be the orange car of Mark Vogt. That's the first 4 of your V8 Masters. Through 5A they come under the City of Cape Town Bridge and run down towards turn number 1. Here comes 5, 6 and 7. That is Gary Thompson, Bench and Tafani is right there. There Tafani crosses the line now as they work their way into turn number 1 into Blockcoin.
Yep, and look at the supercars go now. It's Phillips from Halleck, from Fenner, and then Schloss just behind. The front 4 pulling away. This second race is turning out to be a real humdinger as we've only just begun the second part of it with 4 laps left to go.
Right, the supercars, they've got a yellow flag. It was just waving here by us now, as that's for the car that was in the exit of the 2 cars. That's in the exit of turn 1. And here go the supercars. It is Phillips that sits out there in P1. It's Halleck and Fenner that is there in 2nd and 3rd. And then Nash, she sits right there with those 3 as they make their way into Castrol.
Yeah, watch these 3, and Sean Moore dives up the inside, a good late on the brake. He doesn't want to run himself wide because he'll run Mark Ridgeway off the circuit, and he doesn't do that. They stay side by side throughout the whole of Pertamina Fostron. Now here comes Alistair Brown. He's got some real slipstream as once again they go down the robot trio. The traffic light goes into turn number 1, and Sean Moore dives up the inside and takes that position away.
Vogt, Thompson and Parsons. That is 5, 6 and 5, 6 and 7. Thompson, yes, and then in P7 Stefani. I'll get it right eventually as we watch the supercars race down into Pertamina Fostron.
There they go, Phillips from Halleck, from Fenner once again. The Pro Oil guys and the Hobo Racing crew are doing an absolute tremendous job. Nashveen Schloss in the VCIB car just there behind in that 4th spot. The lady's really trying to ruffle up some feathers, and she's doing just that, but she needs to get into that slipstream as soon as possible and try and capitalize on the fact that she's got that train of cars just ahead of her.
Right, here they come down into turn number 1, and oh, there goes Nash. Nashveen Schloss, commentator's curse here from Jordan, and that is the end of that, sadly, as the first 3 overall runners work their way through. And Ridgeway's having a look. Ridgeway's having a look at Sean Moore. Sean is fighting right back at him again, and Ridgeway is ahead of Moore, and here comes Brown. Alistair Brown wants a piece of this as well, and let's not, as a matter of fact, Mark Vogt is in P4. He is being caught here, is Mark Vogt.
Yep, that's Mark Vogt, Thompson, and Ian Parsons. So there's two groups of three, two sets of trios that run around. And Sean Moore's had a problem coming out of turn number 1. He's slowing right down, letting Mark Ridgway ruffle up and pull away. So something's happening there. But again, now we look in there. Mark Ridgway, there's Sean Moore up the inside of Alistair Brown again. And if we keep this shot there, or we just pass it and jump back to the leaders of the supercars.
Yeah, that is your supercar trio that's coming down out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. It is Glenn Phillips, Carl Halleck, Bradley Fenner. 1, 2, and 3. We have lost Nash as we watch them head down towards us, but we're going to have to pick up that fight with the V8s as they're barreling down the back straight. These V8s, and now we have got... I'm pointing there for you.
That what we just saw was William Jans van Rensburg and Robin de Vos at the back end of the field. Those two are just on their own, as there is still that yellow flag for Nasreen Sloss. Sorry about that, Nasreen. At the entrance to turn number 1. And look at this. Going on the inside and shoving him wide. That is Mark Vogt just on the inside of Gary Thompson. And now look, Ian Parsons, after that spin in turn 4 and getting stuck in the sand, he's made his way around and taken that position away from Gary Thompson.
Well, I'll tell you what, at one stage we thought that Mark was catching the top 3, but in hindsight, they were busy catching him, the 3 behind them. So now you got 4, 5, 6, and 7. This is your overall 3. Here goes touch wide there was Alistair Brown. Here's your leader coming towards us, Mark Ridgway. Brown losing ground to Ridgway, and Sean Moore right in there behind Alistair Brown out of damps.
As I can see, Sean Moore's got some damage on that rear left fender. That's probably what slowed him down, maybe rubbing against the tyre a little bit. Now we see this group of 4, and just behind, from the very back of the grid, Fabio Tafani crawling back. He sits there in 7th, just behind Gary Thompson, Ian Parsons, and Mark Vogt on this final lap as we wait for the leader, Mark Ridgway, coming into the final corner.
Right, and before we pick them up, here we got Phillips sitting out there in P1, followed by Halleck and Fenner, but the checkered flag is out, and here comes your leaders to the line.
Yep, there they go, and there goes Mark Ridgway, winner of race number 2. Alistair Brown splits De Vos and Jans van Rensburg for 2nd position in gold. And then Sean Moore. Then it is Mark Vogt, Ian Parsons, and Gary Thompson ahead of Fabio Tafani.
And then Vogt, they all got past Mark Vogt. Mark, it was in P4 for quite some time. Vogt finishes this one in P7.
Now look at this. It's the Pro Oil boys, all 3 right in close nip between the 3 of them, and they are going to love this come the end of the day. It is Glenn Phillips just ahead of Carl Halleck and Bradley Fenner. All these guys always so close together, always helping each other out in the Supercars family. That's what they do. As one of the other V8 Masters comes across the line, we watch as these 3 round the final corner to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, here we go on. Look at Bradley Fenner trying to fight back right on the final corner. They're not going to catch Glenn Phillips. It could be a drag race for 2nd and 3rd to the checkered flag between Halleck and Fenner, but it's not going to be. It'll be Glenn Phillips P1, Carl Halleck P2, and Bradley Fenner in P3.
For what it was so far today, I'll be honest, Frankie, my personal opinion, V8 Masters and Caltron Supercars together, both Heat 1 and Heat 2, so far today are my favorite category of the day.
Well, I'm not going to throw away that very first Superbike race. That was
my next.
That was so far was my race of the day. Coming from a car guy to say that, those guys really laid it out there on the line.
But guess what's up next? Race number 2 of the Pirelli Seal Pro Wineland.
Same guys that I was just talking about, yeah.
So we'll see if race number 2 really makes it your favorite category of the day.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, folks, just keep in mind that 2 weeks from now, we're back here at Killarney International Raceway for the next round of Extreme Festival. And it'll be a full team upstairs. Francois Butler will be joining us alongside Jordan Newman Frankie Innes, myself, Gary Fleming, and then Emil Tiny Brunt, our Eye in the Sky. And we'll be bringing you the action from upstairs. The live streaming will be done by Dave Peterson and his crew, and they will be going out on Extreme Festival and Greg Maloney's Voice of Choice and all the other normal platforms that they go out on. We'll obviously share it as well from our side, so that those of you that are watching today, make sure that you guys can also see that Extreme Festival event as well. Keeping in mind that then 1 week later we're back here with the Time Attack. Eugene Norse, the head honcho of the Cape Town branch of Master Drive, putting that together. He's up at the motor show in Joburg at the moment. He'll be coming back later during the course of this week. And then with a bit of luck, we'll be putting together a IMUSAT package for that one as well. That Time Attack, I will try and get the final entry list, or the updated final entry list for you on Tuesday night, Second Gear Live at 8 o'clock on Facebook. We'll bring you the next piece of information that we've got as to exactly how the Time Attack's going to work. We'll also have a chat with Greg Maloney regarding what to expect for the penultimate round of Extreme Festival. So lots and lots happening down here. That's besides our robot racing, street to strip, drags, gymkhanas, spinning, drifting, driver training experience, you name it, it all happens down here at Killarney. Apart from the karting as well, we've had a fair amount of very good karting events here during the course of the year. And if you'd like to maybe make use of the Killarney premises for your year-end functions, you can get hold of the necessary people. Just phone through to Killarney switchboard and say, I would like to do a booking, and they'll put you through to Auntie Joy or whoever is dealing with the bookings, and maybe you can have your year-end works function down here at Killarney International Raceway. But as I said, for the latest information on the Time Attack and Extreme Festival, join us 8 o'clock Tuesday night on Second Gear Live on Facebook for the latest information. Probably find we'll have Greg Maloney on, we'll probably have Eugene Norse on, and by then hopefully we'll have an answer as to IMUSAT and the use of the Coke Gig Rig and all the other little bits and pieces to make that a family festival. The Time Attack 3 weeks from now, right here at Killarney International Raceway. And then keep in mind also on the 6th will be Cape Hell Drivers. Okay, so it has then been moved to the 27th. Will be the round number 1 of Cape Hell Drivers for the 2025-2026 season.
I just got a message not that long ago from a fan, and a big shout out to Shane Miller from Hopefield. He doesn't know, but his child, or one of his childs, I would assume, has sent in a message to say that we see that you're watching, and we wanted to give you a shout out. But awesome.
Yeah, then we also got Nicholas once again that said these inside overtakes, confidence in abundance. Yes, I do agree with you, especially out there in those V8s. You've got to have confidence. And like the late Ayrton Senna said, if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a race driver. So you've got to have the confidence, and that is exactly what these guys have got.
And then after that, you also got to keep in mind when intent exceeds adhesion, you're heading straight towards the scene of the accident.
Right, we want to say a big thank you to this guy.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
And just a big thank you, of course, to all our sponsors once again. Of course, Lime Property Management in association with our media partner, Smile FM, and then the likes of Castrol. For turn number 2, we've got Block Coin, a big sponsor now as of recent, also sponsoring 1 or 2 of the V8 Masters cars, and maybe even a GTI Challenge car, if I can remember correctly. They for turn number 1. The City of Cape Town, of course, sponsors the bridge as well. As you said, no longer King Tony tools for the subway, but
No,
an incredible run for them for the subway here at Killarney. And then Pertamina Fostron for turn number 5. Porsche for the main straight, of course. And all of the individual class sponsors that support every single one of the classes that race here at Killarney.
And then, as you said, Castrol, not only just for turn 2, they sponsor the tower, and they sponsor the spinning pitch as well, which also doubles up as pits for short circuit, KPL drivers, and for rally cross. So a big thanks to everybody, and as you said, Jordan, all our class sponsors, which we mentioned. This one coming up now is Pirelli and Seal Pro Wines, Superbikes, SPK Challenge, and the 600 cc's. That will be, well, it says 8 laps. Normally it's 10, but now it's 20 past, nearly 25 past 4. So we'll have a look and see. We've got basically 3 more races to go, including this one. We've got the Thermofires Clubmans Saloons after this. And then we'll end the day off with the Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans classes A and B, Classic and Breakfast Run. There are no Breakfast Run bikes today. There was one Classic bike in Mario Ferreira, and the rest were either Clubmans Thousands, which is A, or Clubmans B, which is 600s. Well, I'll tell you what, for the people around, those folks there on the, well, we'll still call it the Magoo Hill, because that's what Greg Maloney dubbed it back in the day. So we'll keep it that for good old Mr. Maloney. A lot of people on top of that hill. One stage of the game, I saw the main grandstand was also full of people. But yeah, it's a long day out here, and we thank you for your presence, and we hope the people that are watching this production, this IMUSAT production live on YouTube, is enjoying it as much as what we are. And guys, I think today's event was absolutely phenomenal. Brilliant, brilliant race event. And we're not done yet. 3 more races to go.
Coming up to the line, they start to fall into place. First man on the grid, the 99, the learner, Michael de Toy, just behind the 96 of Mark van den Berg. Malcolm Rapson comes up to the grid, as does Johnny Towers, Wild Child Slate van Nikkak. There is Eden Haynes, Tristan Pinar, now national rider, brings his CBR 1000 to the front grid position, as does Alistair Hyatt, the 888 Motorcycles, and Karandua Constructies Gixxer 750 of Zander Talyard, and the 33 of Wayne Aronson. They get ready. It's lights on. It's lights out, and away we go for race number 2 of the CL Pro Winelands Superbike Challenge and 600s as they head on into Block Point Corner. And Tristan Pienaar with the absolute hole shot down to turn number 1 leaves Slade van Niekerk in the dust. Now Slade has some fighting to do to claw that ground back, rather. You said he was suffering from arm pump a little bit earlier on, so let's see if it'll help out this time around in race 2.
Well, I'll tell you what now, Tristan's going to have to get a move on. The end of Sector 1, they're all in Sector 2 there by the oval commentary box. That's where Sector 1 ends. And it is now Pienaar and Van Niekerk, Rapson and Johnny Towers, the rest of the field running through. And we'll have a look, see Mark van der Berg is leading the Masters class, and he sits out there. No, he doesn't. He sits in P4 in that class, in P7 overall, as we watch them race down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
And look at that train on your screen, absolutely incredible as they race down the Killarney back straight. 270, 280 kilometers an hour for some of these superbikes as they jump on the brakes and duck into the banked right-hander of Pertamina Foster on turn number 5. They all exit cleanly, and now it's another drag race down to the line to finish the first running lap and onto the first full-speed racing lap. It's Tristan Pienaar from Slade van Niekerk, Malcolm Rapson, then Mark van der Berg, Donnie Towers, Dion Erbel, Michael de Toy, Eden Haynes, Alistair Hyatt, Zander Talyard, and Wayne Aronson.
Right, that's lap number 1 in the bag. Supposed to do 10, they're only doing 8. Lap 1 of the 8 is done as we watch them work their way through. Legs are out there. That's probably Michael de Toy that stuck that right leg out going into Castrol Corner. Here they come, Pienaar. The Golden Highway lives up to its name today. Hardly any clouds in the sky. That's your top 2. That's Pienaar, Van Niekerk and Rapson, first, second and third. Then it's Van der Berg and Towers right in there with them. Then behind them it's Erbel, followed there by de Toy, Haynes, Hyatt, Talyard, and the last man to dip it in there is Wayne Aronson.
Now look, there is Tristan Pienaar. He is absolutely on fire. He won the national race when they came down for the SES 6 hour on a ZX10 at home, and now he's joined Power Series once again after a little bit of a hiatus, and he's leading out ahead of Slade van Niekerk by 2.2 seconds. Then it's Malcolm Rapson and then Mark van den Berg, 2 seconds between the two of them. 8/10 between Johnny Towers, the first of 2 600s in the 600s class. Dion Erbel, Michael de Toy, Eden Haynes and Alistair Hyatt are all right close together as they come out of Block Point Corner, through and out of Block Point Corner now.
And they are 5 seconds ahead of last man Aronson, so that's on track. You'll see him come out of turn number 1. There he comes, he's the last man out. Once again, the leg comes out there from Michael de Toy, Valentino Rossi style there for de Toy, but here are your front runners. Pienaar, Van Niekerk, and here comes Rapson. He's in third, but the fight is on between Van der Berg and Towers. That's the two of them that's working their way through saddle sweep, and that 600 is right on the case of that 1,000 of Van der Berg as they race down towards Fostron.
Yep, here they come right at us in the point of the camera. They race on down to the braking zone, and hard on the brakes they go. It's Rapson. Sorry, I lied. It's Van den Berg and it's Johnny Towers that exit now out of the final corner. There is your race leader. That is Tristan Pienaar with Slade van Niekerk 2.9 seconds behind on the ZX10 now, that Project 60 SA motorcycle. And then, of course, Tristan Pienaar on the Missile Motorcycles Honda 1000. As there we see Van den Berg and Johnny Towers once again racing on by, and they are very close between the two.
That's the only real fight so far out there on the track. There's a lot of other close ones. There is Rapson going through. Rapson going through. We're going to have a look here. Oh, they just flashed through your screen there. There they go. That's the combination of Van der Berg and Towers. And that has just swapped over. I think it has, yes. The red bike is ahead there. So Towers is ahead now of Van der Berg.
Yep, very, very good move by Johnny Towers to dive late into turn number 2, Castro Corner, and take that position away. Then we see just behind them is Dion Erbel. Dion Erbel currently on his own between Towers and Eden Haynes. Ian Haynes, however, has Alistair Hyatt and Michael Detoy just behind them as they go down into Sorrel Sweep now. Here is your leader once again as they race on down towards Blockcoin. Tristan Pinar still holding out 3.5 seconds now between himself and Slade Funnikak.
And here comes Rapson into shot. Rapson comes into shot, and then behind him, we'll see that fight. Here we go. The fight between Van der Berg taking that spot back. No, he hasn't. It is still Johnny Towers that sits there ahead of Mark. A little bit of a sit-up there by Mark Van der Berg in Blockcoin corner, and that will cost him a bit of ground there on Johnny Towers.
Without the electrical aids on some of these motorcycles, the slightly older ones with more of your hand on the throttle, controlling the way that the car comes out of the bike comes out of the corner. That's why you see some of the guys slip and slide sometimes, and they are controlling it with absolute finesse. As here comes Tristan Pinar once again. There you see in the background of the shot, Slade Funnikak. They move over to the side of the circuit. That's the Foster line. That's the Grippier line on the back straight, the Killarney straight. Tristan Pinar still holds out. It was 3.5 seconds the last lap. We'll see what it is this time around.
Right, here he comes. We watch the rest of them come through. Down that back straight. They'll have to pick up the leaders. Pinar has come through. Van Niekerk comes through now. We'll get back to this one between Towers and Van der Berg. And it's 5.2 seconds between P1 and P2. Rapson crosses the line. You can just hear him cross the line in front of us. And he's nearly 10 seconds behind them. Right, here is Van Niekerk. Pinar just went through. Here is Van Niekerk. Then it's a nearly 10-second gap before we see this man coming into shot. And that is Malcolm Rapson. Now, the fight between Towers and Van der Berg has got a little bit bigger. And Johnny is still ahead of Van der Berg for P4 and 5.
And there we see Don Erbel on the Honda CBR 1000 RRSPR there on his own. After that, we see Eden Haynes, Alistair Hyatt, Michael Detoy is under Talyard, and then 14 seconds behind Talyard is Wayne Aronser. But then we jump back again to the lead on the Honda 1000. That's CBR right up against the grass. Tristan Pinar giving everybody a scare. I can't believe what I just saw, but he handled that bike like nothing I've ever seen. On the paint, on the grass, sideways, and he captured that bike, and not even losing that much time to Slade Van Niekerk.
You know, horrible tank slapper. He is so lucky. Van Niekerk second. Rapson still out there in that third. There's Van Niekerk going through your shot. Here comes Rapson, and not too far behind Rapson is Towers and Van der Berg. So here they come. There's Towers, there's Mark Van der Berg coming through, and Johnny is getting slightly away from him right now.
And if we keep watching underneath the City of Cape Town bricks, crossing the line now, it's Michael Detoy and youngster Zander Talyard that are currently fighting it out between the R1 and the Gixxer 750 as they come through Blockcoin corner. The youngsters not letting Michael Detoy, the learner, no longer a learner, hasn't been for a long time with the knowledge that he knows. But Zander Talyard's trying to stick his nose in there somewhere. The leg comes out for Detoy, but not quite yet. Does Zander have a chance to dive up the inside and take that position away?
I'll remember that Michael's been away for 2 years, and he's only had 2 races previously or prior to this one. So he's getting back into it again. This is the last lap for Tristan Pinar, for Slade Van Niekerk, and for Malcolm Rapson.
There goes Tristan Pinar. Now the gap 8.6 seconds between Tristan Pinar and Slade Van Niekerk as they head through Blockcoin corner. Now we'll wait. Malcolm Rapson crosses the line. Now that will be 13.3 seconds between himself and Van Niekerk, and 2.2 seconds. And closing is Johnny Towers on Malcolm Rapson.
That's what I was going to say. They're actually both closing up on Rapson, Towers and Van der Berg. But with this being the final lap and 2.2 seconds between Malcolm and Johnny, I don't think that Towers will get his nose ahead of Rapson.
Now we just wait for the leader going towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron, for the final time today in race number 2 of the Pirelli Seal Pro Wine and Superbike Challenge 600s and Masters. Tristan Pinar's first time back in Power Series in quite some time. And in race number 2 on the back wheel, staying away from the paint and the grass this time. He'll road it across the line as a race winner once again. A wheelie across the line. Tristan Pienaar takes victory ahead of Slade Funikak by a quite considerable margin.
Yeah, it is. We'll tell you now, 10 seconds ahead of him. 10.069 to be exact. So here comes Rapson. Rapson has been caught by Johnny Towers, but Malcolm has done enough to get to the flag ahead there of Rapson, and Mark van der Berg crosses the line as well. There was a second between Rapson and Towers, and 2.8 between Towers and van der Berg.
And we still have a fight on our hands between a youngster and, I suppose you can say, old time. It might be a drag race as Earbol comes across the line, Hayne comes across the line, Hyde comes across the line. Here is De Toy and Talliard, and it is just by 0.3 of a second. Michael De Toy in the Masters class as well beats out Zander Talliard on that 888 motorcycles. And Kariendo Constructies Jigsaw 750. We're just waiting now for the chairman of the Superbikes category, of the bikes category, Wayne Arendts on the 33, coming to the final finish flag for them today. And just like that, Superbikes, 1 and done, 2 and done, I suppose. And what an incredible race that was.
Good race, but race 1 was something else between these guys. Right, 2 more races to go. The Clubmans Regional Saloon Cars, and then we'll end off with the Clubmans and the Classics, seeing that there are no breakfast run bikes today. And then that will call it a day for round 7 of Lime Property Management Power Series, but we're not quite there yet. It is 20 to 5, and we've still got 2 more races to go. Well, that is that tank slapper that we were talking about for the folks at home of Tristan Pienaar. My goodness. He had that bike right on that white line. Folks around the track, just bear with us. We're doing the live stream as well. So we do speak to the people that is at home watching replays. Right there on that apron. And very close, and then he's on that white line and just touches the grass ever so slightly, and the back end stepping out, wagging itself left and right. But great control there by Tristan Pienaar. Well, we've got another YouTube message here that says this is an absolutely great day of recording live. Thank you very much. So what this gentleman is saying is it's been a great day. What he's saying is that the live recording was done very well, and he is thanking everybody. That is Yuri Ray that has sent this message to us. Thanks, Yuri. The team up here, and when I say the team, I mean not only just us here in the booth, but I mean the IMUSAT down in the production center. They are also all part of it, so we want to say a big thanks to you for those nice words.
Well, a big thanks to IMUSAT for giving us the tools to be able to do what we love. All right, so this is going to be somewhat of an invert. At the front, it will be Michael Lassier and Jess Huggett on the front row of the grid, the opposite way around. The frequent flyer, Mr. Smith, in the 71. You can expect to see him there and thereabouts once again.
That's Gary Smith, yeah?
That's Gary Smith, and yeah, he was flying in the first race. Then our lady racer started the last race, well, the first race of the day in qualified 6th, ended in a beautiful 6th position as well. Now she finds herself on the 2nd row of the grid. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Yeah, and she did very well out there in race number 1. Let's see what Gemma can do in that 2nd race of the day.
Well, then have a look at the Class D. It's Charles Opperman, Baby Jakes, Kannemeyer, Lehman, Michaels, and then Griffin Wintle. That's senior, Griffin Wintle, that's in there. And then also the Class F is a big group, and they had a lovely dice. That's Omar Roberts, Alberts, Lambert, Arons, Weldon, and Nyans. That is all in that group of Class F cars. So that is going to be a pretty closely fought battle, that one. Can Alberts put in his first race victory with the new car, keeping in mind that the Alpha has got a stock standard motor in there, and it was his wife's road-going car that they adapted and made a racing car out of it. And the 3 Series BMW, they don't own that car anymore. That has been moved along, and yeah, they decided let's do something a little bit different. There you see the Alpha on the that's Lambert, and then the Alpha in front of that. I think it's got the Decra colors, I think it is. Beautiful reproduction of that immaculate looking motor car. So a bit of a change of scenery for him that was accustomed to racing against his hero Jess Huggett up front. But I must say Lucia versus Huggett is going to be a biggie. But I do believe this, Gary Smith's BMW power might just be decisive in this one.
As we're talking about Alphas, who can ever forget the Alpha GTV6 of Mr. Ewald Weiland? I mean, come on, that car was legendary. And so was the driver as well.
And Johan Dridek.
Yeah, but now you're going way back before I even got involved.
Yeah, well, that's the era of the GTV6s, which started back in the day up in Joburg at Killarney. In fact, was the first GTV6s that came out, and that in Group N format.
Yep.
Up against
Robert Dudek also raced Alphas back here. But there were a lot of Alphas in classic cars as well.
That was
those years.
The Team S Cortinas, and the first of
Oh, but you're talking about Group 1 racing now.
Yeah, that was completely
that was
amazing
that
era.
was just before Group N. You had the Group 1s, and Group 1 became Group N.
That was some of the best racing ever, as far as I'm concerned.
It was.
Ever. Group N with the 325i Shadow Lines, the 2-liter 16-valve Opel Kadett Super Bosses, and the 2-liter 16-valve Golfs going one-on-one. Magic contingency from Killarney coming down to thrill the crowds here at Killarney International Raceway on numerous occasions. Twice through the years in pouring rain, front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive Group N format was amazing stuff.
Right, pit lights are on. Pit lights are going to go off now as the revs pick up, and off we go. Away we go, over 8 laps. Down into turn number 1, it is Lesieur that leads there. Huggett is in second position. Gary Smith is right in there behind him as they make their way out of a block coin corner. Heading towards Castrol corner now. Here is Van Tonder. Van Tonder's right in the mix, and look at that Beamer just dive around the outside and tucks in there just behind Van Tonder.
Well, you give the Huggett some new rubber, well, you're going to be seeing what the back of that Jetta looks like. And whoops, we've got somebody running slow on the outside.
That's the Corsa of Bernard Lehman.
Yep, that was Lehman that ran out there. But I must say that BMW is going to be in the mix amongst the 2 Class A runners at the front.
Well, up the Golden Highway they come, the Tigerberg straight into the double right-hander, saddle sweep. Down that back straight they go. And it is Huggett that sits out there in P1. Huggett sits out there in P1. So where is Michael Lesieur? He's dropped down. Michael has dropped down to that 3rd position. Yes, he has. So it's Huggett, it's Gary Smith. Michael Lesieur is there in that 3rd spot. Then coming down towards us, we have got
Van Tonder and Oline, that's side by side there as well, Frankie.
That's Van Tonder and it's Trappies. It's Trappies that is there side by side with him. It is Trappies and it is Dylan Jabé. The 2 of them are side by side, and you're quite right, Gazza, because Oline is right in there behind them.
Well, look at this as they come streaming through. Nothing much in it at this stage. It's still Jesse Huggett ahead of Gary Smith, but that battle behind is just as good. And Trappies Van Tonder, nothing for free in that group.
Yeah, Steve Griffin-Wintle is also there in that 6th position, followed there by Anton Jacobs and Peter Kannemeyer. But we go back to the front. Can Jess Huggett make it 2 out of 2 for the day? And I don't know, but Jordan's having a moment here in the commentary box, but it's not going to be that easy because Gary Smith is going to make his life a living hell down that back Killarney straight. The rest of the field just busy filtering through. There is Jacobs coming through. The sun is shining on through our window here, and it's hard to pick up the cars with the sun there on the track. But the leaders are busy making their way towards us. Jess Huggett still sitting out there in P1. Here comes Jess Huggett, and how many? It's a 10th of a second, 0.158 that Gary Smith is in there just behind Jesse Huggett.
But look at this one, Dylan Jabé with Trappies Van Tonder. The camera goes just a little bit too quickly. We'll pick them up now. That battle with Dylan Jabé, Trappies Van Tonder, and our lady racer, Gemma, that started in 4th, now in 5th position. Michael Lesieur, the 2nd Class A car, that's the black Golf coming towards you. Behind that is Griffin-Wintle. There would have been Kannemeyer, but Kannemeyer has dropped down.
Yeah, Cody Alberts and then Mario Roux is in there as well. We watch this whole field come through. That's probably round about the back of the field that is heading into Castle Corner right now. There is, oh, somebody's gone off in 4. There's a lot of dust. There's a car in the wall.
Isn't that Smith?
There's a car in the wall on the outside of turn number 4, saddle sweep.
I think that's Smith because there goes
Yes,
Jesse Huggett.
it is. Gary Smith is gone.
Yeah, there's Jess Huggett that goes through by himself, and there's a gap behind him, and there you see the rest of the pack come down. So Smith has gone, Gary Smith's gone off, saddle sweep, turn 4, Trappies Van Tonder on the inside line. Does he get the drive out of the corner? Lesieur must decide which of these 2 he's going to follow through.
I tell you what, Gemma Oline is going to make life difficult for Trappies. That I can promise you. Lesieur is in that fight as well. It's all happening out there. Yeah, they come down towards us. Down towards us. There is Lesieur. There is Dylan Jabé. Trappies is right in there as well. Followed there by Gemma O'Lean and Steve Griffin-Wintle.
I wonder if Steve Griffin-Wintle's going to be able to catch them. I kind of think so. The way that Steve is going, that's Steve Griffin-Wintle. And well, while they're fighting one another, Steve's getting slowly but surely closer. That could become a six-way battle.
This is going to be a fight. This is what it's all about. It's Hubert, it's Van Tonder, it's Lesier, it is O'Lean, and it is Griffin-Wintle, and Mario Roux is going very slow at the exit of Castrol Corner. That's not working out today for ex-GTI Challenge driver, and he pulls the car off behind the Corsa of Bernard Lehman.
Jess Huggett has decided to drive it into Sunday. He's way ahead of everybody and anything else. One man's bad luck is another man's good luck. Jesse Huggett leads out by the proverbial mile. Here is the battle that's going on directly behind that. And as you can see, Steve Griffin-Wintle has caught up onto the back of Gemma as they work their way out into the front main.
Right, here we come down into turn number 1 into Blockcoin. Jesse Huggett, the master, the maestro, sitting out there in P1. Here we go. Michael Lesier is in that second spot. He's got his nose ahead of Dylan Jabert. Right behind Dylan, he's the Polo of Trappist Van Tonder. Then it is Gemma O'Lean and Steve Griffin-Wintle coming through towards us. Anu Michaels is also in that fight. There's Cody Alberts, and Al Alberts is in there just behind the centre of Anton Jacobs.
Well, that's pretty tight battle. Well, the Alpha's going pretty neatly. Cody Alberts got himself up into that second position in class already, that being Class F with a stock standard motor underneath the hood, just doing the necessary homework to make the car handle and look good. And he's out there having a whole bunch of fun. But they're getting kind of spread out now. But Jesse Huggett is doing his own kind of spreading. He's spreading the love down the back straight. It's Michael Lesier that's in second position, and that is the second car in Class A and second overall out there on circuit. Joubert with Van Tonder directly behind that. Then Gemma O'Lean, and that in picture is Steve Griffin-Wintle.
Yeah, and then about 5 seconds behind him is Arno Michaels as we watch them run down. Here we go.
Lesier is busy catching Jess Huggett, but I think Jess is pacing himself pretty much with 3 to go.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this start. Here comes Griffin-Wintle. There's Arno Michaels coming into view. And then Peter Kannemeyer is the next man through. Then it's Lance Arendse with the Golf. Then Anton Jacobs. And then you'll see that Alpha of Cody Alberts right on the case of the Jacobs Nissan Sentra.
Nyans, Weldon, and Roberts, the three of them pretty well. Roberts having a look for that inside line, making sure they don't touch. They was very, very close to that Martini Golf of Weldon, and then Lambert that's gone through. Here is Omar, and behind that the leader of Class E, that is Fielding.
Yeah, that's Lee Fielding in that blue and red BM, working his way through Blockcoin. But where is Jess? Yeah, Jess goes into Fostron corner. He was 2.9 seconds ahead of Michael Lesier. He will come around to start his penultimate lap. Lesier was 2.9. Jess comes under the set of Cape Town Bridge. So does Michael Lesier. They both cross the start-finish line now, and it's 1.7 seconds. So Lesier, with 2 laps to go, is slowly but surely closing the gap on Jess, but he's not going to get it right if he keeps on doing that. A lock-up going into Blockcoin.
Dylan Joubert still just ahead of Trappist Van Tonder. Our lady racer started in 4th, now in 5th position, and that's staying ahead of Steve Griffin-Wintle. That is a Class D versus a Class C car. Either way, Griffin-Wintle doing a lovely job and getting slowly but surely pulling a gap there on Arno Michaels. Arno Michaels 4 seconds ahead of Kannemeyer.
Keeping an eye on Tiny. He's just watching that Huggett-Lesier fight all the time. Jess has still got this one so far as the field runs through turn 4, saddle sweep. There goes Huggett. Here comes Lesier. Michael is pedaling that Golf as hard and as quick as he can, but Jess will be watching him in his rearview mirror. He is a master, a stalwart at this. He's a Jess Huggett. People like him and Franco Donadio, these guys are living legends.
Well, you can visually see that the gap is closing as Jess Huggett starts the final lap of this race. Is it a case of pacing yourself, or is Lesueur on a charge that is going to make the difference? Only 0.8 of a second. Dylan Jabeur is... Well, let's see if we can pick up that. I believe Michael Lesueur has gone off track. And he's gone back on track. So there's Michael Lesueur. Here comes Dylan Jabeur. The white one is Trappist van Tonder. The lady racer, Gemma O'Lean. Then you see the gap back to the first of the Class D cars. That is Steve Griffin-Windle. Here comes Arno Michaels. And then 5 seconds further back, coming out of turn number 1, that is Kannemeyer. But it's all about Jess Huggett, who's up, dusted, and disappeared into the future, away from everybody and everything. A double-header win for the multiple South African champion at the age of 70.
Jess Huggett makes it 2 out of 2. Can you believe it? Well, not quite yet. He's got a bit to do. And man, Jess will have a smile from ear to ear under that helmet.
And
The
so
golden helmet winner of MSA. It is one of the greatest awards you can ever get. He comes home in P1. Lesueur does finish in second. And that was nearly, 5.3 seconds. Here comes Dylan Jabeur, right on his case as Trappist van Tonder, followed by Gemma O'Lean across the line. And then Steve Griffin-Windle is the next one. And behind him is the Arno Michaels, a 911 BMW of Arno Michaels. That's the top 7. Kannemeyer coming to the line. And he is ahead there of Arendse, and not by much. He is ahead the moment the monitor tells us, because it isn't a lap, that I can promise you.
Well, second in class behind Arendse will be Alberts as he comes across the line. Then will it be Jacobs? Yep, Jacobs is going to make it through to the line. And that's ahead of Nyans, Weldon, and then, Lambert actually ends up 6th in class. That was not to be expected.
Yeah, Anton Jacobs finishes his race. And guess what? Gary Smith, that went off in turn 4, he did finish the race in 20th position. Well. What a day for Jesse and Carol Huggett. They will celebrate tonight. That I can promise you. They will enjoy the evening.
They bribed last night, so they're
going to bribe again tonight. They're going to bribe again tonight to do something. But they're going to have fun.
Knowing Carol, it'll be fish and chips all around.
That's fine. It's not about what you eat. It's just about the celebration. That's what it's about. So that is the second last race of the day.
Yeah,
wow.
Having said that, when last did Jesse Huggett do a double? And when last did you end off a race day with motorbikes? Around about the same time. Well, look at that. How's that for a lockup? That was Gary
That's
Smith.
Gary.
Oh, that's a broken left-hand front suspension of Gary Smith, and that's why he went off in Sorrel sweep. And somehow or other he managed to finish it all off. But yeah, that left-hand front wheel was flapping around pretty badly. That just opened up the door for Jess Huggett. There you can see, there he goes off. Here's Jess Huggett going through smoke in that left-hand front. Does he actually go into the tire barrier? Took a whole bunch of sand and stops just before he touches the wall. Literally parks it up against the tires.
There is a replay of Michael Lucia making a turn on the tar side of the rallycross track and then coming back. And that was just the fact that he pressurized Jess. Jess never cracked. You're not going to get Jess Hugger to crack up, that's for sure. And he overdone it big time there. And whatever chance he might have had of winning that race, it ended at that point, and he had to settle for second. Well, it's just after 5, and we are now heading to the final race of the day. Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans Classics, and unfortunately no breakfast run bikes, but it's a Clubmans 1000s, Clubmans 600s, and the Classics. Right, folks, just waiting for the marshals just to clear up our track. We can see them in Castrol Corner, into and out of Castrol. They are busy cleaning up the circuit, and a circuit inspection I see there in Damps as well. Plus they've got to pick up the Gary Smith BM. Something strange happened because we initially saw Gary Smith take the checkered flag and then slow down, and I was on the mic and I said he finished, but meantime he was there. So that was pretty weird. It could have been the 30 car of Guy Nayans that did come through there in that 13th position. Well, okay, that settles that one out. Jordan just grabbing hold of the book here, the program, and trying to figure out what we saw, because it didn't make sense what we saw, but eventually it has been figured out that it was not Smith. It was the mystery is solved by Inspector Clouseau. It was Guy Nayans that finished with a car that looks exactly the same as the Gary Smith car.
Well, there we go. The end of the day results with one race to go. All the votes have been tallied, and a big thanks to everybody that went in there with the votes. And Frankie, as you said, the ladies in Ladies Month.
Yep. Third is Abigail Bosson. What is this? Second, Cody Alberts. And Elmay Mostard is, oh sorry, Cody Redlinghuis. All ladies. Why did I say Cody? I've got his name, it's Cody, I just got it confused. All ladies, first, second and third. Abigail in third, Cody in second, Elmay in first, and it's a clean sweep by the ladies in August, which is Ladies Month.
Here we go for race number 2 of the Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Koenie Botha starts on pole with Jean Momberg in second, Evert Koorts in third, Wayne Gresse in fourth. Conrad Meyer has made his way back on the grid in fifth. Gerard Joubert, Willem Lowe, and Mario Ferreira as the lights go out, and they race on down to Block Point Corner once again. A good start from Koenie Botha this time around, as well as Wayne Gresse as they run into Block Point Corner. There's Jean Momberg slotting into place as well as they race out of Block Point Corner now and down the Joubert Straight.
Well, it's all about Botha that sits out there in P1. He won this race by the proverbial country mile early on, just before lunch, and it is now the final race of the event. It is nearly 5:15 as they make their way through the Lundstem Kink and run down towards Damps, the lowest part of Killarney. Then you climb up the hill towards turn 4. There's the hill, the Golden Highway, Tygerberg Straight towards a double right-hander, Sarl Sweep.
And there they go, one after the next, as they race on through Sarl Sweep. After all the accidents and mess that have been made in Sarl Sweep, it's been cleaned up rather nice for all the motorcycles as they race on down the Killarney Straight. A couple 100 meters of almost completely straight line from the apex of turn 4 into Pertamina Foster in turn number 5, as they all jump on the brakes and work their way out of Pertamina Foster. And Koenie Botha absolutely firing ahead of the rest of that BMW S1000. Prepped there by Project 60 SA, Trevor Westman and Adam Westman as they race into Block Point. Then it is Evert Koorts into second position ahead of Wayne Gresse, Jean Momberg, Conrad Meyer rather, back on the grid. Then Mario Ferreira, Gerard Joubert and Willem Lowe.
Right, here we go. That's your leader. That is Koenie Botha. Then it is Evert Koorts. And then behind them, it's a fight for third, fourth, and fifth, Gresse, Momberg and Meyer. Then behind them is Ferreira, followed by Joubert and Lowe.
And they race on down into Dam's Dip. Once again, it looks quite dark from this angle, but when the angle changes to the next camera, we'll see, as you say, what our friend Byron Height used to say, the Golden Highway, as you like to repeat, and we just say the brightness in the sky. Luckily, it's not into the vision of the riders as they go the opposite direction, away from the sun, and down through Sarl Sweep, up through Sarl Sweep rather, as the hill climbs and comes back down again into Pertamina Foster. Look at this group of bikes in the middle, Frankie.
That's that mid-pack that is busy working its way towards a turn 5, towards a Pertamina Foster. And there we go. That's Gresse, Momberg and Meyer. And Ferreira's not far behind them as they exit turn 5A and work their way down the Porsche Club Straight towards Block Point.
And there they go, racing past us now and onto the brakes. Evert Koorts makes his way by us now. There's Wayne Gresse on the ZX10. Then is Conrad Meyer. Then Jean Momberg and Mario Ferreira keeping up on the back of that train there as they go through Block Point. There is Gerard Joubert. And then lastly on the current 8th position overall is Willem Lowe, still getting to grips with that ZX6 of his.
Through Castrol they come. It's the last two bikes. Here's Joubert and Lowe coming towards us. That is Gerard Joubert and Willem Lowe. But we go back to the man that sits out there in P1. It's a dominating performance by him in race 1 and so far in race 2 by Koenie Botha, with Evert Koorts in that second spot. Here we go, third, fourth and fifth and sixth. Right there with us, that's Wayne Gresser that's coming through. Conrad Meyer, Jean Momberg, and the classic bike of Mario Ferreira.
Yep, they run on down towards the final corner. Look how close it's getting, chopping and changing between the three of them. Wayne Gresser is still holding out ahead of Conrad Meyer as they go down into turn number 5, Pertamina Foster. I'm assuming that Conrad Meyer took that bike out of the sand trap, gave it a wash, gave it a check, and is running back on it. On the back wheel he goes, trying to fire his way by Wayne Gresser as they run on down towards turn number 1 once again. Jean Momberg needs to make up these positions. It's good for his point and it's good for the championship that I believe he might currently be leading, as they race in that battle of 3 with Mario Ferreira just behind.
Well, Gresser, Meyer, Momberg, and there's Ferreira just ahead of them. You see Evert Koorts working his way into Castrol Corner. And this is third, fourth, fifth, and just behind them is 6. Gresser, Meyer, Momberg, and Ferreira busy working their way out of Castrol.
Yep, there they go. The camera's picking up the light now as it gets lower and lower on the horizon. But there they come. Now the positions have changed, and we'll see who's made his way by. I believe that's Conrad Meyer that's made his way by Wayne Gresser as they race on down. Wayne Gresser may have, I wouldn't say he's got a problem because he's still up to speed. As we see Kuni Buerta still catching up to us. I spoke to him at lunchtime and he said all he wants to do is just break out so he can race with the guys in Superbikes, because he's currently racing on his own and he's just there. So you should be breaking out pretty soon if you can stay consistent and break into the 19s or even the 18s. As there's second position, Evert Koorts, who's got his light ablaze and racing on down towards turn 1.
What? Yeah, there's a bit of a breakaway here. Looks like that third, fourth, and fifth, that Gresser has actually broken away here from Meyer and from Momberg, followed by Ferreira. Yeah, he has broken away. He's 3.2 seconds ahead there of Gresser. Is Meyer that sits in that third position, and only 0.6 of a second between Gresser and Momberg, and just under 4 seconds between Momberg and the classic bike of Mario Ferreira.
Yep, here they come around turn number 2, Castrol Corner, in the haze of the sunlight. As now trying to go around the outside goes Jean Momberg. He'll have the inside now for Landstem Kink. Will he hold the 3? He will. It will shoot him wide, and then he'll be on the inside line, so to speak, for Dam's Dip, and he holds it out. He gets in that position, and he stays ahead of Wayne Gresser as they come out of Dam's Dip. But Wayne Gresser doesn't look to be all that up to speed, so we'll speak to him afterwards and see what he says, as now Kuni Buerta, with 4 laps, coming up on 3 laps left to go, rounds the final corner.
Yeah, there's Koorts coming towards us now as well. But who is going to beat this man, Kuni Buerta? He was, as he crosses the line, we can hear that motorcycle of his hell, and he's the quickest guy out there with a 1:19.828.
Yep, I can't quite recall what the breakout time is from Clubmans bikes into Superbikes, but he's getting very, very close. It might be a 19.5 or even a 19 dead. As there we see Conrad Meyer go by, and then here is Jean Momberg, and then Wayne Gresser. That gap is opening up as well, as here comes Mario Ferreira into the picture, and then behind them, still quite a distance away, Gerard Joubert, and then Willem Lowe.
Yeah, that's the classic of Mario Ferreira. And here comes Gerard Joubert, and right there with him, 2.9, is the 86 machine of Willem Lowe.
Yep, still getting grips with that ZX6, I'm sure. And I wonder if he's still got a bit of a bruising in his ribs after that big crash a couple of rounds ago. Or quite some time ago, in fact. As there, Kuni Buerta once again rounding turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. He's going to come up and start his penultimate lap as the rest of the field comes through. And now down into the final corner, they all go. There's Mombo, there's Gresser, there is Ferreira, as now your leader comes into turn number 1.
Yeah, that is Kuni Buerta, man. He is so far down the road from Evert Koorts in that second spot. Here Koorts comes towards us, 12.6, almost 13 seconds. The gap between P1 and 2. Then it is Conrad Meyer that's coming through. Here is Momberg and Gresser. Ferreira also making his way through. That's not Ferreira, that. Yes, it is Ferreira. No, it's not Ferreira. Ferreira's heading into turn number 1 now, into block coin with a classic number 44 machine, and that is Mario Ferreira.
Yep, and there they go out of turn number 1, block coin. Gerard Joubert will now be entering as well as Willem Lowe. Let's see what the gap is now between the two. 3.5 with 2 laps left to go, so I'm not sure this gap is going to close up that much more before the end of this race. But as it stands, 12.6 seconds before your leader, Koenie Botha, comes around to start his final lap. That is 12.5 seconds between himself and Evert Koorts in that second spot. And then 3.8 coming up on 4 seconds between Koorts and Meyer as they round the final corner, not that far between themselves.
Right, here comes Evert Koorts towards us. Behind Koorts is Conrad Meyer. Koorts and Meyer, the gaps are pretty big now. Jean Momberg is the next man coming towards us. Wayne Gresser. There's Momberg making his way out of 1. Gresser will be coming through, or Gresser. I'm not sure how you actually pronounce his surname. I'll go with what Jordan says, Gresser. That is there in a P5. And then the classic bike of Mario Ferreira coming through. But this is the last lap, and that is the leader making his way through saddle sweep. None other than a man that's heading to a double victory today in this class, Koenie Botha.
Yep, and absolutely flying in the class, even if it is by himself, rocketing that BMW S1000 RR. He runs on down into the final corner for the final time today. Overall, he will come to take the double as he exits Pertamina Fostron, makes his way past turn 5A under the City of Cape Town Bridge, and across the line, Koenie Botha makes it 2 for 2 and ends the day off in style.
Right, the next man heading to the 5A kink will be Evert Koorts. He goes to the 5A kink towards the checkered flag. And I'll tell you this for nothing, that the gap was closing between himself and Meyer. That's what I was going to say. Conrad Meyer finishes behind him, only 2.4 seconds, and just under 5 seconds, Momberg crosses the line. And then 7.6 behind him is Wayne Gresser. We're still waiting for Mario Ferreira, Joubert, and Lowe to come to the flag.
Here comes Mario Ferreira, big stalwart in the 125 class at Short Circuit, sponsoring the 125s, in fact. On the Kajiva 1000, he brings it home in that 6th position overall, and first in class, first and only in class. Then Gerard Joubert, after many triumphs, in fact the Daytona triumph, he brings it home in a 7th overall, just ahead of Willem Lowe on his debut back after quite some time. And just like that, 2 wheels done for the day. And as Gary said before, when last did we have 2 wheels finishing off the day? And just like that, our day has come to an end.
Yeah, and it's approaching 5:25. So, yeah, the day is done. We will be finished before 5:30. Well, we are finished. We'll be finish our sign-offs before 5:30 when the IMUSAT team of Simone, of Simi and Ernest will take over to say their final goodbyes. But from our side, it's been awesome. It's been real. It's been fantastic. We hope you've enjoyed it around the track and the IMUSAT production at home. I want to say thanks to Steve and his team and the WPMC marshals, all the sponsors concerned. I'm out of here. Enjoy Formula 1 tomorrow and have a great weekend further. Jordy, Tiny, Gazza, you can say your final goodbyes.
From my side, an incredible race day, an absolutely astonishing one under brilliant circumstances and brilliant weather. And I think that is what Power Series is all about. Next time around, 11th of October, I believe we're having all the classes, including Sports and GT, that sat their individual race out today. Hopefully all of them are there in a month and a bit's time, and more numbers. But as far as we know, we'll see you on the 13th of September for the next round of Extreme Festival. But it's me, JT, Jordan Newman, signing out.
And from our side, Emil Tiny Brandt, thank you very much to all our marshals for absolutely stunning day's work out there. From early hours, well, from not early hours, but from very early in the morning until now. And yeah, from our side, thank you very much for all your efforts. See you guys on the 13th of the new month. We've got National Extreme Festival. It's the second last round. And I hope all you guys can join us again.
Yeah, and Gary's left, so on down the stairs. He hasn't left. He's doing business down the stairs. So on behalf of Gary Fleming, a goodbye from him as well. That's us out. Cheers, everybody. Have a good weekend. God bless. Bye-bye.
Guys, that is a wrap for the Power Series Round 7 here at Killarney International Raceway. It has been a day full of racing excitement. The sun has been on our side. Thanks for joining us, and please tune in next time for the Power Series Round 8 of 2025.
Thank you.